had them turning the water off for repairs this morning.
Hey, welcome everybody. We're here for the March 14th regular meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. Our first item today is really something that we need to be proud of, both as an organization and especially as a county. We are receiving an award, and so we're going to go to a presentation of the Land Stewardship Award from the Colorado chapter of the Wildlife Society. And this is particular to the Land Stewardship Award to Sky Mountain Park. So the Society encourages the establishment and maintenance of the highest possible professional standards while developing wildlife conservation along sound biological lines. Gary Tenenbaum, would you come forward? You might speak to a couple items here, and then we'll do this.
Sure. These are one of the really cool moments that we get to do. Is trying to do what you guys do in a context of collaboration with the city and the town of Snowmass Village really is an amazing accomplishment for wildlife in our valley. And it is great to see that the Colorado chapter of the Wildlife Society has recognized you guys as the recipient of this year's Land Steward Award. I went to their annual conference, and at the annual conference they had an amazing presentation of why you guys received this award. And it really was the basis of that you guys were able to collaborate with the city, county, GOCO, and protect, significant wildlife habitat. And not only after just buying it, you guys set about to protect it. And we did this massive wildlife study, and now we're creating a management plan that is, set to do some major amounts of ecological restoration. So they felt you guys totally deserve this award, and they have seen the drafts of the management plan, and so far they've been, this is exactly what they love to see is in Colorado, that communities can come together and spend some significant funds to protect wildlife habitat. So, I was really excited, and it was a really proud moment for me to accept it for you guys, and you guys received it, and also the city of Aspen and the town of Snowmass Village received the same award, and I'll be presenting it to them too. So,
well, do you? The only thing I would adjust in actually a couple things. Another partner was the Aspen Valley Land Trust, and quite frankly, we might, of course, be receiving this technically, but we all are collectively receiving this award. There's no way we could do this without the phenomenal hard work, dedication, and patience of our Open Space and Trails board, staff, and in particular, I guess I would point out to our land steward, Gary Tenenbaum. So I want to read one more thing from this, and then I'll pass this around. The Wildlife Society was founded in 1937 as the professional organization for persons engaged in the management and stewardship of wildlife resources. One other thing I noticed on the wall, because it's kind of background, in 1992 we also received a similar award. So,
what was that one from?
The 1992 one was the same award, and I don't know what.
I don't know if it. I don't think it said the property. Did it?
No, we could find out for that one, but
The
it's
timeline makes it sound like 7-star or something in that same region,
92. Yeah, I don't know which one. Maybe more open space.
7-star was later.
Yeah, 7-star was yeah. But it's great that they reconnected with this, and were able to really kind of recognize the fact. I mean, you guys led the charge, and you made it happen. And yes, the whole community came together to make this happen. But it's really, leadership is an important part of this.
Yeah, right on. And thank you, everyone involved, and of course our partners. Rachel?
Yeah, just to add to that, Jackie, it covered everyone, but we all have to thank our voters. You know, it's the voters and the support of the Open Space Fund that have supported the work of our staff and Open Space and Trails Board, and the support of the Snowmass voters, support of Aspen voters who have supported their open space funds, allowed us to do this. So it's their award, too. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So we need a 16 penny nail. We'll nail it on the wall,
Yeah, I was going
right?
to say, we'll have to find a good place on the wall. I'm not sure what the other one.
Very good.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Any other comments, Board? We're good. Okay, as far as getting on to the regular part of the meeting, any additions, deletions to the agenda, John?
Mr. Chair, there are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Thank you. Public comment. Do we have any members of the public that would like to take a few brief moments to make some comments about any topic on or off the agenda? Looks like there are none. Commissioner comments. Anyone would like to make comments today? George.
I'll start. I'll start by, I cut this out of today's paper on AP as we're enjoying this beautiful weather. Break out the beach towels, flip-flops, and baseball hats. Warm weather has arrived across much of the U.S. A quote by Gino Easy from the National Weather Service out of Chicago: "It's almost like we skipped winter and now we're going to skip spring too." Yesterday, we approved a draft resolution regarding climate change and an action plan. And I think this is sort of fitting that I talk about this in light of this article today. For me, the purpose of bringing this idea forward before the board was twofold. One, it fits into our strategic plan in terms of environmental and economic aspects. It encourages us to look at better ways to address climate change through an action plan, and hopefully it will become a template and a model for other communities to follow as well. That leads me to sort of a debate in the community regarding ACRA's membership in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, they may believe in climate change. However, the board of directors have not in the past, nor seem to be in the near future, willing to lobby, support, or endorse any climate change legislation. I suspect this is because they've been successfully lobbied and they've been granted a certain amount of undisclosed funds that I would suspect comes from the oil and gas lobby. There's discussion on the ACRA board of directors, the benefits of staying in the U.S. Chamber or pulling out. Some say that by being involved in the chamber and being at the table, they may be able to affect change. I would suggest that by pulling out of the U.S. Chamber, we'll have much more ability to affect change and impact what we're trying to accomplish. I believe that if Aspen Chamber Resort Association pulls out of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, we'll get some good ink out of that. We'll get press picked up by the AP. That will be local, regional, and national. And I hope that that press would encourage other communities to look at the importance of how climate change may affect their communities and join in this effort. You know, we are a ski town, we're a mountain town, we're a headwaters community, and our economy is reliant on a healthy and sustainable environment. And to not be able to endorse or support climate change legislation is not doing our community any good, nor the country, nor the globe. So I would suggest, and we'll bring this back before my board during an open discussion, to see if I can get my fellow board members to support a resolution to ask the ACRA to withdraw their membership in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, let our voice be heard loud, let our vote be clear and decisive. We have a seat at the ACRA board table. We would and can join in with the Aspen Skiing Company and the city of Aspen. We can be a role model. We can leverage this and try to influence other communities to join us through the Colorado Association Ski Towns, through Colorado Ski Country, and further out. And I think if we stand strong, we can start a grassroots effort to continue to educate the public about the importance of climate change legislation. And I think ACRA should become a leader in that respect and withdraw their membership from the U.S. Chamber.
Thanks, George. Appreciate it. Any other board comments? Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. George, I would agree and support that resolution. Certainly we want to work on the wording. But I was just talking to a relative back east, and it's going to be 85 degrees in Maryland today. Pretty significant for middle of March, not even fully the middle. And also saw an article on the web that said that the sea ice on the Great Lakes has experienced a 70% decline from 40 years ago. And so we're just starting to see little telltale signs everywhere of the significant changes to our climate. I wanted to note for the record that within our consent actions, the resolution declaring support for a Good Samaritan legislation for mine cleanup was brought forward to the National Association of Counties when I was back in D.C. last week, and that it was originally kicked from the Public Lands Committee to Energy, Environment, and Land Use, and that County Commissioner Lynn Padgett from Ouray County was able to work with that group to see it passed and supported as a platform for that subcommittee. And then the Public Lands Committee claimed it to be able to comment as well. And although it seemed our chair did not want to hear the resolution, he introduced an emergency resolution on Arctic sea ice tankers to serve Alaska, and an emergency resolution to support the sale of public lands to the states if a governor should petition such. And that was something I opposed and others opposed. But he then said that, hey, there's not enough time for it. We have to go to lunch, and other people need the room. And Lynn Padgett approached the microphone and said, well, it appears that despite the desires of Nevada and Colorado and all these other states that she had worked with prior to the meeting, a timely lunch is more important than passing this resolution. And the whole Colorado delegation supported her and kind of banging on the tables, and others saying, let's hear it, and it was voted in approval. So that really offers a great deal of support to Senator Udall's efforts to pass this, to have the National Association of Counties now lobbying behind it as well. So I appreciate the letter everyone was able to give us in moving that forward more quickly. During future board reports, I'd give you more of an update on the trip, but I think it was very successful, a lot of good meetings, a lot of good actions overall. And so given that, I would just like to request that we, going into our spring break, think about a moment of silence. And there have been the events over the last week or so have really highlighted the civilian casualties, the civilian deaths on all sides of this war. We often will have a moment of silence for those military families and those who have suffered, and certainly they are in our thoughts as well. But between the shortage of medical supplies, horrible incidences, lack of food, there's been a lot of civilian casualties in all the countries in the Middle East and involved in these conflicts, and we'd like to offer them our prayers.
Yeah, let's take a few moments of silence. Thank you very much. Continuing, as far as commissioner comments, I guess everyone enjoyed the spring, understand the snow cycle, and know where to ski at the appropriate elevation. Otherwise, get your shorts on for the slush. We'll go to the consent actions portion of our agenda. Are there any of these three items that members of the board would like to pull, have a discussion on? Okay, I'll go ahead and read them. I'd ask a motion to approve the consent actions. The first item is the minutes of the regular meeting, February 22nd, 2012. Number 2, resolution declaring support for the immediate creation and implementation of a federal policy and/or process allowing bona fide Good Samaritans to measurably improve water quality through cleanup or mitigation of acid mine drainage from abandoned mines, and providing assurance to Good Samaritans that they will not incur long-term legal liability even if Clean Water Act /TMDL standards cannot be achieved. And this is what Rachel was referring to just a moment ago.
They shortened the title at NACO.
Yes. Number 3, resolution appointing members to the BOCC Regional Library Board of Trustees. And I would thank George Newman, Michael Osley for their participation in a rather intensive day of 20-plus applications they reviewed, and along with Eagle County and BOCC came to some good decisions here. So, seeing no further comment,
I will move to approve.
yeah, that would be a good thing. Second, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have the next item is consent public hearing. I will open the public hearing at this time. This is an application for a special event liquor permit submitted by Colorado Mountain College. Do we have any questions on this item? Jeanette, do you have anything to add? It's pretty speaks for itself.
Crystal Schindler is here from CNC.
Would you like to come up and give us a brief introduction and tell us when this is going to happen?
Would love the event.
Yeah, this Saturday at the Aspen CNC campus. It's the Callaway, part of the Callaway Honors Series, so it's a way for us to recognize some of our really important donors and provide some entertainment for the community. So starting at 6:30, we're going to have showcased the Michael Rahm exhibit, and then after that there's going to be a concert by the Santa Fe Guitar Quartet. So the public is invited to attend, and they can call our box office for tickets.
And for those of us that don't know you, would you identify yourself and your
Crystal
position?
Schiller, and I work for the CMC Foundation as the development coordinator.
Good, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised for public comment or anything, so we'll close that public hearing. May we have a motion to...
I would move to
this?
approve the application for a special event liquor permit submitted by Colorado Mountain College.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Good luck. Okay, we're going to go to consent actions. This is first readings. We're going to set them for public hearing on March 28th. Any of these would the board like to pull? George?
I'd like to pull the 1, 7, 8, and 9, referring to the open space and trails.
Great. I was going to do that also. So, and any others?
I would just like to mention that I will not be sitting in on the hearing of item number 10, the ordinance authorizing a change in affordable housing deed restriction on property located at 2 Williams Way. It is related to a transaction with Hunter Creek Condominiums where I live, and it's also immediately adjacent in terms of proximity. So if we just take these separately, and I can leave the table when you call your vote or have your
Yeah, and I'm
discussion
going to pull
on it.
that one also because I'd like to ask a couple questions. And actually, because it's an important, these two items, I'm going to ask Tom Grady to come up front, and I will read the titles. Item 5 is a resolution adopting the Pitkin County Pre-Disaster Mitigation Plan. And the second item under consent actions, first readings, is a resolution adopting the Pitkin County Emergency Operations Plan. And both of these are updates. Tom, would you introduce yourself and the items just so the public can get connected to what these are about?
Todd Grady, Emergency Manager for Pitkin County, and if I could reverse the order and present the Emergency Operation Plan first, as it's really the cornerstone of everything else.
Feel free.
Obviously, this all entails a huge amount of information, so if anyone has questions at any time, feel free just to jump in. Try not to make it a long dissertation. I'll just go off with the agenda item summary. For the issue statement, the Pitkin County Office of Emergency Management is required to develop an updated countywide emergency operations plan by Colorado Statute 2432-2107. The background in emergency management is the Pitkin County Office of Emergency Management has continuously developed, maintained, and updated the countywide emergency operations plan since 1987, and has expanded the scope of the emergency operation plan with the development of a multi-agency Pitkin County Public Safety Council in 1998. Our link to the strategic plan is a sense of personal and community safety. The key discussion items for the emergency operation plan is the 2012 update has been revised to be compliant with the federal emergency response framework that allows the principles of planning, mitigation, response, and recovery to be seamlessly interoperable at the local, regional, state, and federal levels of emergency incident management. The budgetary impact, the cost benefit of this emergency operation plan update is significant from not only an efficiency of manpower perspective, but may also benefit the county's goals for life safety. Secondly, the update plan allows for streamlined definition and method to formally declare a disaster, thereby accessing state, federal resources and financial aid for the short-term emergency incident management and the long-term community recovery. Well, that's a lot.
Yeah, well, that's a...
And I guess for my opening statement on this is that it really doesn't, the emergency operations plan as it's been developed matches the national response framework. There is an element where it's homogenized at the federal level all the way down to the local level across the country. Most of all the emergency operations plans in the state and probably eventually in the country will pretty much look like this with very little variation. It is just a thumbnail sketch of the method and system that we use to manage major incidents. However, it works at the same level of right through the regional, state, and federal levels. If we have a position in the emergency management system, it looks identical at the federal level, just greater resource available to that position, greater money. Fundamentally, that is why they're dovetailing, homogenized. It really is becoming actually very simple to keep up with the emergency operations plan. In the past, they've always been really tailored specifically by, creative problem solving on a very local level. But they're not readable to another county, not to another agency. They're that esoteric.
Thanks. And does that, are both of those in sync with each other relative to pre-disaster mitigation plans, and the other one is an emergency operation plan? So how do you distinguish between...
The pre-disaster mitigation plan is essentially just an offshoot of a capability study, which is now part of the emergency operations plan. It seems a little convoluted, but it isn't. With the new plan, the big changes, as we've adopted the National Incident Management System back in 2005, this is an extrapolation of that system as it's evolved. And essentially now we have, as of last week, we have a fully staffed emergency support function group. It's 15 positions broken down from transportation all the way to community recovery and all the facets in between. We can go through them if you'd like. But essentially what each of those positions does is a capability study. What can we do? Say, pick the most obvious one, which also is part of the pre-disaster mitigation plan, wildfire. What capabilities does Pitkin County have right now to deal with a wildfire incident? And then that same group, which is ESF4 in fire, they'll also look at what are our target capabilities? What do we want to be able to do So that is development of methods, systems, and the resources to address wildfire. And then there's, when do we exceed our capabilities? That's the critical point. Where do we push the buttons to bring in additional resources to backfill what we can't do? We can either exceed our capabilities at the management level or at the operational level, or both. So if it gets really huge, we know we have limited resources. That's the fundamental reality of it. And so that's what each of these individual emergency support functions will do, whether it's transportation. Liz Stark is here from ESF8, Public Health. That's everything from first aid right through the coroner. What is ESF8 capabilities right now? What are the targets we'd like to reach? What do we really feel that we need? And when do we push the buttons when we exceed those capabilities?
So it's quite a team effort by multiple local agencies throughout the valley, really, because it's an emergency response protocol.
Exactly. And it really is very basic, and essentially it is National Incident Management System, augmented and supported with emergency support functions. Now, all the specific plans will be attached, whether it's Community Wildfire Protection Plan, the annual operating plan, which we just completed last week with the Forest Service, or the Airport Emergency Operation Plan, Pitkin County Evacuation Plan. All these various plans are really just an attachment or appendix to the primary plan. All those plans will fundamentally be managed by this matrix, and it's really that simple, although the scope is huge when you really think about it.
Tom, is there anywhere within our organization that if the public wanted to access copies of this,
Absolutely.
do we have these on record somewhere? I assume they're also on the net?
Yes, they are. The Pitkin, AspenPitkin.com/emergency management. It's a point that I've been trying to make with all these plans that we're developing, that fundamentally we want them and will make them accessible to every citizen in Pitkin County, whether they want a hard copy, they want a disc, or they want to just access the web digitally. But as I've been telling everyone, all these plans and the efforts put behind them really belong to the citizens. If they want to look at them, review them, just own them, it is a product they own. And at least it increases the awareness of how much effort emergency management, through the Public Safety Council and all the various disciplines and agencies have put forth to paying attention to risk management and incident management in Pitkin County. It's very important for us to make sure they get all that.
Well, good. So that's AspenPitkinCounty.com is the website, and if they happen to want a hard copy, if you call the sheriff's office, for example.
Correct, and we'll make it happen. And we have most of these once it's adopted, and also the pre-disaster mitigation plan, which was available for public comment. We made hard copies available at all the agencies that participated, so citizens can go to a fire barn and say, "Can I see it?" And they are allowed access to it, obviously.
Thanks. Any comment? Rob? And then George?
Hey, Grady, thanks for all your work. I know there were multiple meetings with all the agencies involved, a tremendous amount of man hours that go into this. And the way I look at it, I came in early to spend some time really reading and the executive summary and big documents, so kind of summarizing and briefing the rest of it. We're often told in life that our most important home payment is our mortgage, but closely following is our insurance policy payment, and that's really what this disaster mitigation plan is about. It's putting some infrastructure in place to ensure, hopefully these things never happen, but if they do, we want to be protected against it. My one question, and it really refers to the largest section of the executive summary here, which talks about the mitigation action matrix, which talks about all the different elements, really concisely lays out various things that we can do to mitigate the effects of various disasters that happen. But my one question is, budgetarily, there's a lot of dollars kind of worked in here, whether it be $1.5 million for completing the basalt levee project. And these are all recommendations of this policy. Create avalanche-prone mapping areas, create mudslide debris mapping areas, all dollars well spent. and I don't know if this is a question for John or if any of our accounting guys are in the room, but is any of this stuff allocated in our budget? Do we have the resources to kind of move forwards on some of this stuff? And what's our next step now that we've outlined what needs to be done?
I can answer that. Are we off the emergency operations plan? We've switched into...
Yeah, well, it kind of jumps together a little bit.
I have to stay sequential, or my organizational skills will go out the window. Well, first off, one of the primary elements of doing the pre-disaster mitigation plan and all that risk analysis is to qualify for FEMA pre-disaster mitigation monies to support these. The realities is that those monies are dissipating fast. However, each individual agency that participated in the program can apply for their own grants. There's many of them at the flood level, fire mitigation. There's still a lot of them out there. So they now, because of their participation, they make that first qualification. FEMA wants us to help ourselves first, recognize what we're doing before they just arbitrarily hand out money. That's really what the first part of this is it does qualify everybody for FEMA money. Once the entire package is, see, there's three processes in it. FEMA approves the pre-disaster mitigation plan they're waiting for the adoption of it, and then it gets finally approved, and then it becomes a real document. Then all these agencies can apply for mitigation money. The second part, obviously, supports the emergency support functions by everybody recognizing our capabilities in these risk categories. So you can see where it all folds together, but first it comes off the emergency operation plan, and then we recognize. I mean, I brought my manual PowerPoint on how we actually did those votings. And the other item that we did that was interesting that kind of even raised FEMA's eyebrows is that because we brought all these resources together, 60 people, for two big workshops, that we weren't just going to sit on the natural disasters. We also included man-made disasters, which are a primary one is special events. And so we combined them. If you well, we don't really need those for this paperwork. And I said, we're not going to put all this energy out and not consider both sides of the street. We have natural. We live in a very dynamic geographical area. We recognize that, but we also have a very dynamic, population. A lot of things happen in the way we do business here with special events. So does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
George? Yeah, Grady, we were up at the Crystal River Valley Caucus last week, and you spoke a little bit about this, but you also talked about the responsibilities of all the citizens, especially those of us who live in rural areas, and that we should, in fact, have our own emergency evacuation plans, and we can't really rely on help in case of a crisis or emergency, because that may not arrive in time. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Certainly. My point has always been, in all the years of emergency work, is that each individual has to assume the responsibilities for self-rescue. Whether you're a backcountry skier or you live in a remote part of town, it is just wise to have your own escape plan, your own methods of getting out. There's plenty of information on there on how to do your 24-hour pack and where the routes are. And there's a lot of formalized things that people can access. But the realities are each individual should have, adults primarily, should have their own escape routes, their own plan. Do not wait. We are limited resources. You can pick any remote area of the county, whether it's top of the pass, Meredith, Redstone. If they have an incident right now, we're looking at a minimum of an hour for the most basic resources to respond. I mean, you just have to count on it being an hour. You can talk upwards of maybe a full day before we get major resources through the regional or state resource levels. So that's a real long time period in a crisis. So everything that I can consider that we own is replaceable except our lives. And that is what one of the focuses of our emergency operations plan is: life safety and protecting the infrastructure that protects life safety. We need road, bridges, water, hospitals, and those are the primary goals. In the past, there was always an emphasis on protecting property. We know, we've learned since last year's mud and flood, that is not a realistic goal to set, and to have the public believe we're going to come and save an individual's house in a major event. That's not to say, we're or not responding to, the traditional structure fire. That's not it at all. If there's a major event, it's life safety and infrastructure is where our primary goals and objectives will be. If we can save property, it will be a secondary priority to those first two.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Rachel?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you for all your work on this. It was a major undertaking. Anyone reading through federal regulations, rules, and manuals deserves a pat on the back for understanding exactly what they're asking for. And all your volunteers, all the other agencies you brought together, certainly. I just wanted to take this opportunity, since we're talking about pre-disaster mitigation and potential catastrophic events, to remind everyone in the springtime, now is when you need to create your defensible space around your home. Now is the time to make sure you are prepared for wildfire, whether it's the go bag, as you said, including some extra days worth of your medications or things like that, your critical papers, so you can just leave instantly, or to, again, create that defensible space. We all love the trees real close to the house, but not clearing the brush underneath and not creating those sort of things could cost you your house. So it is just like having fire insurance and flood insurance. It's also taking care of the physical structure and looking to your vulnerabilities. And as I understand it, the local fire departments would be happy to help people try to assess that and really like to see people get on the bandwagon of taking care of your own space. So.
Yeah, and I would also add, that's obviously very factual about defensible space and fire, but here we are potentially in quote-unquote mud and flood season, and this year it's likely to be early and intense, and then we'll have a pretty, maybe a mild, spring, summer, according to how cold it gets. But yeah, people need to take responsibility, and that's the bottom line. Any further questions, comments? Board, we're going to take these one at a time. I'd like to have a motion on the resolution adopting the Pickens County Pre-Disaster Mitigation Plan update.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Second one is a resolution adopting the Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan update.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Rob, you were our liaison to this process and sat in on a few, maybe all the meetings for all I know, but I wanted to thank you on behalf of the board for your extra effort on that.
I made half the meetings.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was out of town for.
That's
But
what
it's an
happens.
amazing effort of all the agencies, and I think I already said that, and you said it, and I think you referenced 30, 40 people at these meetings from,
It was assuredly a very collective process on both of them. That emergency operation plan was a collaborative effort primarily between Aspen Police Department and Keith Aketa, who's a retired police chief, who is a member of the Northwest Region's Type 3 team. And because now APD can dovetail with our plan, so it's all going very smoothly. But it was a very collective process. And I also have to comment that I have to thank Valerie McDonald. She was my support, and with the organizational skills that she had was a compliment to the effort.
Yeah, well, good, and please forward our sincere thanks to the agencies as you network with them. So, we have a motion and a second on that second item. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to do, obviously, the next three one by one. Thank you, Greg.
I'm done, thank you, appreciate it.
And Paul? And Dale, great. I didn't see Dale hiding over there behind our infamous column.
If you're worried about all this paper, this is called continuity of operations. Back up your hard drive with paper files. Appreciate it, thanks for your time.
Great work. Okay, gentlemen. So we have several open space and trails items on the agenda. The first one is a resolution to adopt certain conservation easements into the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement Portfolio. Dale, I'll let you introduce yourself and then Paul, why don't you run with it?
Thanks, Jack. My name is Dale Will. I'm the director of the Pitkin County Open Space Program, and I have with me our land officer, Paul Holsinger. Paul has been looking through the county files for work being neglected from days gone by.
Always looking to create more work.
And understand what our assets are.
Yeah, it's a good thing. So this kind of came up. It's been on the radar for a couple of years. It kind of went along with the recreation asset inventory we just went through. Going through all of our assets that are out there, and this falls under the category that I would steward as private land that the county holds an interest in as a conservation easement. And would it be helpful for me just to go through each of these?
Well, you might mention what properties we're talking about, because this is very timely after all the years that we haven't kind of reeled all these in. So you could do that, and then essentially describe the purpose of why we did this and the benefit to the public.
Yeah, most of these conservation easements were granted through the land use planning process. So it wasn't something that, sometimes like open space and trails will go out and actually purchase conservation easements. These were done through, that process of either they were getting development rights or approvals, and part of that process they granted an easement to the county. And they range from, 20 years ago to 7 years ago. The first one listed out here is Route I South Shores purchase of plan unit development conservation easement, and it's a 100-acre piece of ground that is it's really nice. It's a valley that kind of goes down into Route I Reservoir. There, it's just on the south end, just as the name says. It's got a great little meadow up there, and it has a public access through the middle of it by Forest Service trail. It's got several conservation values that are worth protecting. Agriculture, it's historically grazed. Recreation, it has an easement that goes right through it. Ecologically, it's a drainage for snow melt, and it has some wetlands that are ephemeral that come in and out intermittently as water is present. And it's also it looks like a migration corridor, since it's just an open meadow. It just leads right down to the reservoir, and it backs up to the Forest Service, so it's a great buffer between them.
Good. And the second one?
Second one we have is McCloskey Conservation Easement. This is about an acre and a half, 30-foot long piece of property that just is on either side of the Hunter Creek Trail. And it basically goes from Hunter Creek, center of Hunter Creek, south past the trail, so 30 feet wide, and the trail just travels directly through it. And that was part of a settlement that was worked out before I got here.
Yeah, the Hunter Creek.
The main conservation value there is that it offers, a great little recreation corridor for people to get through, and it protects that side of the creek up and down, and it's a nice view.
Yeah.
That.
Good. And the third one?
Third one we have is Ruby subdivision. That was part of a planning process that, they split up their larger chunk there, and then as part of the process, they gave the county an interest in the conservation easement there. And that also touches the Hunter Creek Trail in several spots, and then also there's a trail easement that travels along the Salvation Ditch on the north end of the easement. So there's that, and then also just protects the riparian areas around the creek. The third one.
The fourth one, Gunther Larson.
Fourth one, Gunther Larson. This one, I believe it was part of development approvals. But either way, it's a nice little property that kind of goes up a hillside there, up towards Buttermilk, off of Maroon Creek Road, and it actually touches part of Maroon Creek, and it just has nice little wildlife habitat, protects some travel corridors there, and it's just a great view shed there. It just keeps people kept people from building up the hill, kept down off of the view shed there. And the last one is the Zoline conservation easement. It's actually two conservation easements. One that was granted in 1983, the second one granted in 1984. There's actually two more that were granted to the city of Aspen. So it's like a layered cake of conservation easements. And it just protects that nice little meadow between Maroon Creek and the golf course there off of the Stage Road. And we're working with the city of Aspen, since there is actually another conservation easement on top of that, which just, I don't know how it happened, but it did. So we're working with the city of Aspen to have them take care of the monitoring, and then I'll just be a liaison between the county and Brian Flynn, who is at City of Aspen.
Well, good. Thank you, Paul. It just shows by referencing some of the dates in the past that what we do here today is very consistent with what previous boards of county commissioners and staff has done. It's all about conservation, recreation, doing it in the right way, and working with people to make their land use applications work for both sides, as it were, the public and the private sector. Board, any questions on this item or comments?
Sure. Comment. I think this is great that you've done this work, and part of it is because of the board has supported open space and trails to actually staff up to allow this to happen, which in the past we haven't actually had the staff to do this. But by taking these orphaned conservation easements under the auspices of the Open Space and Trails Department now, you'll be responsible for the management and the stewardship of this. And because some of these offer opportunities for the public to access public lands, will you be putting some signages at the start of these for trailheads, or how will the public be aware of where the right-of-way is and where the access is available?
Yeah, we'll definitely be working with the landowners in each of these. I've already started contact with all the people who are involved, and where it's appropriate, we're going to work with Rudai South Shores to help get that trail easement through their property better signed, and actually get an official trail easement with the Forest Service recorded, and so that's on record. And then also, where it does allow public access, we will be signing that and letting people know somehow.
There's another footnote with that. The trail down on Hunter Creek, the lower piece through the Ruby property, is one that the City of Aspen Parks Department has agreed to take forward for us, relying on the property interest the county acquired. And we're hoping to do something with that this year to actually construct that trail and be able to run the Hunter Creek Trail on out to Red Mountain Road and beyond to the Rio Grande Trail.
Yeah, that'd be a nice trail. I remember the site visit. It's very closely linked to riparian areas, and I assume we're going to have to put some bridges or something in a bit, and walkway. So great job by the whole team. Not seeing any further questions on this. I'll read the title. Ask for a motion. Resolution adopting certain conservation easements in the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement Portfolio. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, next item is an ordinance adopting the Darien 3 Conservation Easement Amendment. Paul? or Dale.
Well, I just want to say quickly, and then we'll turn this over to Paul again for the details, but the amendment of conservation easements is not something that we look at lightly. Of course, one of the reasons that we like conservation easements is that they achieve some certainty in the future uses of land, but occasionally, under some fairly strict guidelines that we have, we look at amendments, and what we have here is one of those exceptions to the general rule that we don't mess with these things once they're done.
Yeah, and this is the first time, while myself being at Pickett County Open Space, that there's kind of a land owner-oriented or initiated amendment. But it makes sense. So,
What is it about?
so can we put the map up?
It'd be great. Let
You know,
Rachel-
this is just me, maybe, but these are all going to go to public hearing a second time. So, again, it's just me. I don't know that I would appreciate mapping next time, for
Okay.
sure, but I know we have also a lengthy agenda
Yeah.
afterwards.
All right, well, I'll just run through what this is looking to accomplish. So the Darien Ranch is located just south of Pickett County and Gunnison County, actually. It's about 90 acres, and they anticipated when they granted this conservation easement that they would be wanting to cross a portion of the easement with a utility line to service a part of their property that wasn't encumbered by conservation easement. The Dariens started to look at moving forward with this plan, and when they went to Holy Cross to actually start, getting the easement finalized and everything, Holy Cross told them they actually require 30-foot wide easement to cross a property to allow a utility to provide power, and the easement actually stated that it was going to be a 20-foot wide easement. So they were going to have to come to us and amend the conservation easement anyways. So in lieu of that, they saw a more favorable spot that crossed a shorter distance across the Crystal River there, and it would eliminate the need for a power line pole to be put on the easement. So it eliminated all surface disturbance, well, just that permanent pole there. So that's when they brought that to us, and it seemed like a good idea. I did a site visit there. It looked, nice. It was it's kind of like a little valley there, and it just shoot across and get them what they need. So after going through that and hearing ABLT's, recommendation to move forward with it, we brought it to Open Space Board, and they unanimously recommended to move forward with the amendment, and now we're here.
Yeah, thanks for your work on this, and Dale, appreciate you mentioning the fact how we really take a real strong look at amendments. We've evolved to that need for sure. Board, any feedback on this item? Appreciate a motion to approve the ordinance adopting the Darien 3 Conservation Easement Amendment.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Last one, Dale. Ordinance authorizing salt and stall property acquisition.
Yeah. Thanks, Jack. Well, the Open Space Fund has been, as John Ely puts it, we've been quiet for a little while. We had, of course, the big purchase that we talked about earlier today that's now precipitated this wildlife award. And we have been looking diligently over potential acquisitions, and you've seen some of those in some of our joint meetings. But we're happy now to have one that has captivated not only the board of our Open Space and Trails Department, but similar boards at the town of Basalt and Eagle County. This piece of property is about 145 acres that we're proposing to buy outright, currently owned by Mr. Saltonstall, who was once part of the Glacier holdings down in Emma, and it has several features that have made it stand out from some of the other possible purchases we have in front of us. Number one, it's part of a very fertile Emma bottomland that we have previously invested in several conservation easements that are, or purchases that are mentioned in the memo, but including the Grange Ranch, the Emma Open Space, the Crown Mountain Ranch, Tom Clark's conservation of his lands, Happy Day Ranch. That whole alluvial fan at the base of both Light Hill and the Crown seems to have some of the most fertile soils in the valley, and there's some really extraordinary agricultural history that you can find down there. I've got one photograph in your packet of a potato harvest that was going on at the time the glaciers owned this property, but some of the yields that have been reported to us are quite extraordinary. Rory Cerise tells me that they would regularly pull 500,000 pounds of potatoes off of about 10 acres down there. So the agricultural resource is spread across 2 county boundaries, and our Open Space Board has really started the process of trying to conserve as much of that Emma agricultural land as possible. Secondly, the property also includes about 90 acres that are up on the Crown. Of course, the Crown has generated a lot of conversation recently with the BLM's resource management plan. The private land that's under contract now to us up there is essentially wild land that's Gamble Oak, visibly indistinguishable from the BLM land that it backs up to. But without this purchase could be the location of multiple home sites that are further up the side of the Crown than anything that currently exists. Back in about 2003 or so, Pitkin County purchased the Brackett parcel, which is on your map that's in your packet, and at the hearing we'll project it. But the purpose of that acquisition was to prevent residential development up in the interior of the Crown. So this acquisition also supports that goal. The portion of the Saltonstall property, as shown on your map that's on the Crown, lies just outside of our county boundaries. But as you've commented, Jack, you could shoot an arrow, or a good ball player could throw a baseball across that little divide there. Because of the land on the Crown and the ag land then reaching down to the Rio Grande Trail, the third element to this property that's captivating to us is that it's one of the few private parcels in the Mid-Valley that are contiguous with both federal lands and the Rio Grande Trail. And currently there is a dearth of good access to the Crown on that side. Of course, we have our Prince Creek access, which generates its own set of issues over on the other side by Carbondale, but on this side it's pretty difficult to get onto the Crown. There's Nancy's Path, which is essentially a hiking trail that a good horseman can ride up, and there's a trail further down by Rock Bottom that's on private land that's not subject to public access easement. But what this property would enable us to do is have a well-managed access point onto the Crown, consistent with your recent discussions with the Division of Wildlife and the BLM. We would anticipate managing that consistent with seasonal closures and other wildlife protections for the Crown overall. We believe that by having a legitimate access, we can better manage the public uses up there than we can currently, where frankly it's kind of a free-for-all for folks that come in, I believe, off of the other side of Prince Creek, but once they're in there, it's kind of the Wild West up on the Crown. So, and finally, the scenic qualities of this property are pretty neat as well. You can see it from Highway 82, starting at about Blue Lake all the way around to about the Emma Town site, and from up anywhere on the heights. In Missouri Heights or other places, it's very visible. If you're looking at the Crown, it comes down at kind of a shallow diagonal to the ag land at the bottom, and this property sits right at that junction of where the Crown bottoms out into the irrigated lands below. So we've been working pretty hard on a partnership that includes BOCC and Eagle County, and we've also just submitted a GOCO grant. That contract price is $5 million for this. The Open Space Board is recommending that you all authorize us enter into this contract, which has a fundraising element in it, similar to our contract on the Drosty property, where we have until July 2nd to find all the funds that we need to actually close on the property. If we're not able to find those funds by July 2nd, we can be released from this contract with no obligation. And based on my consultations with the staff at BOCC and Eagle County and the quality of our GOCO grant, I believe we're going to get there. I have in the ordinance a number that I believe Pitkin County will be able to stay within, but at the end of the day, which is $1,866,250 that we would need to put in to catalyze the contributions that we will be seeking to formalize from the other partners.
Good, Dale, thank you very much for that bit of feedback on the value of this property and multiple different values, obviously, conservation, recreation, access, scenic qualities. One that excites me because of its location, different from many Up Valley properties, is the potential for homegrown food, here. So that's a program I think the Open Space Board is working on. Board, any questions, comments, feedback? Rachel?
Just for the second reading, you referenced in your memo that you'd received a correspondence of concerns about the acquisition. I'd hope you could include that in the packet for second reading. But that's all.
Good. George?
Here's a question. You said that in the contract, there's a conservation easement on approximately 25 acres of a separate parcel that lies on the Roaring Fork River. So is that currently a developable site? Do we know?
Well, we're just going through our title review pursuant to the contract. The property that you're referring to is immediately across the river from the Forest Service lands down at Crown Mountain Park. And Mr. Saltonstall has agreed to place a conservation easement over the riparian swath there. It's actually quite wide because the floodplain is very wide in that location. We did see in the title work that there is a restrictive covenant over part of that was withheld by a prior owner of the property when it was sold earlier in the chain of title. This conservation easement, we love to see it. It'll enable, I think, better management in the future of the balance between agriculture and riparian habitat protection. It's somewhat of a sensitive topic among ranchers, but we tend to like to see the livestock watered away from the river and not go down to the river. So this conservation easement will accomplish some things, but based on our title report, the area that it's going on to may not otherwise be developable. So it's more of a land management benefit than it is a development restriction.
And Dale, is this 25-acre piece part of the sale, or if the sale goes through, this is an additional piece as part of the agreement?
It's included in the sale.
Oh, okay. Rob?
And Dale, in conjunction with this, I'm just curious how the management of this property will work, given the fact that there are multiple agencies. Do we look at an IGA at working with Eagle and BOCC on who gets to decide how much recreational use, how much trails, how wildlife is protected, and where's our authority, given that it's not in Pitkin County, although our community will benefit from this type of purchase, I believe. I'm just curious where the authority lies in the management of this property, given the fact that it's a multi-jurisdictional endeavor.
Yeah, that's a great question. Eagle County has an open space program that's fairly young and is currently striving to avoid management costs, especially over in our side where it's pretty far away from their facilities. And because of that, they want to hold a conservation easement on this property, and they're happy to let us hold the underlying ownership of it. We will be entering into an IGA that will sort out some of the questions that you've raised about decisions regarding public access and so forth. But Pitkin County's authority here really will flow as a result of our ownership of the property. It's not the first time we've done this. As part of the Cold Mountain Ranch purchase, we acquired about 2.5 acres in Garfield County. And in that case, interestingly enough, we entered into an agreement with the Garfield County Sheriff's Department to allow our rangers to enforce Pitkin County's open space rules on a little piece of land slightly outside that other boundary. So we'll be looking to put together similar agreements for this property. To date, that notion has been supported by Eagle County, and again, we will be looking to wildlife reports as we did up on the mountain park, as well as your ongoing consultations with the BLM and the Division of Wildlife for some of the specifics on what's appropriate there with the public access.
Another question on a different topic. It's a fascinating, historical agricultural area, and there's really some kind of fun of it and exciting things. And I know Open Space and Trails has been throwing around ideas about public agricultural use, i.e. public gardens or this. Has there been any brainstorming regarding potential public use regarding this land in those circumstances, or is this? Where are we with all of that thought process? Because this is a very unique piece of property that potentially has great public benefit in that sense, and maintaining an open space use as well.
Another great question. An early indication of some of the things that could be done is unfolding now over in Basalt with what I understand is now called the Grace Shehai Meadows open space that we purchased next to the Basalt High School. There's a management plan working its way through the process there where a piece has been allocated to a community garden, which will be operated by a community garden association of some kind through an agreement with Basalt and Pitkin as the owners of the land. There has been some, I guess, daydreaming about going beyond smaller scale community garden to doing things like what's called a CSA, Community Supported Agriculture, where people can subscribe for a share of crops and that sort of thing. All of that would be developed in a management planning process as we go forward. Our agreement with Mr. Saltonstall provides for a 2-year period where his ranch manager who's living there now will be leasing the property back, and the status quo will be maintained. And some or all of that lease back could be extended beyond 2 years if we all believe that that's the best use of the property. The benefit of that is it gives us the luxury of planning carefully and not having to change anything in the short term. But in the long term, I share your enthusiasm for that kind of thing, and there could be some entrepreneurial things done. If anyone's interested in researching this further, I would commend them to Boulder County Open Space's website, where they've got some 20,000 acres of county-owned ag land. And they get to decide, do we want to grow hops, do we want to grow barley, do we want to, and they're having a lot of fun with that kind of thing. In any event, we look forward to the future in that regard, and that's one of the great things about having a public ownership of some of this bottomland is future generations will be able to make those decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rachel.
Thank you. I am supportive of seeing this move forward. I appreciate the work that you've put into it and in creating these partnerships, and certainly appreciate the partners who are looking to the common good of the valley as a whole. The concern I have, or question rather, is the ordinance really doesn't mention water rights. And it does mention that the Saltonstall property, known as the property, includes 2 landscapes straddling the boundary of Picking and Eagle counties, wildlands on the crown, and a broad plain of agricultural land irrigated by the home supply ditch at its base. But it doesn't reference that we are also receiving conveyance of the water rights to assure its irrigation. Is that?
Yeah, well, as that references, this property does include some really great water rights that come from the home supply ditch, and those will be conveyed to us. As I had mentioned, the ranch manager is currently living out there, and Mr. Saltonstall is keeping approximately 5 acres of the property, so there will be a pro rata allocation of the right, so that the irrigated portion of that 5 acres can still be irrigated. But beyond that, we will become the owner of those rights, and I've been consulting with John Ely. There's some interesting things that we're thinking about in regard to the home supply ditch overall and how to best manage that ditch. We currently own some water rights in the home supply over at the Emma open space, and what we would be doing at Saltonstall will be just the same. We'll own those rights and can participate in the discussions on the ditch.
Actually, we'll own shares in the ditch company
Shares in the
related
ditch
to this company, and we own water rights outright in regard to the other Emma open space property.
Okay. Well, just thinking that perhaps for second reading, we could include the terminology that, appropriate pro rata shares of the ditch are included as well. Thank you.
Great. Good question, Rachel. This is not a public hearing, but I'm under the impression that there might be a member of the public that would like to speak. Would anyone like to speak on this? We'll request brief comments. Maybe not, so, okay. Board, further comments? Seeing none, let's go to a motion for the ordinance authorizing the Saltonstall property acquisition.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Appreciate it, staff. Great job. Okay, our next item. Tom, would you come front and center, please?
Jack, as I've mentioned before, I'm going to step away from this item. And,
Right.
you call it, sir.
This item is an ordinance authorizing a change in the affordable housing deed restrictions on property located at 2 Williams Way, Aspen, Colorado, and approving the Smuggler Hunter Trust condominium plat. An explanation, Rachel lives contiguously at Hunter Creek, and so she has reclused herself. Tom, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, I will. I'm Tom Smith. I'm the counsel to the Aspen-Pittsburgh County Housing Authority. I'm here on its behalf, and I suppose indirectly the other parties who are the other parties to the litigation that results in this matter coming before you, which would include Mr. Kinney or Mr. Hicks, Ms. Kinney, and Hunter Creek HOA. They're parties to the lawsuit that is now pending and has been for quite some time. And to start at the end, we're asking you to approve the ordinance that is in your packet, which would authorize basically the substitution of current deed restrictions for new deed restrictions. The reason for asking the county to do that is the county is a beneficiary of the existing deed restrictions, and therefore we need your participation. I'm not sure how much detail you want me to go into at this point in the first reading. The packet includes an awful lot of information, and I'm certainly happy to answer all your questions. But this is a property located 2 Williams Way in the Smuggler neighborhood that has been the subject of various land use actions since the 1990s. Originally, there was an old, basically it was 2 miners' cabins that had been consolidated into one residential unit. It was conveyed to the Smuggler Hunter Trust, which was the principal in which was Max Ailey, former local attorney, now living in Paonia. The property, as a condition of the conveyance to the trust, an RO deed restriction was placed on the property. Shortly thereafter, Smuggler Hunter Trust decided to separate, decided to create a separate unit within that residence, and that was approved by the county with a condition that the second unit would be a Category 4 rental unit. So that's how the 2 deed restrictions came onto the property, an RO and a Category 4, both rental. Unusual to have an RO rental unit. Well, actually, it was RO ownership unit, and the second unit was a rental unit. The property was eventually conveyed to Maureen Kinney and Scott Hicks, who obtained a historic designation for the improvements on the property. That enabled them, and then by this time the property was in the city, that enabled them to build a separate residential unit on the property, and that has happened, and there is a substantial high-value home on the property today. In connection with the approval, they needed to swap land with Hunter Creek homeowners in order to make it work. And they did a lot line adjustment, and as a result of a lot line adjustment, the deed restricted cabins or the deed restricted residence was separated into 2 cabins as it originally had been, and they were moved onto the property that was previously owned by Hunter Creek and swapped to Kinney and Hicks. That's where the problems surfaced. There was controversy emerged between the homeowners association and Kinney and Hicks as to whether the transaction between them was valid, and the housing authority had not approved the lot line adjustment, which had the effect of putting the deed restricted units on property that was not deed restricted, and vice versa, the deed restricted property no longer had the affordable units on it. And we tried to resolve that, but we were unsuccessful because of issues surrounding what units were deed restricted to what, there being now 3 residences on the property as opposed to 2. So contentious litigation ensued. The county was originally a party to the lawsuit, but was dismissed out at its request. And shortly before trial, we reached a settlement agreement, which is in your packet, with the effect of which, from APSHA's standpoint, is the scenario that is before you for approval, which is that the larger of the 2 cabins will become instead of being Category 4 rental unit, will become a Category 4 sale unit. That unit will be deeded to APSHA at no cost, and APSHA will be entitled to sell the unit and keep the proceeds to go into the housing program. I think that's the main advantage that APSHA sees in this deal, in addition to resolving the disputes and stopping the bleeding as far as attorney's fees and uncertainty and all that. The other smaller unit, which is by virtue of the original deed restriction is an RO unit, will get an RO deed restriction on it. The caveat is that the current owners, they've always contended that they didn't have to, that they could use that as basically as a guest house. They will continue to use it as guest house, but when they sell the property, the RO deed restriction will kick in. So we'll have 2 units that will be in the inventory at that point. The existing house will not be subject to a deed restriction. It's a high-end home. APSHA doesn't really feel that it makes any sense to try to keep it in the inventory, because even as an RO unit, it would be of a far higher value than any RO unit in our inventory, and that therefore it doesn't really target the ownership group that we're interested in benefiting with the affordable housing program. So we don't see any downside on that in terms of letting it be a free market unit. So that's what's before you today. In order to accomplish this, we had to get a development approval from the City of Aspen. Staff agreed that a condominiumization of the property into two separate units was the appropriate way to do that. That created the second lot, and if you go to the very back of your packet, the second to last page shows the plat that's been approved by the city. There's a Unit 1 and a Unit 2. Unit 1 contains the main home, the newer one, and the smaller of the deed-restricted units, which is a one-bedroom RO unit, and that'll be all on that first lot, and the owner of that lot will be required to rent that RO unit. In accordance with the deed restriction that's in the packet. The other property is shown here as Unit 2. It's identified as a one-story house. We carved out property around that unit so that there will be at least some kind of a yard for that unit, as well as parking along Williams Way. In addition, we created a parking space for the RO unit, which didn't previously exist. So we now have parking with both units. One space for the RO unit, two spaces can be accommodated in connection with what will be the Category 4 sale unit. Both of these units are in very nice condition. They were both improved by Kinney and Hicks at significant expense, and so APSHA feels that resolving this with the two deed restrictions, particularly getting ownership of the Category 4 unit and allowing that to go into the inventory as a sale unit, will be very beneficial to the program. So that's kind of the summary. When I appeared before this board a couple of years ago, we had just recently entered into the settlement agreement, and the terms of it hadn't been really implemented. We knew that we were going to have to go to the city to get this approval. We wanted to run it by this board so that we weren't getting out in front of you in terms of the overall concept. The board agreed with the concept. The concern that we heard at that time was the concern that the owner of the new deed-restricted ownership unit would be adequately protected and insulated from control by the owner of the primary free market residence on the property, and we think we have accomplished that by in the covenants that we have in the form of this plat. There is virtual total isolation in terms of financial responsibility of the one property from the other, so that there can't be any overreaching by the free market owners in connection with that property. So I'm happy to answer your questions. This is first reading, and we'll be back at second reading, and I'm sure Tom McCabe will come with me then to answer questions as well.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Board, any questions on this item? George?
Two quick ones. I'm assuming, John Ely, you've looked at this and everything looks fine from your point of view?
Certainly. Except I do have one comment to make on the form of the ordinance. I would like the board to entertain a slight modification there.
Yeah, when we get to that point, we'll bring that up.
The second question, maybe for Tom, is once this, if and when this gets approved, then is there a time frame when this actually gets recorded in the plat? Gets recorded as well, because in the past we've sort of had some issues with approvals and then not actually being recorded, plats recorded, and so the agreements that have been made in this room have not been followed through in a timely fashion. Or
well, what happened here was that the city has approved the plat Mylars, and they were calling us up to get everybody to sign, and we realized that we had to get you to sign, and that I had overlooked the fact that your action couldn't be just go over and sign it, that since a property interest was involved in the old deed restriction, that you would have to go through the ordinance process. So that's why we're here, and I believe that as soon as, if this passes and the county commissioners sign and approve the plat and the new deed restrictions, we're ready to record it at that point. There shouldn't be any delay.
Good. Bob, any questions?
The only comment I have is that on this plat, you've got Rachel Richards as the chair and Michael Osley as the chair.
We will change that. That shows you how long ago we approved or sent that plat over to the city, and we'll get that changed.
Yeah, and certainly Michael will be signing this, so his name will be the appropriate. I have a couple questions. Obviously, you've mentioned that this has been a contentious issue and multiple parties involved. And one you didn't mention was Bob Nix. He has forwarded us a communication. I would assume you have that, a letter dated March 7th.
I do not have that.
Well, I'll certainly share my copy with you. It basically reiterates things I'm sure that you're aware of. But one of the questions he has asked here, and I guess I'll ask for your response first, Tom, is that, and I'm going to state this as it is his understanding, and so, quote, Bob Nix's understanding, that this transaction needs to go before the Hunter Creek homeowners, not just the board, but the actual homeowners. How does that assertion play with this final approval? Because I'm wondering if the cart's before the horse, and if we didn't need the homeowners association to take their action, so then we can, if approved, record and go through those steps.
Well, I'll be quite candid with you. I really don't understand the position that Mr. Nix has taken since the settlement agreement was signed. He agreed to this whole scenario with the court. He signed off on it. And since that time, he has nevertheless continued to try to find ways to keep this from happening, and by having other parties do his bidding. But he is bound by the settlement with the court. As far as Hunter Creek's responsibility and the procedure that they need to go through to approve the settlement, that's not our issue, and it's not your issue. Obviously, they're going to have to follow their internal procedures. And if Mr. Nix doesn't feel that they're doing it properly, he can take that up with them. But it's not a governmental issue. It's not something that we supervise or that you would supervise. But to the extent that that needs to be done, then it has to be done properly. And I'm not aware of any issue surrounding that. Hunter Creek HOA is represented by competent counsel, and I'm sure they'll do it right. So I don't really see any reason for you to be concerned about it at this time. In terms of the timing, you've always got these timing. I mean, there's chicken and egg in every one of these kind of multi-party deals. There's no way around that. But I will say this, that there is a separate agreement that we're not a party to that involves Ms. Kinney, Mr. Hicks, the Hunter Creek HOA, and Bob Nix. And they have their own, because Bob was a separate party to the case. He intervened, and that was fine. He was entitled to do that. But they have an agreement that relates to that lot line adjustment, the swap that was made between Kinney and Hicks and the HOA. So they have their own separate agreement on that, and a prerequisite to making that agreement to trigger all the requirements of their private agreement as separate parties is that we finalize this piece. of getting the condominiumization of the 2 Williams Way property and move ahead with the agreement between APSHA and Kenny and Hicks. And then those pieces will fall into place. If something falls apart there and it affects what we're asking you to approve, so be it. We're not, we're going to comply with whatever the requirements are. And I would add that this whole settlement has court supervision, so that if there's ever any issue of compliance with the agreements that have been reached, any party can appear before Judge Nichols and present their concerns.
Yeah, thank you. And Tom, just for the record, you are stating that Bob Nix is signatory to that settlement.
He
Not only
agreed.
verbally, but signatory.
There was an agreement reached that allowed the trial to be postponed pending implementation of all these conditions of settlement, and he agreed to that.
Good, and thank you. John, a question for you. It appears you have your certain understanding of this also, and what I'm wondering, does APSHA and us as a party to this, we'll call it settlement transaction, because we're being asked, several pieces to weigh in on, does APSHA and we, the board, have the discretion to say, well, there's too much value in a piece of property, we'll let it be free market? Because this is the historic, the right granted as a result of designating the historic structure. Here it is, an asset, and then, well, it's got so much value that we couldn't sell it, but do we have that discretion? That's the point.
We certainly have the discretion to determine how to hold interest in property. If we want to release a certain interest and then accept another interest, which is exactly what this settlement proposal sets up. So we definitely have that discretion. The terms of the proposal, the benefits that flow to APSHA and the benefits that flow to Kenny Hicks, Tom already outlined, and that's the proposal that has met with acceptance from APSHA generally for quite some while, for a couple of years, I guess, until we get close to the point now of implementation. And so, that's the concerted best effort that and the best resolution of the case and disposition of the property interests. So I'm not sure quite how to answer your question in that, yes,
well,
we do have
you did. We have the discretion. That's all I'm asking. Technically, and I don't want to get involved in the agreement, and, all that's been forerun, as it were, and all that work is done. But I was not aware that, we essentially unilaterally have that kind of discretion. But it is about, I guess, a package, and there's pieces, elements that go different ways. So we will retain, as part of inventory, 2 of these cabins. So,
and Kenny and Hicks
That's
claim
the
that we
plus.
only are entitled to 2, so that's a contested issue, whether we have any right to say that all 3 of them are supposed to be deed restricted. So we felt that the resolution that we've achieved here gets us 2 units that are really much more practical in terms of serving the needs of our working community. And there's a risk in the lawsuit that we wouldn't win, and that we wouldn't be able to convert the unit into a sale unit, that we wouldn't get the proceeds out of the sale, and that we really not benefit the program to the full extent that we can in the settlement if we were to lose at trial.
right. Well, and we understand how settlements and compromise works at times.
Jack, it seems to me that really that APSHA is maintaining its interest throughout the scope of the settlement. I might be, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but APSHA began this
Journey.
this adventure with an interest in 2 different units, and it's preserved an interest in 2 different units. It's just that the interest is being preserved now in a different physical location. The only thing that's really different, seems to me, is there's an addition on the overall property that's subject to this proposal and the original discussion of a free market unit, but that's the function of the regulatory authority, which was the city, in recognition of steps that Kinney and Hicks were willing to take regarding the historic structures. So that's the addition that comes into play. So it seems that in my point of view, APSHA's position has been preserved throughout the discussion and the settlement.
Yeah, good, thank you. I gather from what we read, as well as what you have articulated, Tom, that the smaller cabin, when it eventually is sold, it will be an RO unit.
Correct.
Is there a reason why it was designated, or it's being designated as an RO? That's hugely expensive for, employees. RO equates to dollars, obviously.
Right, well, it eliminates, it's going to be an RO rental unit, which is kind of an unusual animal. We don't have very many RO rental units. There are a few, as I understand. But the price is going to be, the rental price is going to be limited by the fact that it's pretty small. And I guess our hunch is that there'll be somebody in there who might otherwise qualify for a category unit. But putting that aside, the reason that we have the RO there is that the original deed restriction made this an RO property. And the second deed restriction created a Category 4 unit. So the negotiation kind of followed that pattern, and that's why we ended up with one RO and one Category 4, was because we started with one RO and one Category 4. That's really how it happened. And while we would have liked to have gotten a category restriction on that unit, we felt like we pushed the negotiations as far as we could to get what we got, and that's the practical reality of it.
Yeah, and I switched RO and Cat 4, but you clarified that, so it's good. The last thing is about use of dollars in APSHA, since this, we're involved and we obviously help fund, so I'm interested in the use of these dollars. Does it go in an APSHA general fund, or is it for development of further housing? Any feedback for us?
The settlement that we have with Kinney and Hicks is not any more specific than to indicate that APSHA gets the money. So I think that's a discussion you should probably have with Tom McCabe.
Yeah, Tom and
the city perhaps as well, because they
we
fund the program also. So
exactly. Yeah, that'd be a budget.
But that hasn't come up yet.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, John, John Peacock, I'd like to try to remember that when we do budget with APSHA, just to track where that money might go or have a brief touch base on it. Board, any further comments, questions, etc.?
Just to follow up on your suggestion, John, you had a suggestion for a change in some wording on the resolution?
Yeah, if it's acceptable to the board, I'd like to suggest two modifications within the text of the ordinance, and I'll have that memorialized and brought forward to you on the second reading. But the changes that I would suggest and ask the board to incorporate into the acceptance of the ordinance on the first reading would be on page 3 of the proposed ordinance. It's the now therefore clause. There are 5 paragraphs to that, top of that page. The first 2 refer to the release of existing restrictions, and the next 3 refer to the acceptance of the new restrictions. The first 2 paragraphs read that the restrictions are removed and vacated. I would like to have those 2 paragraphs amended such that the restrictions would be removed and vacated upon execution and acceptance of the documents that are listed in those paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 below. That way, there are a couple of loose ends that are still out in play, and nothing is affected until the deal is totally culminated. That's it.
Good, thank you.
All right. Well, we're setting for first reading, so it's not a public hearing. Do I have a motion on this item?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve on the first reading an ordinance of the Board of Pickens County Commissioners, Colorado, authorizing a change in the affordable housing deed restrictions on property located at 2 Williams Way, Aspen, Colorado, and approving the Smuggler Hunter Trust condominium plat with amendments as our attorney has stated.
Good. I'll second. I have a comment too.
Please do.
Which, I don't know exactly if this affects anything, probably doesn't, but with Rachel accusing herself, I am not here on the 28th. And I don't know what exact protocol has to have happened with the first reading and second reading. I know that Michael's back on that date, so there will be 3 people for that, but
As long as we have a quorum, we're constituted to act, even if the quorum is only 3 individuals and one of those individuals has to recuse herself.
and even if the quorum changes from first reading to second reading, there's nothing to be, this is my first regular meeting that I'll miss during this, so.
And we're expecting Michael to do his homework, so he'll get up to speed, so good question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the hard work.
Jack, do you have a copy of that?
I emailed Charlotte to I'll give you this, but I don't know if you want to wait that out.
Yeah, I can do
Yeah, and that's it, that's what it is.
For these two.
And I don't need it back.
Okay.
Good, board, would you all like to take a break at all?
Get Rachel down here.
And timeline?
5 minutes?
Okay, about 5 minutes. Professor, it's about 5-minute break. Sorry y'all came so early.
A lot of times I'm the only one there at this house.
Welcome, everyone. We're back from a brief break. This is the regular meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners for Wednesday, March 14th. We are on the consent public hearings, second readings portion of our agenda. And I'm going to just open the public hearing now. At the end, I'm going to close it so I don't forget halfway in between where we're at. The first item is going to be continued at the request of staff. This is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Eagle County and Gunnison County in order to enable the establishment and administration of a revolving loan fund to provide financing for energy-efficient home improvements for county residents for Energy Smart Revolving Loan Fund. I'd like a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second.
Anyone? Okay. Anyone in the public would like to comment on this, even though we are going to continue it? I don't see anyone, so we'll take it back to the board. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The second item is a resolution authorizing Pickens County to enter into an intergovernmental agreement, master contract to perform public and environmental health services on behalf of the Colorado Department of Health and Environment. Staff, would y'all, is Nan not here? No, she's on vacation. So, would you all mind coming up, because we'll do a brief introduction, just a very brief summary, what this is about, since this is about public health. And Liz, I'd appreciate if you introduce yourself, your position, and then introduce your teammate over there.
I'm Liz Stark, Director of Community Health Services, the Pickens County Public Health Director. Carla Osberg, Manager at Pickens County Environmental Health.
Thank you. Why don't you just give us a very brief summation of this? Because again, this is about public health, and we always need to share and be as transparent as possible about what we're doing with a very important factor in all our lives, public health.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And Carla, please chime in. Every 5 years, Pickens County and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment engage in this intergovernmental master contract, which outlines the terms and conditions for future task order contracts for services performed by environmental health, which include consumer protection, and for community health services, the public health agency, specifically around our per capita public health nursing and maternal child health grant. So this is this grant, this contract would start 2012 through 2017. It's a renewal of that 5-year contract. And it's just sort of an umbrella contract that allows us to continue these task order contracts throughout that time period.
Great. And Carla, how does environmental health play in this?
We enter into a task order contract with CDPHE for our consumer protection contract and our services. So that's really the only one that we have, and then you have a number of them.
We actually just have one, and it's really, we were never part of this master contract until the Public Health Act of 2008, because as a nonprofit, all of our contracts came directly to us from the Colorado Department of Public Health, and so our situation was a little bit different. But with the Public Health Act, they changed the law, sort of mandated that some of our contracts, to be in compliance with the Act, some of our contracts needed to come through the county treasurer. So we opted to have our per capita contract be part of the county's purview, if you will. And we receive multiple other contracts from Colorado Department of Public Health that come directly to community health services and are under the nonprofit guidelines that are not included in this master contract. So we do have one that's covered by this master contract. As I mentioned, it's through the Office of Planning and Partnerships, and then it's as our per capita contract, and also one that's called maternal and child health. So environmental health has one, we have one.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is basically, because this would be our second contract, was there one originally as a result in 2008?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a continuation.
2007 to 2012, I believe.
It would have been, yeah,
Okay,
previous 5 years.
good. I appreciate that. Board, any questions, comments about this? Well, thank you, obviously, for your hard work and what you all do to ensure the public health of Pickton County and the evolution of our county health plan. So we appreciate all of that. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to address this issue in any way? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board for a motion on a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickton County, Colorado, authorizing Pickton County to enter into an intergovernmental master contract number 13 FAA 00041 to perform public and environmental health services on behalf of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate the great job you continually do. Okay, the next item is Dale here. Oh, Lindsay is here. Great. This is a resolution supporting the grant application for a local parks and outdoor recreation grant from the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund and implementation of the Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan for Elk Park. Lindsay, would you please introduce yourself, your position, and give us a brief summary here?
I'm Lindsay Etter. I'm the Recreation Planner for Pickton County Open Space and Trails. This reso is to demonstrate that the Board of County Commissioners supports our application to Great Outdoors Colorado to help fund the construction of Elk Park in Redstone. As you recall, we adopted the Redstone Open Space and Management Plan last year, well, almost 2 years ago now, I guess. And as part of that, we had a conceptual plan for Elk Park. This year, we're going forward with the final design of it, and with the hopes of constructing the east portion of it next year. We currently have grant funds from Scenic Byway, which is administered by CDOT, and that will fund a portion of the park that includes an interpretive and information center. So right now we're trying to apply to GOCO to help fund really the majority of the park construction, which would be an open space area that has a large recreation element and field associated with it. So this grant is to work towards getting Elk Park constructed in its entirety next year.
Question on the cycle of the grant process. When will the decision be made?
June.
Approximately, yeah, in June. And it is, I'm inferring from the memo, it is staff's opinion that if we're given the grant and all the things necessary to implement the grant, we do not have time to start construction on this project this year?
No, that's mainly driven by the CDOT, the fact that we have grant money from CDOT, so the approvals process with CDOT would more than likely not allow us to construct this year.
Okay, so given that we are successful, we will proceed, I guess, given the limits of budget. You're going to get some bids on doing the work this year, though.
Correct, yeah.
And that would be consistent with an understanding that it would not be constructed till 2013, the bid?
Right. Yeah, so we would get an estimate for the overall park this year, and no matter what, we would need to break it into 2 phases just because we have our CDOT phase and then the rest of the park. So we could move forward getting, if we were to receive the funding, I guess, from the GOCO grant, we can move forward with getting estimates on that and moving forward with that, but with the CDOT, we would probably end up pushing that to next year.
And so it's always been staff's preference to consolidate construction because of setup costs.
Yeah.
And so we get more bang for the buck, obviously, doing it. And it's a shame we have to delay, but that's understandable per your explanation and memo. Board, Rachel?
Yeah, just kind of a side note on this, Lindsay. When I was just back in D.C. with the National Association of Counties, I was reading that the current transportation bills that they're debating, one's an 18-month measure, one's a 4-year measure, totally zero out and eliminate the scenic byway program in the future. And I personally spoke to at least keeping the program alive with reduced funding, but not to eliminate it. It was of great value. I don't know if your department has considered writing a letter to our senators and letting them know of what value it's been to our community and kind of rural tourism aspects. So I think that could be helpful at this time, and maybe.
Could bring that up. We haven't talked about it.
Yeah. Well, especially since we're utilizing this to create this wonderful park here, and to be one of the last grantees, there's certainly other communities in Colorado that could benefit from it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good idea, Rachel. Board, any other comments, questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. Anyone like to comment on this? Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion relative to this resolution, an application for local parks and outdoor recreation grant from the State Board of Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund and implementation of the Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan for Elk Park. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
You can get it.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we haven't had to count votes. It's been unanimous all day. Something's wrong, but anyway. Thank you, Lindsay.
Might as well keep the public hearing open. We've got 3 coming up.
Okay, next item under the land use public hearing portion of our agenda is the Elam Gravel Pit Annual Review, as well as the Elam Gravel Pit Minor Amendment to a Development Permit. In our discussion, we'll kind of go through both and consolidate, then we'll take a separate vote on each item as is necessary. Give us a shout when you're ready here. Do we need a couple minutes, Mike?
I'm just going to put up this big map of the pit area.
Would that be better
You
than...
want the screen as well, though.
Yeah, for both, but
Over here.
should we do it on this side?
Okay,
Well, I don't know if we have tape and pins for that side. We could, do we have supplies for that?
Let's just take a couple-minute break so we sort through this. We're set up now. Again, we're under the land use public hearing portion of the Board of County Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, March 14th. We have two items for Elam Gravel Pit, an annual review and a minor amendment to a development permit. Michael, why don't you give us an introduction as well as introduce yourself and position?
Sure. Mike Kramer with Pickens County Planning Staff, and we're here for the Elam Construction Annual Review 2011 of the operating season. And I know that the applicant combined the annual review and the minor amendment to the development permit in one application, but we parceled out annual review first and then the minor amendment. We've got two memos and two separate resolutions, so I just want to make sure that was clear. And I think everyone except for Rob was here for...
I was here for the review.
The expansion?
No, the expansion I was not.
Okay, yeah, that was
the review last year I was here for.
That's right. So we do this every year with Elam with their special review approval, and we granted them an expansion approval in 2009. And maybe it's good if I point to the big map behind Commissioner Newman's head there. But basically, this is the Elam Gravel Pit, and this is their Phase 1 area, everything that's mined out right here. And a quick overview of the pit. This area is the reclaimed area right here, and also the area of the snow dump that we approved a couple years ago. This is their excavated pit area, and then this is offices, and I think, Gail, correct me if I'm wrong,
that's asphalt plant there.
Asphalt plant right there. Okay.
Offices clear at the southern end, right at the entrance.
Over here is also part of the Elam property, and that's the area where they have approval for RVs to be parked for the summer for their seasonal workers for the pit. And then this area right here that I highlighted in a purple is the Phase 2 expansion area that we gave approval for in 2002. And this is a 2010 aerial map. 2009, I'm sorry. 2009 was the approval for the expansion area. And this is a 2010 aerial map, so you can see where Elam's already started mining out the Phase 2 expansion area. And then we'll get to the other highlighted area over here, the 480-foot residence in the next part of the hearing. So that's a basic pit overview, and every year we go through the previous approvals for Elam, and we make sure that they're in compliance with their special review approval. There's a couple different resolutions that are applicable, and one is a 2006 approval and one is a 2009 approval. And staff's gone through all the applicable standards that the gravel pit has had to comply with, and they're located in page 2, 3, and 4 of the staff memo. There was just a couple things I'd like to highlight for this. One is that Elam was required last year in their 2011 gravel pit operations annual review approval was to prepare a noise mitigation plan and to address the backup beepers on Elam vehicles and noise emanating from the crusher. So Elam has done this, and they have presented a plan and implemented a backup beeper system for all Elam vehicles that require beepers. And what they've done is that they've taken away the, I don't even know what you call it, but it's the annoying the beeping. And they've replaced it with a white noise beeper. And I was out there for the annual review site inspection. I have to admit that the white noise beepers are far less annoying than the regular backup beepers.
What kind of noise do they make, Mike?
Onomatopoeia when you but it is far better, and I can attest to that. They also had a requirement to work with the crusher noise that has a potential to emanate from the pit too. And this fall, Elam constructed another berm on the rim of the pit, and this berm is right here. And it's basically the portal that Elam uses to get to the backside of the expansion area. However, that's not the approved access. There is an access back there. And this area has now an extended berm and another berm that in hopes to mitigate some of the noise that comes from the excavated pit area.
Where is the crusher actually located now?
The crusher is right, this is the expansion area right here, and this is where Elam's been mining. The crusher is this device right here. Another issue that has been ongoing for the pit is that they have a pretty bad thistle weed problem on the northeast end of the pit. And Elam every year sprays and tries to get rid of them, and they just don't go away. And we would recommend that we adopt a condition saying that they have an aggressive plan to get rid of weeds on that side of the pit, and then they submit that as content staff for review and implementation this coming summer then. That's a condition in the resolution. And then lastly, if you look at let's see, page 404 of the staff memo, every year Elam is required to submit soil and water monitoring results to our office, and we have environmental health review them. And there were no issues with the soil monitoring results, however, and really no issues with the water monitoring results either. However, at one point in the testing, there was a spike, and there was a spike with arsenic, cadmium, and lead. And this occurred for 1 month. It spiked up over the thresholds that were established, and then it went back down, and was in compliance to the rest of the monitoring for the year. And if you remember, this same issue came up last year too, and there really isn't a clear indication of why it's happening. Elam has submitted a letter from their engineer, EnviroChem, and basically EnviroChem is kind of questioning the sampling and how it's happening. There might be turbidity in the water when the sample is taken, and what we have implemented as a condition for the board review would be that they continue to monitor, and if there becomes any type of trend or anything that would result in some type of signal threshold for a trend period, that we would require some type of mitigation or some type of plan to address the spike in the arsenic, lead, and cadmium.
Can I ask on this point? Can you tell us where the sample sites are, or where the sample that spiked was taken from?
Gail will probably be a better person to tell,
Yeah,
but it's the open water in the pit.
Water drains going towards the north. You can see a darker area right here. Any storm water or anything else when we water rows, and the excess water will drain in the pit towards this area here. So that's the common point of sampling for all of our samples. Anything else beyond that?
Well, I had read through the memo, and it just was a little confusing because it said, but it was taken while there was standing water. How do you sample when there's not standing water? I mean,
We don't sample. The way the protection plan that was first submitted and approved around 2000, then it was modified in 2006. The way it reads is, whenever there's standing water in the pit, then it gets sampled. Okay, so obviously if for a month period, if there happens to be no standing water in the pit, then obviously that month there's no sample taken. But after storm events, after snow melt, and all that, water just naturally just runs down to that end of the pit. So when water is standing and we are able to get a sample, that's where it comes from.
Okay, and so there have been times when the standing water sample has not exceeded these levels, and then there's been what seems to be about a once-a-year spike? I mean...
Yeah. Periodically, I mean, last year, and I was going to go into it a little bit, but just to clarify for Mike's purposes here too, 2 samples last year exhibited a spike. The first sample of the year had a spike in cadmium, and the 5th sample of the year had a spike in both the lead and arsenic. And those were the only, I call them spikes. I'm not sure if there's another technical term, but a slight elevation in the that particular element.
Thank you.
I'll clarify, since we're on this, slight elevation exceeding the standard, that's what we're talking about.
Right.
And you did...
Yeah, there's a threshold that was proposed back in 2006 when we amended the original protection plan. Those threshold levels were recommended by our consultant back then. I don't recall where he got those particular limits from. But yeah, a threshold was established, and anytime, obviously we report if it goes above that threshold, we start monitoring, like Mike pointed out. The sample before that spike, the sample right after that spike was, well within the threshold limits.
Good, thanks, Gary. Mike, any further on your presentation?
The last point I was going to make was that there was some required landscaping on the back side of that expansion area over here. And the landscaping was an effort to mitigate some of the visual impacts to the residents over here. And staff did notice on the site visit that there were maybe 2 or 3 trees that didn't make it through the winter. And to be in accordance with the approved landscape plan, we recommend that those trees get replaced this summer.
Okay, and clarification on that is we have annual reviews, and is there any limit on replacement of trees? Whether in 5 years somehow, for some reason, a tree gets a disease and dies, can we require replacement at that time, so it's in perpetuity as far as vegetation?
Yes.
This vegetation. And is there any requirement about trying to, within reason, match the size of the existing, of the tree? 5 years, there'll be more growth. So do we put a small tree there back, or is there any discussion, or has there been, relative to trying to be within the context of the growth rate of the existing?
Yeah, that's a good question. Luckily, we do this every year, so we get to review and see that landscaping, and hopefully we can catch it in a timely manner. But if that does occur, maybe we can work with the applicant and meet the spirit of the landscape plan by planting more if it's one big one died.
Okay, Rachel.
It would be worth checking maybe, or borrowing some of the expertise of the city's arborist or something, but it's my understanding that the larger trees don't really grow as quickly as the smallers, because it takes so long for the root ball to catch up with the branch. And so in terms of the longer life cycle of the tree, you're better off planting the smaller trees than a bigger one. It may look good when you put it in the ground, but it'll be stunted for any number of years before it catches up. But it may change from species to species, so that's why I'm saying, maybe we could use the city's arborist to give us a little assistance.
Yeah, that's insightful, because I'm certainly and as an individual here, not educated to all the intricacies, so that's good information. Okay, Mike, are you done with your presentation? Board, any other questions for Mike before we go to Gary? Please introduce yourself, your position with Elam.
Okay, it's actually Gail.
Oh, Gail. Yeah, I
Okay,
apologize.
my name's Gail Lyman. I'm the property manager with Elam Construction. I'd like to also this time introduce to the board, we do have our president of the company with us, Mr. Todd Bauer, back here. So if there's any questions, specifically for him on our operations, why he's here to comment on those, both during my presentation and the later one regarding the minor amendment. I think Mike was pretty comprehensive on our annual review. There's a couple of topics I'd like to go back and touch on and just confirm with the board. As far as the landscaping goes, we acknowledged at the time of the inspection that we did have 2, maybe 3 of the trees, small bushes that looked dead. So, we committed to go ahead and getting those replaced in the springtime. Last year, we also had this discussion. There's quite a number more of the vegetative landscaping plan that had perished. So we planted quite a few of them last year. We actually had the nursery come out that we had been purchasing the trees from. And it was determined that we've had porcupines climbing up and eating on the trees. So we actually went then and implemented a plan and put some fencing around each and every, instead of just the smaller ones that we thought the deer were coming in to eat. Right now we have other animals that we weren't aware of really coming in and feasting on them. So we've actually put fencing around all the new plantings that we've had up there with the landscape plan to reduce that. They look a lot healthier this spring. We've had a lot less mortality rate on the vegetation. There's still a couple that, for whatever reason, have died, and those will be replaced with the life species that died. So we did that. As far as the weed issue goes, and the developing a plan for that, we're on board with that. And in fact, Elam is already contracted with a weed management company to come in this year, and instead of trying to take care of any of that in-house, we're a lot more aggressive this year to have that plan developed by the weed management company. And that'll be the plan really that's developed and turned into staff for ultimate review and approval. But we're letting them decide the best way to attack the thistles, how many times a year, and so on. So, like I said, in cooperation with our consultant right there, that plan will be developed and turned into staff. The water sampling, I think we've kind of talked about that quite a bit. The one item that I am going to add with that, or actually probably a couple items I'm going to add on with that, is in that letter that EnviroChem had written and was submitted to the county, they're recommending a possible situation involving the water sampling with the turbidity is to have the water filtered before the lab actually runs the physical test and remove any suspended particles. So that's, again, that's at the lab's recommendation to try to eliminate any outside influence on the water itself. And then also, we'll be working and keeping in touch closely with environmental health, with the tests and results as we go through the next year or two, pretty much following the same sampling that we had.
Yeah, I see everyone having the same kind of quizzical look on their face, but it seems like if the water is filtered first, you might be, not intentionally, but manipulating the outcome of the result. How would we know that, or anyone know that it's not the things we're testing for that are being filtered out? And I just, maybe having Carla or someone else weigh in a little more on those details or explanation, but that it would, to me, be something about the size of the filter, that may make a difference in the screening, or whether, how do you tell these aren't materials coming from the nearby dust, which we'd also, I guess, want to know about.
Yeah. I'll really, to respond, because I'm not a chemist, I don't know the full process that goes on in the lab. We can certainly get maybe a better clarification on that type of a process, have it run through environmental health here at the county before we start implementing that plan and get feedback on it. That's not a problem there. Again, I was just reiterating what was contained within the letter.
Sir, would you introduce yourself? It appears that you have something to add to this.
Yes, my name is Greg Lewicki. I'm an engineer working with Gail on the project, and I think I might be able to shed a little bit of light on the water sampling. Upstream of this location, this is alluvial gravel, so over thousands and thousands of years, the veins that were in the Smuggler and some of the other metal mines that have lots of lead, zinc, and cadmium in them got washed down through the valley over thousands of years. And those solids are in some of the gravels. Now, some of them oxidize and get washed away, but others don't. The main concern with the water sampling is what's dissolved, because that's what ends up going into the stream and going downstream. Solids that might be in the pit have no way to get downstream. So if any of those metals were in suspended particles, they don't really matter that much because they're not going to go anywhere, and they're probably natural in the gravel anyway from these veins. Whereas if something's dissolved, that's a concern because that could sift through the gravel and get out into the river.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Gail?
Okay.
Anything else?
The last thing I was going to add is, Mike mentioned about the new berms that were built last year. I think everybody present here today, including Michael, was here at last year's hearing where we discussed the construction of a new berm, trying to be somewhat proactive in some noise mitigation. And that's the berm that Mike went ahead and was pointing out earlier. Is that, again, that was just a system that we saw internally. We felt we had maybe a possible gap for some noise to escape the pit. So that's the berm that we put up last year. It was discussed and approved by the board, and that was just part of our noise mitigation for the future.
Good. I wonder, Mike mentioned, and you might answer the question about access to the back part, where when we did our site visit, the back road.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all use that at this stage of the operation?
It's used as a maintenance type access road. No mining vehicles use it. It's not used as part of the mining activity to move heavy equipment up into the mining area at all. What it's used for is one, so we can get up there and access the landscape area, because we do provide water through a truck and hose system to make sure that the vegetation has water to, especially in the early years of life, to survive. And we also drive, passenger small SUVs or pickups up there also, so we can get up, easily to the top of the mining area and just kind of look down into it and observe some activity. But that's primarily what that road is used for. It was presented that way in '09, and then we have any equipment that gets up there. We might have to clean some rocks that have tumbled down off the hillside during spring thaw. But that's really the extent of any equipment that's up there. It's just primarily a maintenance and access road for pickups.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, consistency with approvals.
Mm-hmm.
Your representation is consistent, so that's good. Are you finished with your presentation?
I'm finished with my presentation for the annual review, yes.
Okay. Any questions, comments, Board, on this portion? I'm going to kind of step back and reverse my earlier thinking I'm going to do the public hearing, and then we ought to just end this issue because there are two totally distinct issues. So a little adjustment on my thinking. This is a public hearing. Anyone to comment on this particular portion of our agenda? Joey, please identify yourself and why you're here and make your comments, and hopefully somewhat non-encyclopedic.
You're asking me to be brief? That's contrary to my DNA.
Well, Jody, I've worked with you for decades, so.
I will do my best to be brief. My name is Jody Edwards, and I'm an attorney. I represent the Brons who live in the house that Mike's about to point to. First off, I want to say we appreciate from Gail and Todd, as well as Lance and Mike, the lines of communication have been really good. And that's been very helpful, and certainly the Brons appreciate that and wanted me to convey that. And we hope that continues going forward. The other thing they wanted me to let you know they really appreciate is the white noise beepers. That helps. That was a nice addition. We are in, what is this? This is 09, we're now 12, so third year of a 20-year project, and unfortunately it seems like we have to come back here and talk to you every year. We'd like that to not be the case going forward, but that's where we are. On this issue, I've got some other comments for the issue you're going to consider in a minute, but with regard to the vegetation, the landscaping, I went back yesterday and took a look at the minutes from the August 12, 2009 meeting. Commissioner Owsley suggested an aggressive landscape plan at the road level, commencing with approval of the pit as the way to go. Commissioner Newman agrees with Commissioner Owsley regarding a more aggressive landscape plan. Commissioner Owsley said that he would insist on a far better program to shield the Brons in the neighborhood. He would like to see a 60-tree minimum along the border that the Brons can see from their house. And in the initial motion, Commissioner Newman moved to approve the resolution with the addition of an aggressive landscape plan. Now, if you go out there, it almost looks like a row of little trees. Some of them were initially smaller than this table. Some of them have a diameter of, an inch or two. Now, some of them are bigger. That doesn't strike us as something that is an aggressive landscaping plan. Admittedly, it's a long row, but it's just a little row of trees. What we need is something that's going to protect the Brons from the impacts of the dust and the noise and the visual impacts of what's going on behind that hill. We don't really see that as what has been done. Admittedly, they're not there yet, but these trees need to, when they get there, hopefully sooner rather than later, I'd like to get this whole thing over with. But at some point in time, they are going to be developing up at the north end of Phase 2, and those trees needs to be a serious landscaping buffer. As we were thinking about it, what we'd like to suggest that may actually work quite a bit better would be the way this is designed, and I'm sure Mr. Lewicki will get into it in the next phase a little bit, is they're scraping away from north to south in little slices of the land, and at the very end, they're going to leave, under the 2009 approvals, a 15-foot berm along that northern barrier of Phase 2. We'd like to suggest that be increased to 30 feet to make it a lot more substantial and protect the Brons a little better. It will cost them a wedge of gravel along that whole northern boundary, but it's pretty apparent to us the landscaping isn't going to do it. So we're hopeful that maybe an increased berm would do it to protect the Brons in the long run. On the thistles, we've had to raise that issue every year, and it still keeps coming back. Everybody's getting tired of it, but it's still thistles every year. It needs an aggressive approach. I've been able to eliminate them in my yard, and they used to be all over my field. You got to get out there and you got to cut them down before they bloom, and you need to get native grasses in there to take over. And the native grasses will require watering and maybe some seeding the first year. But it's getting a little tiresome because there's this whole row along the old pit of thistles that the wind blows down into the bronze fields, and we'd like to eliminate that. Those are my only comments on this portion.
Thank you, Jody. Appreciate
I
it.
have a question maybe for Gail or Jody. What's the height of the berm now that's in the resolution?
I can answer that one, George. The 2009 resolution requires that the applicant maintain a 15-foot to 25-foot natural berm along that eastern face of the expansion area.
And then, so that's sort of a range, a 10-foot range. So what is it currently, or does it vary? Has it varied from last year to this year?
They're not there yet.
Oh, it's premature.
Yeah, if you don't mind me sneaking behind you.
Oh, that's going to be created as your...
It'll be created right here.
Oh, okay. So...
And they're still down here.
All right, so in the resolution, it's 15 to 25 feet. Jody's asking for 30 feet. It may at the most be just an additional 5 feet, perhaps. Okay, I'm just trying to clarify that.
So clarification, George, are you talking about the existing berm that they constructed last year or that future end of project?
The future end of project.
Okay, good, so we got that. Sure.
On this point,
Rachel and then Rob.
I seem to remember there was something about it being a range so that it could be a little bit of an undulating berm line rather than just bring it all up to a straight 30-foot wall looking berm.
And regarding that, what does that mean, that a berm is created by excavating below, or does that mean that they raise the elevation from on that line 15 to 25 feet? I mean, a berm, you've got to have a bottom measure and a top measure. So is the bottom measure the elevation now, or is the bottom measure the elevation of everything that they excavate below it? That's important in terms of, are they putting 15 feet of soil on top, or is it that they dig 15 feet down and that creates a 15-foot berm? I don't know what was decided on in '09, I wasn't here for that, but that's a huge distinction in terms of, how you define a berm, and the 15 feet has got to have a starting point and a top to get that 15 feet. And what are we defining as the starting point? What are we defining as the top?
Sir, each time if you speak, please identify yourself so our staff can identify whose voice.
My name's Greg Lewicki again. I'm the engineer working on the project with Gail. And I think what Jody's asking for is a permanent berm left as part of the natural hillside at the very end of mining.
Correct.
The 15 to 25 foot berm is a constant north face that we always leave in place as we mine that whole hillside down. So it's constantly moving down with us. The best thing for me to do is probably show one of the slides on here. I have that on one of the slides. I could see how that could be confusing, and I think we can clear that up pretty quick in the next.
Mike, would you help facilitate that so we can get further educated?
Yeah. Okay.
We want to turn one of those lights off.
There we go. That's okay. There we go. All right. So you see this berm. It has two parts to it. That is the 15 to 25 foot natural berm. This brown line is the original hillside. So this picture is an illustration of mining partway through the phase 2 area. So what really is happening here is this whole hill is going to come down in slices. And there's going to be a 15 to 25 foot natural berm left in place on this side to protect the bronze. And that berm will only come down later as the cut gets deeper. In the case of the 2009 approval, the front end loader would eat into it, and it would fall down on itself, so there's no major impact to the bronze. And that whole hillside would come down that way. What Jody's asking for is at the very end, which will be on a different slide, that Elam leave actual in-place gravel reserve in order to protect the bronze. That's a whole different thing than this berm right here.
So let me just ask real specifically. You've got 15 feet berm, a minimum of a 15-foot berm. Where the bottom is here, and the top is there.
Right.
So that's what you're talking about, the 15-foot berm.
That's right. And then you see on this one, see it's 25?
Yeah.
Now, what Jody is asking is this. He is asking that you leave a berm like this. It's actually, since it'll be 3 to 1, it'll be like this. Which, okay. I just drew this in. See, as the operation would come down, this is the edge of the property. So what we had planned on doing was just mining all the way to that dashed line. Now, we have to show that we have adequate mitigation to do that, and we have done that. What Jody is asking for now is that we leave a berm in place like this of material that we would have to leave at a 3 to 1 angle. And that would be a whole new berm of 30 feet high. At 3 to 1, that would be 180 feet wide at the bottom. That's a huge berm.
So 3 to 1, explain what you mean by that ratio, please.
3 to 1 means 3 units horizontally to 1 unit vertically, so it's a slope. So if you have 30 feet vertical height and you create that berm on both sides, that means there's 90 feet on each side of the berm, because it's 3 to 1 on each side. Because it's not a triangle, it's like a pyramid. So you have 180 feet from toe to toe, all drawn.
Greg, aren't you leaving the natural side anyway? That would be the north side?
It would depend on, how this, if you want to leave it in natural, it would have to go in like that. And that would take out a huge portion of the reserves. And the thing is we've demonstrated compliance with the thresholds. So, I'm not in favor of Elam giving up those kinds of reserves when we can demonstrate that we meet the thresholds. If we weren't meeting the thresholds,
Sorry, I don't know what that means, meeting the thresholds.
They're mitigation limits in terms of noise and dust.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other public comments on this first item about the annual special use permit review? Seeing no further comments at this time, Board, I'm going to bring it back for some discussion and see where we go. Rachel.
I'm willing to support the renewal of the special use permit annual review. Not sure that language was quite right. But given that the operations moving towards the Braun residence will take a period of time to accomplish, I do not feel like I have enough information to say there should be a higher berm at this point, or that the current berm apparently is meeting thresholds today. But I think it'd be worth, in a future year's review, to have a little more detail about what that would or could look like. and a better estimate of the loss to the private property and developable gravel within that area. So that, again, a request without any sort of map and any real chance for these guys to respond, I don't think I can take action on that. But I'm certainly open to looking at it and looking at whether it would be necessary or advisable in a future review. So, and then the second thing for me is I really do want Carla to be able to weigh in on the water testing protocol, and so that we can answer those questions fully. I know that, the Woody Creek Mobile Home Park is one area concerned about the well fields and the water quality in that area, and so I want to make sure that we all will accept the results as they come forward, rather than people saying for any reason they were suspect.
Yeah, I had the same thought as Rachel in terms of this berm, because it seems to me that it's part of the 2009 agreement regarding kind of the end of this gravel excavation in terms of where that berm is. So it's years off, but I would put it as a requirement, I would say sooner than later, meaning next year's review, to have a presentation of what the final aspect of, what we're going to get to at the end here in terms of protecting the neighbors and that sort of stuff. And the other comment that I had, given the language on the aggressive landscaping, I think we need to figure out the determination of whether or not it's met that criteria. It's very kind of odd criteria to kind of put in there. And I don't know if that's something we want to tackle during this review, or, say they need to prove that they've been aggressive for the next review.
George, any further comments?
Well, I think because we haven't really seen any complaints per se, I think the dust and the noise has been adequately mitigated. Jody's remarks goes towards the future in terms of visual, and I think I agree with Rachel, it's a little too premature to try to figure that out. I think if I try to recall my comments in terms of an aggressive landscape, it did mean that we had a minimum number of trees. It wasn't going to be very sparsely populated. And so as long as that is currently being met, it may just be a row of trees, so perhaps as new trees have to be replaced, we can start doing a different configuration, so it looks more like a natural setting versus just a set row. In terms of thistle, it sounds like you're addressing that with a more aggressive program. I'd love to have Jody's advice how I could stop the thistles coming from my pasture every year, and I'm out there every year before they go to seed as well, but they seem to come back regardless, so I'd love to know your secret.
We'll talk afterwards.
So I'm comfortable with this right now.
Okay. Well, obviously, our public hearing process is an interactive process. We have had several points made about possibly improving the work we did in '09. And I say possibly because I'm not sure exactly where all that lands. And I would agree that I don't certainly have enough information how to handle the berm issue. On the other hand, the thistle management, with the commitment and the representation that will be more intensely addressed this year, I think we have to agree with that representation and request that to be moved forward. I know where I live, we had the town of Somas Village has around the corner where I live, that whole field, it's full of thistles, and through several years of application of spraying at the right time and understanding the life cycle of thistle, you can remove it. So I would expect that you're going to aggressively address that issue. As far as aggressive landscaping plan, Mike, did we refer to anything in the original approval about numbers of trees?
As far as numbers of trees,
because I don't remember a specific number, and aggressive is a pretty subjective term. So you don't remember any number either.
I can read the condition in the 2009 resolution, and then I can show you the approved landscape plan.
Well, why don't you read the condition, please?
So, condition 22 of 52 BOCC resolution 52 2009 reads, to mitigate the visual impact of removal of the hillside, the applicant shall employ landscaping in the form of tree plantings and/or landforms to the satisfaction of staff to better screen the expansion area from the 480-foot residence as illustrated in attachment D. And attachment D is really, it's just unreadable because it got scanned in at the clerk's office. It's just very black. But this is what we have as the approved landscape plan. And I just counted these two. There's over 60 trees that are planted with this plan right now.
Okay, well, having heard that, what is the board's direction? Because again, when we hear aggressive, and that was a matter of minutes, and now we have heard what has in the ground, where are we headed here? Rachel?
Yeah, my thought is that we should again request in next year's presentation that there be some more direct photographs more closely of the landscaping plan. We had a lot of photographs associated with the second request for the special use, for the minor amendment and the visual impacts and things like that. I was having a hard time reading them to tell whether these, anticipated once the trees have grown, this is what it'll look like or not. But I just think that, with the digital age and a digital camera, it should be easy enough for either our staff or you to get out there and photograph the plantings and show what do they look like on the ground. And take a look in there before insisting that there be more or not more. I'm not an expert. It's real hard to pick from the table. I know you can overplant and then not have trees thrive as well, and it's really hard to get them to that point. We all want an instant forest, but they take a little time. So that's my feeling. I don't want to jump into it today without seeing what we have. There may be some areas, there may be some bald spots that need a little something, there may be something we're putting a few bushes in, but I'm not going to make that call from here, and may bode well for you guys just to do it while you got the landscaping company up there. Ask them, what can we do that be a little more fill in and a little more height, things like that.
Other feedback on that item? Agree with Rachel? Yeah, I agree with Rachel. On the other hand, I think plantings are done best for the long term, sooner than later. So, Gary, you have some feedback? Excuse me, I apologize. Twice I've done that. Gail, do you have some feedback for us on this item?
As Jody has pointed out, we've had this discussion last year, a couple of years ago, or probably over the last couple of years. Same thing, define aggressiveness and so on. And it's been determined in the past that what was done and approved was adequate and met the intention of the 2009 resolution. Elam had contracted with a landscape architect. We developed the plan, ran it through Pitkin County, received comment back, had to change out a few species here and there, resubmitted. I think there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 65 total on this one here. I don't know if that is aggressive enough. I do remember the 60 count coming out of that 2009 discussion, and we made sure that we more than adequately, had 60 in there. We ended up, I'm 65 sticks in my mind. I don't know if that's the correct number or not, but when we met out there with the landscape architect, we walked up the road that wraps all the way around the backside of the Phase 2 area. We tried to get in alignment and look down that road to where we could see the bronze house, or as much as we could see through the existing cottonwood trees. And the architect used that to help place the proposed plantings to, at maturity, that they would be out there and help diffuse, some of the hillside as it was coming down, or diffuse what they may be looking at. So, I still feel that we did a a comprehensive plan for backing that area, and we still continue to monitor, any deaths within the plants. Again, we're going to replant a couple this year, but I think by erecting the steel or the wire fencing around the plantings last year, I think helped immensely with the survivability of the plants, especially now that we know what's been eating them. It hasn't so much been the deer and the elk as the smaller animals. But with that said, I mean, we still continue to monitor it, and I feel it's an adequate plan.
Yeah, the porcupines, the telltale sign is strip bark.
Yeah. And we missed that, and that's what when we had the nursery guy come out to try, help advise what's going on, why he picked up right away what happened and went from there.
Thank you. Rob?
Yeah, this is just a long-term relationship in being good neighbors, and when I hear the words adequate and we met, I don't think we should change, and I'm good with moving forward here. But my advice would be to exceed and compromise and those sorts of things. And I mean, I think you're hearing from the neighbors that they don't think it's adequate, and maybe you go and you've got replacing of 3 trees. Well, maybe this year voluntarily you put in 3 more trees, so there you replace it with 6 trees, and that would just be, I guess, my personal suggestion. I don't see putting it in this resolution, but that's that makes good neighbors.
Yeah, and weighing in on this item, I would actually agree with both Rachel and George's feedback as a threshold, but I've been thinking about, well, maybe a little more if it works when you have someone in to replace trees. If there's an enhancement you can make, fine. I would say, though, that you all have been good corporate citizens, and time will tell about really if we accomplish the goal anyway, and that's why you hired a professional landscape architect to come up with a plan. But if there's any fill-in to do, and sensitive of absolutely what Rachel said, you can't overplant. We've seen that. So if you can make some improvements, great. Now, the last thing on this agenda item for me is relative to the berm and the end product down the road. John Ely, I have a question for you. What kind of position is the Board of County Commissioners in to amend the original approval from '09 after we've heard some feedback, and say the process evolves where the direction might be to, take a look at it, what does that mean for next year? But what legal position are we in to amend if we decide to do that?
Well, that's the purpose of the review.
The annual review.
Evaluate how the special review operation has been ongoing and responding to concerns and previous directions of the board, and if necessary, impose something different because of some situation. So I mean, that's the whole idea of what we're doing. And if everything is determined by the board to be copacetic, then to accept the review and continue the special review operations for another year.
Yeah, and I wanted to just get that on the table, that we have the ability to amend. I'm not sure at this point in the Phase 2 operation, certainly we have enough information or are even inclined to say, well, this must happen. But I think it would, taking the feedback we've heard, behoove you all to at least be thinking about what that might mean, because I don't sense that we have a desire to impose any different conditions at this time. But we ought to maybe have some visuals and more feedback for next year. I think that's how we would approach that item.
Is that the motion?
I'm not going to make the motion.
Are you accepting the motion?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll make a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickton County, Colorado, granting annual review approval to the Human Gravel Pit Special Review Permit and minor amendment, that's going on, the minor amendment to development permit.
That's the wrong one. Excuse me, that's just going to be the annual review, Rezo.
Yeah, we're only doing one at a time. And George, with consideration about clarifying the water testing protocol, is that part of your direction in your motion? Yeah, okay.
We also had Carla, Environmental Health, dealing with the water quality.
Well, that, I think, is the item.
The water protocol.
Yeah.
Okay, and the 30-foot wide berm that Jody had asked.
And I just addressed that in that, well, have some consideration bringing it back for next year, what that might mean. But we're not requesting or requiring any amended approvals for this year. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Further discussion, board, on this item?
Well, just to clarify from George, this is only the Elam Gravel Pit annual review.
Annual review.
Period.
For some reason, that was all.
Yeah, I made a change in the resolution. Sorry.
Oh, you read the other one.
No, I read the correct one, but it was
correct but not correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, so, and I somehow have to apologize, I missed the incorrect part. So, are you clear in what the record is?
It was mistakenly put into one resolution. It has since been split apart. So we'll do one reso on the annual review, and now we'll be doing one on the amended.
Yeah, yeah. Clearly, we're only doing annual review. Now that we're clear on that with the clarification for Carla, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, good. So we have one item of the two. Are we okay in moving forward with this last one?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, the second item, let's see, just for formality, I will close that other, no, I'm going to do all three, yeah. Second item is the Elam Gravel Pit minor amendment to a development permit. Mike, would you please introduce this item?
Yes. The applicant again is Elam, and they are requesting to amend their previous resolution 52/2009. And the reason to amend this is to remove material out of that expansion area we showed earlier at a faster rate. And I'd like to make the distinction that there isn't a request to remove more material, like we're not expanding the expansion area. They're only asking to extract the material at a faster rate. And the reason, as you might have read in the paper yesterday, is that Elam won the Highway 82 repaving project, and they're also anticipating some increased demand in the future too. So they're requesting to amend this previous resolution, and basically we're amending the mining sequence, and I'll get into that. Some background on this. In 2009, actually in 2006, the Board of County Commissioners approved the expansion area for Elam. And this expansion area was approved with a resolution, and then it was appealed, and the district court remanded the resolution back to the Board of County Commissioners for further findings. And that came to a head in 2009 with the resubmittal of the expansion request to the Board of County Commissioners. And the district court resolution, for lack of a better word, gave some specifics on which items to address when doing the review for the expansion area. And the items that were remanded back to the Board of County Commissioners were impacts to a residence that exists 480 feet from the expansion area. So that residence is right here, and again, this is the expansion area, and the distance from the expansion area to the residence is 480 feet, and for lack of a better term, I've just been calling it the 480-foot residence. So currently, there is a resolution in place that allows for Elam to mine in a certain fashion and to use equipment that is a result of this resolution. And these are mitigating factors that have been approved. And the mitigating factors that have been approved is that the Elam expansion is mining in a certain way and pushing material from basically the northeast side of the pit and of the expansion area and then pushing into the pit. And we kind of touched upon that when Greg had his slide up. But basically the idea is that we mine into the expansion area and it gets pushed in to alleviate the dust and the noise and the visual impacts to the residents that's 480 feet away. So there are two variations that the applicant's proposing, and I kind of outlined them. And this was actually kind of fun. I got to cruise the internet and figure out what these large items, these equipment that Elam is proposing to use. And I've got some pictures I'll put up so the board has an idea of what this looks like. But basically the approved sequence right now is that the applicant has the ability to use a Cat 966 loader to mine into the expansion area. And what that looks like is this thing right here. So basically it's a big front end loader, and they have approval to use this front end loader in the expansion area to mine, and then a Cat D8 dozer to push material down. Now, this is a Cat D9, and I'll get into that in just a second, but this is the machine that would mine the expansion area from northeast, basically, to southwest into the pit. And we had some specific conditions about the Cat 966 loader. It couldn't exceed a certain elevation level, and that was to mitigate the noise impact to the residents that's 480 feet away. And then a Cat D8 dozer, which is smaller than this one, currently pushes the material, well not currently, because they don't operate until April 1st, but they use the Cat D8 dozer to push the material down to the crusher and the screener to process it. Now, one of the variations they're proposing is to use a D9 dozer, and I couldn't find a comparison with a Cat D8 and a Cat D9, but basically this is a very large bulldozer that they're going to use, and the idea is that this bulldozer is bigger and has more volume with the scoop in front, and they can push that much more material down the slope and into the excavated pit area to the crusher and the screener. And then down at the base where the crusher and the screener is, they have a front end loader that then dumps it in and processes the material. So that's one variation. And the other variation is that the applicants would use a Cat 345 Traco. And there we go. And this is also, from what I understand, on the Caterpillar website, a pretty large Traco. And this Traco would be in lieu of the Cat 966 front end loader, and that Traco would be up in the expansion area of the pit and basically use that arm and mine out the expansion area. Again, in the same fashion, they would mine from northeast to southwest, and then the Traco would fill up this Volvo A30 rock truck. And this picture actually shows both pieces of. Oh, it just says rock. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep, rock truck. Okay, so it's not a typical dump truck, as I understand. This is like a special rock truck. And the rock truck then takes the material and hauls it through the expansion area and dumps it in the excavated pit area where the crusher and the rock screener is. And the material gets processed that way. And then this is a close-up of what this rock truck looks like. It's not a typical dump truck. It's a rock truck specific to this. It doesn't have the tailgate that a typical dump truck has, but this is the equipment they're proposing. And the whole idea is that this equipment that they want to use will mine the material faster out of the expansion area. So there were 3 items that were specifically addressed by the board in 2009. And the way this happened in 2009 was that there's a requirement in our land use code that says, and I think I better just read it so we're all clear on what it says. The land use code states that mining activity occur within 1,000 feet of an occupied dwelling may not occur within 1,000 feet of an occupied dwelling unless the consent of the dwelling has been obtained in advance of the submission of the application for development permit. And in this case, that didn't happen. And it goes on to say, the Board of County Commissioners may reduce the above requirements upon their finding that a lesser distance will result in substantially the same or less impact due to unique site features or the nature of the equipment that will be utilized. So that was a test that we did in 2009 when we evaluated the expansion request. And that'll be the test that we use today when we evaluate the request to amend the mining method and the equipment that's going to be used. A couple points of clarification too. These two variations, these two, the pictures I just showed, they are at the request of the applicant. However, they do have approval to use the existing 2009 approval in that mining method that they have approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So it should be clear that if for some reason that if the board doesn't approve this mining method, if the board continues this for any reason, the pit opens on April 1st, and the applicant will use the approved mining method, 2009 mining method, so that front end loader and the D8 dozer to mine from the expansion area. However, if these two variations are approved, the applicant would like to have all three variations available to them to mine at their discretion. So they could use variations 1 and 2 as outlined in the memo, or they would use the 2009 mining method that was approved at point 2. So there are 3 impacts that were analyzed in 2009. There were visual, dust, and noise. And each one of these impacts was evaluated to understand what a benchmark, as I call the memo, or a threshold, would be at 1,000 feet from the expanded pit area, and then what that impact would then translate into the 480-foot residence that we talked about. And I can go through the staff memo, but basically the variations for the visual aspects are said to be negligible. With the exception that if the variation that uses the track hoe, we might see that arm every once in a while scraping dirt from the expansion area, and that would be the only difference in visual impact. We still have the landscaping that was approved. We still have the mining method in which we mine from this way and push into the pit area, and those things don't change. So in the spirit with the 2009 resolution, I thought maybe I'd just make a recommendation for each one of these impacts so that we were clear and we were complying with what we did in 2009. So staff would recommend that the BOCC make a finding that the visual impacts for variation 1 and 2 are no different than the 2009 submittal. The second impact was dust. And dust was, it gets a little bit complicated, so I'll do my best to explain what we did. In the 2009 report, there is a requirement that we achieve a 14.0, and correct me if I'm wrong, cubic microgram?
Micrograms per cubic meter.
Okay, micrograms per cubic meter benchmark. And this benchmark was modeled at the 480-foot residence. So the applicant is charged with modeling and showing us that there is no additional impact that exceeds 14.0 cubic micrograms. And to do that, they committed in 2009 to watering the haul roads 4 times per day. They committed to watering the northern portion of the Phase 2 expansion area on an as-needed basis for their mitigation. And when the analysis and the modeling came through with this application, the applicant is showing us that they meet that 14.0 cubic micrograms with both methods, both variation 1 and 2, so both the track hoe and also the D9 dozer sequence. So for this portion of the application, staff is recommending that the BOCC make a finding. The dust impact from variation 1 and 2 is modeled to be less than 14.0 cubic micrograms, which is the benchmark that was established in the 2009 submittal. And the third impact that was discussed in 2009 was noise. And again, this gets a little bit complicated, but basically, when the modeling came through for what the impact would be at 1,000 feet, the impact that was modeled was 48 decibel levels. So the applicants charged was showing us that they meet or do not exceed a decibel level of 48 decibel levels at the 480-foot residence. So In 2009, we approved some mitigation efforts to show, or to condition on the applicant that they did not exceed that 48 decibel levels. And what that means is that they mine the expansion area from south to north, and they always push the material into the existing pit area, and they mine from west to east. And they always mine so that this material gets pushed in and that there is a reduced impact on the 480-foot residents. In addition, they also limit the CAT 966 loader to a 7,403 foot elevation. And the idea with that is the higher the equipment, the louder it gets. So we put a cap on how high that loader can go. So with these two variations that are being proposed to the mining method, the applicants come up with some conditions to ensure that the 48 decibel level benchmark is not exceeded. And if I can just read them, they're on page 4 of 6 of the staff memo. But it says here that the CAT 345 track hoe, the radiator of the machine shall always be at a minimum of 9.5 vertical feet from the top of the natural berm as the excavation moves towards the north limit of the permit area. The second condition they're proposing, when using the 966 loader, the radiator of the machine shall always be a minimum of 18 vertical feet from the top of the natural berm as the excavation moves towards the north limit of the permit. And the third mitigation they're proposing is that when using the CAT D9 dozer, the radiator of the machine shall always be a minimum of 47.8 vertical feet from the top of the natural berm as the excavation moves towards the north limit of the permit area. And that's pretty technical, but that is what's being proposed by the applicant to ensure this 48 decibel level or less is achieved at the 480-foot residence. The staff has incorporated that into, as a condition, amending the resolution from 2009.
Jeff?
Yeah, go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you. I think we should have some clarification there in thinking about the size of these vehicles. Is it the top of the radiator? Is it the bottom of the radiator? Is it the midpoint of the radiator? So there's not a dispute later over a 3-foot thing. So I don't know where you were calculating your measurements from, the top of the radiator or the bottom of the radiator.
Yeah, we can ask the applicant that one.
Okay.
See what they come up with. So that is the noise impact analysis that was provided by the applicant, and staff would recommend that the BOCC make a finding that the noise impacts for variation 1 and 2 should be less than 48 decibel levels, which is the benchmark that was established in 2009 submittal. So in the end, staff is recommending approval of variations 1 and 2, and that they do not exceed the benchmarks from the 2009 expansion submittal. And staff further recommends that the BOCC adopt a motion approving the Elam Construction Incorporated minor amendment to the development plan.
That's it, Michael?
That's it.
Okay, board, any further questions for Mike? Apparently not. Greg, did you want to give us some feedback with Gail's expertise on the visuals?
It's a little bit zoomed. So my name's Greg Lewicki again. I am a mining and reclamation engineer, and I've been working here in Colorado in probably 30 different counties for 33 years now. So I've seen quite a bit of what goes on, and been involved with this pit for a number of years as well. I'm not going to rehash what Mike has already said, but there are some interesting things to point out on this slide. The blue line is the 1,000-foot line from the Phase 2 area. So what that would mean is if the Braun residents were outside that blue line, then we could just have normal mitigation, and we would be in compliance. But because the Braun residence is inside the 1,000-foot line to the Phase 2 area, we have to provide extra mitigation through equipment and planning and so forth in order to guarantee that their level of mitigation is as if the house were 1,000 feet from the Phase 2 boundary. It's a little bit complicated, it's a little bit weird, but it actually makes sense. And it's not so easy to meet that either. So that's basically what this slide shows. The pit was originally permitted in 1980 with the DRMS and the county, and the operation has mined steadily at the rate of 150 to 240,000 tons a year since that time. The recession of the last few years has slowed things down quite a bit, as everywhere else in the state of Colorado. One important thing to point out is that at the conclusion of mining, there is an approved reclamation plan with the state of Colorado that is bonded to reclaim this entire site to rangeland. And that amount of money is in the state's hands, that if anything ever happened to Elam, the state would have the money to come in and reclaim the entire site for the worst case scenario of the cost that would be left to the state to do it. Okay, in the 2000 mining approved, the entire thrust of the plan was entirely based on mitigating the bronze. If this Phase 2 area were to be mined in a normal fashion, the hill would simply be chopped down, a lot of things would be visible. You'd see both sides disturbance at the same time. And the entire plan has been really developed to be sensitive to that whole. And the plan, with this constantly dropping 15 to 25 foot berm, it will do that. And I know there's some confusion about this berm, so I want to spend another minute on this. Here's the top of the hill. So picture that this dozer is constantly going down, pushing material down, and this berm is always in place, it just changes elevation. So initially that berm would start up here. As the pit is mined out, it gets to this point. As more and more material gets mined and you get down here, that berm is now here. Does everybody see that? In other words, it's not the same berm, but it's the same height of the original material left in place to protect them. Is that understood?
Yeah, it was a commitment that you made to make sure that you were basically leaving a rim to the cup and hollowing out underneath it, and that rim would move as you ended the end of your property.
So when we say 15 to 25 foot berm, just picture that berm starting up here at the top, and that berm is always in place as the mining goes down to the north, and the equipment is always working behind the berm. And by so doing, we are able to meet the mitigation requirements, and we'll get into those details. So as you can see here, you have the front end loader. It would mine this berm as this excavation got deeper. There would be a track hoe to take out the last portion. That was discussed in the 2009 approval. But the majority of the mining really takes place with the dozer, because it just puts its blade down and starts pushing material downhill. Okay, the 2012 request. Why are we here? Well, Jody has a point. You know, he doesn't want to come back every year, and we're submitting variations to the plan, and those are legitimate questions. One of the main reasons for changing this, or allowing these other options, is the dozer is very good at moving large amounts of material short distances, whereas a track hoe and trucks are better at moving material from distances further away. So if you were down here, and this was the edge of the pit, it'd be more efficient to do it all with a dozer. But these further reaches of the pit, further away from the crusher, it's much more efficient to do that with a trackhoe. Well, in 2009, we didn't have access to a trackhoe, but with one of the sister companies of Elam, they have access to a 345 trackhoe. So that made sense to now incorporate that in the plant, as long as it could meet the mitigation. And now we could use that in the distances that were further away from the crusher. That combined with the Volvo trucks. So our job is to show that these changes never exceed those thresholds that were established in 2009. Because we're not asking to change any of the thresholds. Does anybody have any questions about the equipment?
I was going to ask this question, and you may have kind of alluded to it already. Are you purchasing or leasing the equipment, or is it going to be on borrow from your other firm, sister company?
I can answer that. Todd Bauer, president of Elam Construction. It is actually located here in Colorado through one of our sister companies here in Colorado.
Yeah, but would the Elam operation be purchasing it and owning it for all time, or kind of leasing it, or having it on a lend-borrow program?
We're all considered the same company, so it would be an Elam piece of equipment without having to purchase.
I'll explain why I'm asking, because I can see where when you approve a 20-year master plan, cars and vehicles change over time, similar to RAFTA looking at compressed natural gas now. If it was being purchased and you're asking us to make a 10-year commitment to this upgrade, that would be one thing. If it's equipment that you're using now while the demand is high, and we can find out and test the results of, is it exactly this no exceedance of the previous standards, and for any reason it was, then you'd have to shuffle that equipment back and go back to the other plant. I mean, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. So that's why I was asking if you were purchasing it or you were leasing it.
Okay, any other questions about the equipment?
I'd like to clarify, when you look at page 2 of our resolution, and like Mike articulated, there are 3 items under 2B relative to heights, as far as trying to meet that threshold. How were these heights arrived at? Is there a base number that was in the first approval, 09? And then we've evolved to, okay, bigger equipment, and therefore the new equipment has to stay, I guess, lower on the hill to excavate. Is that, am I inferring the process correctly?
You are. Let me answer that. So initially in the 2009 plan, we had, I'm going to use Mike's map here, there was going to be a topsoil stockpile about right here, which is in between the Phase 2 mining area and the bronze. And the bronze asked that that topsoil pile not be put in. And so we took it out. But that affected our noise calculations for the CAT 966 loader. We had to then drop the 966 loader in the worst case cross-section, which is where the 966 loader would be at the closest point to the house. So we did some initial calculations with the topsoil. It was about a 15-foot topsoil berm, and it showed that the loader could get so high. But now that we acquiesced to the request of eliminating that berm, so that meant that we had to drop that loader down to still get our 48 dBA noise standard at the house. So that's where the 7403 elevation came in. That was only in the worst case, because as you know, when the when the Cat 966 is working near the top of the hill, that's obviously a far different elevation than when it's at the very bottom of the hill near the edge of the northern edge of the Phase 2 area. So that was a specific case, worst case. And what we have done now, which we think is much better, is tie all the equipment elevations to a height difference between the top of the berm, and where the equipment can be behind it. So what we've done is use the noise calculations that were determined by the noise engineer, and we have then determined where each of those radiators need to be in order to meet the noise requirements. And for each one of the machines, they're a different height. Now, the answer to your question about top, middle, and bottom, the noise engineer uses the middle.
Okay, we'll put middle.
Yeah. So that's how those numbers were arrived at. In other words, for us to meet 48 dBA at the house, the D9 dozer, because it's a bigger machine, it can't get within 47.8 feet of the top of the berm, because it's a 410 horsepower machine, whereas the D8 is a 310 horsepower machine. So we've had to keep, in order for us to meet that, we've had to keep that lower. So, and that same exercise was conducted for all the other machines. So, and that is the stipulation. And so that stipulation follows not just at the top of the hill, or at the worst case at the bottom of the hill, closest to the bronze. That stipulation carries through the entire Phase 2. So as long as we've maintained those height differences from the top of the hill to where the equipment is, we're going to be in compliance. Now, I want to add one thing to that. We have made the best calculations possible using the best engineering science knowledge. If it turns out that something is not right with the numbers and we have to move the equipment down in order to meet the 48 decibels at the house, we commit to do that. So it's not just a fixed commitment on an exact elevation below the berm. We're still guaranteeing them that if anything is wrong with the numbers, we are still going to do what we need to do to meet the 48 dBA. It's kind of like an insurance policy. So, we hope that that's well received.
Jack, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Can you explain how the numbers are calculated? Obviously, there'll be sampling time periods, there's a method of sampling, there's oversight to know, how high the dozers get on that hill in relationship to the top of the burn. And clearly, I think the direction that I would go in is, if we move forward, we want to look at those numbers. So how are those numbers calculated, and who's doing it, and what assurance do we have that you are meeting those mitigation levels?
And that is, I've got this thing laid out in this sequence of visual.
So you got that coming up in your presentation. Okay.
I got it coming up.
I'll hold that question.
Okay. All right. The first impact in the sequence is visual. And what you see here with this berm, this is really a natural berm. That's not a built berm. That is the sagebrush that exists on the hillside right now. So what the bronze will see as the operation progresses is the sagebrush on the hillside will drop. They're not going to see a bunch of disturbance. They're not going to see a bunch of exposed topsoil or exposed gravel. They will see the hillside drop. But what they will see is only pretty much the exposed natural hillside, because the track hoe and the Cat 966 are able to scoop that up from inside, because it's a little lower than the berm itself. That Cat 966 is not allowed up here. It's not allowed up on the top of this. That's the whole purpose of these distances.
I think Rob is asking how will that be measured and monitored?
No, he said he's going to answer it as part of this presentation a little bit later, so I said I'll hold that question for now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It kind of overlaps with the visual somewhat. Now, and is there a way to turn down?
Yeah, turn the lighting.
Which one?
The light. Not the next arm. The next arm. Yeah. Oh. There you go.
Yeah, just don't push it up to the top there.
Yeah, that's right. Right there.
That good?
Okay, this photo was taken more or less at the Broad residence, looking at the pit. So what you see in the red dashed line here is the Phase 2 area as it would be seen from the Broad residence. What you see on this bottom slide is the Phase 2 area mined out. So this will be the long-term view of the bronze once that hillside is mined out. During the time it's mined out, you're just going to see this thing drop in slices. They're not going to see that whole hillside disturbed. That's the beauty of the plan. And that plan was instituted in 2009, and it's still in place for this. And that's why we consider that, the visual impacts are still maintained with the change in equipment, with these two new alternatives for the equipment. Okay, now we'll talk about the dust. The dust model that these dust engineers use is phenomenal. It has hundreds of inputs, including all the terrain of the pit, weather data for that area for 10 years, day by day for 10 years. The run starts at 4:30 in the afternoon, and by 9 a.m. the run is finished on a very fast i7 computer. And so what we have done here is, what you see is the loop that the A30 trucks would take. This is just a typical representation if you were mining in this area. So picture the 345 track hoe mining into the hillside, always being behind the berm, and the trucks would make a loop over to the crusher. So the track hoe would be behind the berm, and the trucks would make this loop.
That one?
Yes. So this yellow stuff, we'll talk about in a little bit. But anyway, here's an example of the track hoe, and you can see its bucket arm reaching down. So you can see how, for the most part, that track hoe can stay behind the berm, because this material is going to fall down into its reach. And that track hoe will swing out and load the truck right here. And the truck will go down that loop and make it to the crusher. So, all right, let's go to that, the dust summary slide, deal with the table. Okay. The dust is measured in micrograms per cubic meter. A microgram is a millionth of a gram. A gram, a penny weighs about 4.5 grams. So you picture a gram is 4.5 of that, and then 1/1,000,000th of a gram is a microgram. A cubic meter is about the same as a cubic yard, so you picture 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet cubed. So what we are saying is, in case B, and this is from the 2009 study, this established the threshold that if the house were 1,000 feet away from the pit, the dust levels would be at 14 micrograms per cubic meter. So that became our threshold. So no matter what we do, we have to make sure that that level is never exceeded. So we then ran various cases. C, D, and E were all from 2009, and they had different methods of mitigation. And as you can see, that at the house, which is this middle column, in C, D, and E, this one was 14.2, the D was 11.2, and E was 7.2. So with watering the roads, and also watering the portion of the mine area that was being mined within 1,000 feet of the Braun house, we were able to get the dust levels to more or less half of what the standard threshold was. And this was in the 2009 approval. Because the Cat 345 is loading a truck that holds 27 tons, whereas the D8 in the previous method, the D8 was the primary mover getting the material down the hill. The D8 can only move 4 to 5 tons at a time going down the hill, whereas the A30 truck can take 27 tons at a time. So therefore, even though the A30 truck in one trip produces a little more dust than the D8 does, there's far less trips because the truck holds 27 tons. So we're able to even better the results that we have in case E from 2009. So, I mean, these results are just terrific as far as dust mitigation is concerned. These were done by Rule Engineering in the model that they kept on file from 2009. And somebody could say, well, why didn't we run, a model that shows the D9 instead of the D8? In other words, forget the Cat 345. What about the D9 versus the D8? Because that was one of the alternatives. Well, it's the same philosophy. The D9 moves far more material, 45% more in a blade load going down the hill than the D8 does. So there's no way that the dust from the D9 could be more per ton of gravel. Per trip, it does produce slightly more dust, but not per ton of gravel. And that's what the model is. Because the D9 is making less trips, 45% less trips. So that's why in the dust study, the D9 version, option, wasn't studied. Okay, let's go to noise profile. So in 2009, if the house were 1,000 feet away from the operation with normal mitigation, it was determined that the noise level that they would be experiencing is 48 dBA. So that became the threshold that we had to meet with all the cases. So we ran for this new amendment, we ran 3 cases. One is case 7, where you can see here's the phase 2 boundary, and we ran a case where the 345 excavator was somewhere in the in the middle of phase 2. So it's not a worst case. And then we ran case 8, where the Cat 345 excavator was at the absolute closest point to the Braun's residence. And the way that these noise calculations work is, it's pretty much the geometry. What is the distance from the machine, especially the radiator, to the top of the berm? And that's the natural berm right there. Then, what is the distance from that top of berm to the receptor, where the receptor is the house? And then there's a certain dBA that CAT publishes for each piece of machinery. And that is then used to go into these sound equations, and that determines the dBA that the house would experience. The case 9 is the worst case, where Elam would employ the 966 loader instead of the 345 excavator, and it would use the dozer, the D9. So this case was also analyzed because we didn't know in this particular situation which one was going to be worse. Could it be the 345 excavator, or could it be the 966 with the D9 behind it? So we had the noise engineer look at all those cases. So this table from EDI, that's the Engineering Dynamics there, the noise company. 7 is so far back from the closest point to the Braun's that you can see that the noise at the Braun residence is 41.3 decibels. And that makes sense because it's much further away. It's not the worst case. So the worst case with the 345 excavator shows that you have 47.1 at the Braun house, still below the threshold of 48. Now, that requires that those heights, like you were asking earlier, those heights have to be maintained to meet that. And then with the D9 dozer, working at the closest point, which was case 9 in the cross section, it's virtually the same, 47.0. So again, the commitment is not to have that machine exactly at that height from the bottom, from the top of the berm always. The commitment is to meet the 48 dBA no matter what it takes. So these are our best calculations, that if the dozer is 47.8 feet below the top of the berm, then it's, that noise is going to be 47. If the 345 is 9.5 feet below the top, its noise is going to be 47.1. And so on, so on, so on. So, again, there's an insurance policy in place to protect them if the numbers are slightly off.
So may I ask a question about that? Someone, okay, this is a computer model, and it's doing its calculations in a static environment. What if there's wind blowing directly? I mean, I think wind carries noise.
Yes.
What if there's wind? You say you have some flexibility, but I'm not sure, say, looking at 8 and 9, and in this, it calls it worst case. And I don't know how the human ear works, but difference between 47.1 to 48, can you distinguish that amount? And if the wind were blowing, do we exceed 48? We use the 48 as the standard, but that's a computer model. How about real life?
Yes, that's a legitimate question. These are the accepted ways of doing the engineering. Could there be an instance where if the wind blew exactly toward that house from the operation, could it be that the noise could be exceeded? It's possible. But this is the engineering way to do it, and it's the accepted way throughout the industry. And as far as I know, every noise engineer employs these methods. There are allowances for slight exceedances in an hour of the 48 dBA. And those are in the
within the standard that we approved in '09.
That's the way I understand it, because...
Okay, I mean, because I can't go delve into certain technical aspects. I have to say, here 3 years later, I'm not knowledgeable about any fluctuation. We use the hard pass number, I thought, so.
The dBA levels come from the state, and the state has an elaborate explanation of what any noise level means. And they have some verbiage in there where there's so many minutes an hour where you could exceed 48 and still say that you're at 48. And that is in the state code. So...
Okay, understandable. Rachel, go ahead.
But isn't this the same as the comment you made earlier, that if there are exceedance, you could lower the operation down into the pit so you'd have more?
Exactly right. What we're going to do, because we don't know that the Bronze will let us on the property to take noise measurements, but we can get to the edge of our property. And it's not a difficult mathematical equation to reduce the dBA level from the edge of the property to the Bronze house. We kind of know what noise we have to have at the edge of the property. We can measure that. So we will know that we're going to be taking some spot measurements at different times and so on, and we can determine whether or not we have to drop the equipment down. So again, it's covered. So if there isn't, if the wind blew that way for an entire day, and you know, it looked like, for example, let's say they called and said, hey, it's extra noisy today, more than normal. We'd send a guy out, probably take a measurement at the boundary. If it looked like it was high, we'd drop the equipment down.
Yeah, and I appreciate that representation, because that's going to be my next question about responsiveness. And you've articulated that, you've represented sensitivity, you know, et cetera. So again, this is an ongoing process, and I'm sure we appreciate your representations. Go ahead.
And they're accurate. Okay. I just sketched this in while Jody mentioned this. So I want to go over what Jody has asked us to do here. On top, this is a representation of a 30-foot high berm on flat ground at 3-to-1 slope. So you see where if you're 30 feet high and you're 3-to-1 slope, it means you need 90 feet on each side. So the toe-to-toe distance is 180 feet to get a 30-foot high berm. The state will not allow us to put in anything steeper than 3-to-1 for the final reclamation. So if we were to leave that, it would have to meet that 3-to-1 slope. But it's worse than that, because we're not putting it in on flat ground. We're putting it in on the top of reserves. So what you see in yellow here is if you put this, if you left in the 30-foot high natural hillside and you left this in here, well, what you see in yellow is what it really means at the northern end of the pit. It's a huge amount of reserves, because it's not like this. It goes down. You'd have to carry that 3-to-1 slope all the way down into the bottom of the pit, which is far below the original ground level there. So that's a representation of what that means. If we weren't meeting the thresholds, this would be valid. But we're meeting the thresholds, and we're guaranteed to meet the thresholds. So I can't see us losing those kinds of reserves when we're already meeting the threshold. Well, these are the summaries of the numerical aspects of the thresholds and where we are. We've just gone over every bit of this, so I don't know that we need to do it again. I want to close this with one statement. I've been doing this permitting in this state for 33 years, and I've gotten awards from the DRMS for reclaiming a number of sites, a number of mines. And I can sit in front of you and tell you that this is the best mitigation plan of any gravel pit that I know of in the state of Colorado. Front Range, West Slope, you name it, this is the best. And I just hope that's appreciated.
Thank you. It's part of the process, and we appreciate the information.
Right. So back to the question that I put on hold. You say you're guaranteeing these thresholds. How are they going to be measured? What are the sampling reporting that we're going to get, for your review next year to say that, you can come to me and say, hey, it wasn't noisy out there, but that doesn't mean much to me unless there's testing of it. How are we going to know that your dozers don't go above a certain elevation in relationship to where the berm is? You're guaranteeing this, but how do you report that back to us? And what's the testing mechanism?
Well, in 2009, the same situation exists. In other words, we committed to maintaining these levels, and there was no measurement plan. It was pretty much based on a complaint. If there was going to be a complaint, we would address that. Now, with noise, we can measure noise at the boundary, and we can extrapolate that to the house and pretty much know if we're in compliance or not. And we can take some spot measurements, and Gail will have to speak to what they're willing to commit to on that or not. Dust is a little trickier because the dust that the bronze could experience may not come solely from the pit. You get some high winds. Everybody's seen these high winds, come in, a front will come in, and it'll just pick up dust from all over, and it could make a high reading, but that doesn't mean that the mine was responsible for that. So, it's a little trickier with dust. But, the engineering calculations show that if we do what we say we're going to do in this report, that the dust will be far lower than the threshold. So,
I'm using your word, guaranteed.
No, it's
and
right.
How we know that it's being guaranteed.
It's a legitimate question. Dust is a little more difficult to measure because it's not just coming from the wood source. But the dust, people will get up and tell you that with these commitments on the watering, on the equipment, that it's extremely good. So I'm not sure how you would measure the dust.
Jack, I think Gail kind of answered that.
Yeah.
As you see,
I'd like to
here.
Address the chair, though.
Okay.
Just get permission to speak.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and address a little bit about the measurement of the noise and protocol with that. Since 2009, Elam has developed a sound measurement protocol to where we go out routinely on a monthly basis and take noise measurements. There is a electronic noise meter at the pit itself. There are forms that are used. Environmental Health has reviewed our testing protocol. They have reviewed our noise sampling that we've done around the pit. over the years. And then, so that's really how the noise testing is monitored, Rob, is we do have forms that we fill out, typically to ensure that we're getting, I guess, numbers that are representative. We've actually identified places around the perimeter of the property, and it's just not noise that we take over towards the Bronze's residence. We take noise readings that are 360 degrees around the property. So, we identify on there what the weather conditions are, if it's windy, the type of operations going on in the pit, and then all that goes onto these forms. So I hope that maybe puts you a little bit more at ease that there is already a program in place internally for noise monitoring.
Thanks, Gail. Any other questions? I have one myself, but just for the moment. Greg, okay, we've talked about in this amended application about the equipment, because that's really what the amendment's about. But going to, at the end of the day, it all has to be crushed. And so I'm wondering how the translation of more materials to crush relates to noise. On the crusher, can that only work at one speed? Or can it accelerate, therefore make more noise?
There is no change in annual production.
No, daily is kind of how we live our lives. So how about on a daily perspective, you're going to move more material to the crusher, but can the crusher be accelerated to crush more, and therefore I would only, as a layman, infer more noise?
Okay, a couple comments to that. The answer is not, it doesn't really change its throughput rate. There's a bin, the front-end loader dumps into the bin, which feeds the crusher. It goes in at a certain rate. If you dump too much material in, then it sits longer and takes a little longer to feed at that same rate. So that's one thing. The second thing is the crusher is way at the bottom of the pit. And the crusher used to be way up to the north in phase one.
Yeah, but now we're in phase two, and we've operated for a year,
right.
So.
And so not only is it in the bottom of the pit, but now the vast majority of that phase two area is shielding that crusher from the Braun resident. So in fact, in 2009, the crusher was studied for its noise impact to the prawns, and it was negligible compared to the equipment operating near the top of the burn.
That's key right there. Okay, good, thank you. Seeing no further questions by the board, I'm going to open this up, the public hearing portion of this agenda item. Would anyone other than Jody happen to want to speak? Oh, golly, no. Okay, Jody, would you please make your comments?
Thank you. I do want to clarify one thing on the 30-foot burn request. We understand that from the Braun's perspective, viewing that hillside, it's going to look like the hillside's just gradually disappearing. And we're not asking them to keep it 30 feet all the way down from the top. We're only asking for 30 feet at the very bottom, which I think is what Greg was showing on that last drawing. And we haven't had a chance to study this either. I think taking a look at it next year is probably a good idea. Maybe some way could be developed so that you don't lose as much of the material that they want to mine out. Maybe the berm is pushed closer towards the Braun's house, and they still mine out as the same amount of material. I don't know. We need to explore it, but we're only talking about the finished product. And the reason we were talking about it is because I don't care if you plant another 60 trees, the landscaping buffer is not going to be visually effective. That is a long face of land that we're taking a look at, and when you're putting 60 or 200 or however many trees, it's not going to be forest-like. So the only thing we could think of was, okay, let's put a landform there as a buffer. So that was the purpose of the request. We look forward to looking at that more next year. But, I'll get to that. Yeah, Gail, I am going to want to talk about that 2012 noise diagram you had up a minute ago. Instead of waiting around this, it'd be easier if you wouldn't mind putting that back up. This. Yes. Okay. I'll get there in a moment. But I'd like to give you something I got off Google last night, and it's pretty much like what's on your wall back here. According to Google, this was a satellite image from September of last year. If this, and I have taken that satellite image, and with a black line I have drawn on there the 1,000-foot line. It's approximate. Greg's got an exact line on one of his drawings. But condition number 20 of the 2009 approval says that the mining shall proceed from south to north. And I haven't seen a request to change that. So I'm presuming that that condition is still in effect. My presumption is that if the mining that's shown on this aerial or satellite image is accurate for, let's say, 1 3/4 years of mining, and you continue mining in the south end first, you're not even going to get to the 1,000-foot line this 2012. Matter of fact, it may not even be till 2013 or 14. Is that a fair presumption?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good. Well, with that in mind, then we're happy to go along with these proposed changes, but what we would like to do is sort of along the lines I think you guys have been leading, which is let's have, instead of the theoretical modeling that we've seen so far, let's have some actual measurements. And I don't know how you're going to be able to do it other than, because what we need to know is what is the noise from 480 feet away. Well, they're not going to be mining at 480 feet for another 10 years probably, or 15 years. But we need to know what that's going to be and whether this new equipment will be able to keep it under, for example, the 48 dBA at the Braun residence using this new equipment. So what we'd like to suggest is that, since they're going to be more than 1,000 feet away, go ahead and do it this year. But do some actual testing of the noise and, if possible, the dust at locations that are, let's say, 480 feet away from the new equipment as it's being used. And we'd also like to suggest that it be a third party as opposed to Elam employees who's doing the sampling that gets produced for you next year. We'd like that third party to be supervised by the county if possible. And then the third point that I'd like to make is that on this, I don't even know what the title of this is, my new title. I think it's the 2012 noise study profile. If you look at case 8, the worst case study, which was the middle one on this diagram.
You want this up there?
If you don't mind. This one's a lot bigger. Rob, you've got it right in front of you. I'm looking at the middle one, far left side. What you see is that the arm of that Cat 345 track hoe is going to be sticking way up in the air once that thing gets to 480 feet away, and it's certainly going to be visible from the Braun residence. And the way the human eye works, to make it the same as it would be from 1,000 feet, I don't know how you do that. So what we would like to suggest is that that piece of equipment never be used for the last portion of each slice so that it's sticking up in the air. You've got to believe that not only will we be able to see it, but we'll also probably be able to hear that bucket moving around and scraping the gravel. So that would be the third request, is that particular piece of equipment never be used for just the last portion when it's going to be sticking up in the air. So with that in mind, I'd like to suggest on your 2B3 subparagraphs of your proposed resolution some modifications. In subparagraph number 1, instead of the radiator or the middle of the radiator or whatever portion of the radiator, I'd say the top of the bucket has to stay below some line. And what we would like is that be something below, a foot or two below the top of the berm, wherever the berm is at that point in time. And then at the end of each one of those lines, it says, as the excavation moves toward the north limit of the permit. That's pretty vague. I would rather that say when it is within 1,000 feet of the Braun residence. That gives you something more specific. Not even going to happen for the next couple of years, I imagine. And then the other edits I would suggest are, it says, for example, 18 vertical feet from the top. I know it's not going to float up in the air, but it would be better to say below the top, just for clarification.
Could you repeat that, Terry? I'm sorry.
Change the word from to below the top of the berm.
Okay.
And change the last clause to within 1,000 feet of the Braun residence instead of as it enters the northern portion.
I got that.
Those are our comments. And let's see, did you have anything else?
Well, I just want to, I'm Gail Braun, I'm a resident for the community. Based on this picture, it appears that you're not lining the east. And is that what you will be doing starting this season?
Well, we started at the west, we lined to the east, and then we're starting at the south.
You're going this direction, towards the top rail line?
No.
Could you speak up, Gail? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Dialogue between the applicant.
Am I correct, Jody, that the way the 2009 resolution states they're lining this direction?
It has two paragraphs. The 2009 resolution has two paragraphs, 20 and 21. 20 says mining shall be from south to north. 21 says mining shall be, west, or pushed down from east to west. The purpose of that was, I believe, to keep sort of the northern and eastern faces of the berm intact, so that if you're in Woody Creek or you're at the Braun residence, either one, what you see is just a gradual lowering of the berm. But in both cases, it's sort of going from two directions away from the north and the east.
And the main mining direction is toward the north, but you got to start a slot at the south end to do that. So that slot will start moving north.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but Greg, I believe you're now going to be in the south, taking out the south portions.
That's right.
Yeah, this is south, right down here below that road. And then after all that's done, you'll start going north.
Yeah.
And that's in compliance with resolution, whatever the number was, 2009.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, any other comments? Okay, Greg, let's okay, please do.
Gail, I'm going to need you to address the chair instead of Gail, just for the minutes. He can put that in there. Okay, thanks.
Sorry. I just wanted to point out, in these pictures, they're taken at creek level, and our house sits up on a bit of a bench, which makes it higher. And what we see is not quite what that picture represents. you all. And I also wanted to say that based on their diagram and their image of the piece of equipment showing above the berm level, that was why we requested the berm level to be higher. Because I don't think we should have any visual impacts as they get to the very end of the pit life, which would be closer to our house at 480 feet. So that's why, Jody, and that's why we came up with the berm level being higher to mitigate those visual impacts of equipment, which is in the diagram, so that's where we got the information.
Part of it. The other part was the landscaping.
And the landscaping, increased landscaping, because when you take down a hill that large, and what we are going to be seeing is quite different than the pictures are representing the foliage and the loss of the whole hill. It's quite different. And you certainly could come and have another site visit next year if you'd like to.
Well, my understanding is what you're talking about relative to the 30-foot berm is the end of the project, and that's years and years away, so I'm not sure a site visit would answer that question, particular question. And when we went through the process, I have to say, I'll speak only for myself here, I think this representation is fairly close to what we're going to see, and when they operate is in the summer when leaves are on the trees. So I'm just not sure if we're going to step in and change some of the things that we made as findings almost at that time. But there's certain other suggestions, 3 that you just made, and we'll deal with those in a moment. One more, please.
One more is, a lot has been made of the trees as a mitigating factor. The leaves are on the trees approximately 4.5 months out of their operating time. And of course, you know, you're outside quite a bit from April to October, November. And the leaves don't, to me, form a barrier.
Yeah, it's certainly not full operational. Did you have a comment, and identify yourself again so we can...
Todd Bauer, President of North Construction. To answer the comment on the excavator and seeing that stick and boom at the end, that representation that's shown on those comes from the CAT handbook, and it's a representation from CAT, not necessarily how it would be mined. The mining process, you know, you have the ability to reach out a long ways with those excavators, pull that material down, as we showed earlier when we looked at the top of the hill, to be able to pull that material down so it's not up. We're also mining down below that ground level, so we still have that same opportunity to pull that material down, even though we have, you know, even with that slope to the point that you know, there are always cases where, yes, is a bucket going to be seen on occasion as we go to the very end and we get that. But to say that that will be shown all the time, I think is a misrepresentation of a drawing that was up there as a schematic.
Well, as I see it, we've had a representation that if there's a problem, we can have a complaint, and the company will react to that. And also, you know, we have years down the road before we're getting to that last piece. So we're going to start wrapping this up. Jody, one more comment?
I just wanted to ask, who should we call if we have a complaint? Call Todd?
Feel free. Great.
Okay, good.
I would love to hear from you guys, so Jody doesn't have to come to these.
And please keep a record, you know, obviously, so we can document.
I would love to be the contact point for any problems, concerns, complaints, and I will get it dealt with directly.
One more comment, and then I'm closing the public hearing, because we're starting to get speculative and et cetera.
Is the approval for just this year's option with studies in place?
You'll have to speak louder, because I heard a sneeze somewhere.
I sneezed while you were talking. So they haven't discussed it yet.
Yeah. Okay, so Rachel. We're going to, excuse me one second. I'm going to end the interaction here, and I will mention this just for everyone's sake. When I am in the role of the chair, I don't run the meeting like a dictator, and I want a little ebb and flow. And if it gets out of hand, we'll say something. So no one on either side of the table be offended about my style, please. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, for being so thorough in going through this. I'm going to kind of turn to Lance and Mike to perhaps help craft some additional language that the board is so willing. But it seems to me, excuse me, cough is catching. It seems to me that we could put a condition in here that is the review of the variation of Variation 2 operating programs, so that as we hit the last 25, 35%, something like that, of the site, we are using an operational protocol that reduces that bucket above grade. I can see where we can't craft here and today the perfect language on that, because if they're still in the lower part of the pit, it totally makes sense, even though they're in the last third or the last quarter of the project. But as they're going up the hill of that last portion, maybe you have to swap out equipment, and I think that we need to just allow ourselves the review space to look at that in these future operational plans and as we get closer to that region. I think we should add, this is just me, the idea of third-party monitoring makes sense, at least in this first initial year of this operation. I can see doing, once a month, May, June, July, August, September, and we'll have that data in hand, hard and fast for the coming year, for seeing how this operational plan works. You guys will probably be doing your own monitoring just to, keep your protocols in line, but I think that makes sense. Other than that, I'm supportive of moving this forward, and as others add their comments and potential points to the resolution, I think it'd be important for us to go through the findings that were suggested in the memo.
Any other comments, feedback, board? As I see it, we have had a pretty thorough review. Any more final comments before we really bring it to the board in totality? He indicated he wanted to do one more thing, guys.
Just one thing, 'cause this applies to the end where, it's been raised to not use the bucket. I want to point out a few things.
I have to say, we just talked about deciding this next year, and we've been on this topic for 2 hours.
So there's not going to be a...
There's not going to be a restriction put in place, just we're going to look at that in the future years.
Okay, well, we've settled that, so we don't have to raise that then. Good, thank you. Jody requested 3 different items. The first one, about the third-party monitoring, Rachel's weighed in. Other board members?
I guess I'd be concerned in terms of what that means in terms of a cost to Elam. If it's not unreasonable, we've already asked Elam to do monitoring for our snowpack, and is Elam doing that, Mike?
The snow dump, yes.
The snow dump, we haven't had any problem with that, have we?
No, they're in compliance right now.
So, I'm not sure that I would put that on, as long if it becomes too onerous, but it's nice to get a baseline information. I just don't want to make it onerous onto Elam.
Just to modify it, we could say it's for the 2012 building season, and then review that again with the next go-round.
Jack, one quick comment regarding the monitoring noise.
Okay, as a additional piece.
There has been a couple occasions over the past several years where environmental health has come out on site with even personnel standing side by side with the noise level meters to verify the accuracy of our tests and so on. and we're usually within like a half a decibel, very couple tenths of a decibel, that type of thing. So I just want to throw out that our meter is accurate when you're looking at a third party being the county.
Good. And Rob, where are you?
I'm okay with not doing it. My threshold for this is really that word, we're going to guarantee these thresholds. And, I think it should be a time period review with it, just like we do a regular review with this regarding these new mining techniques that, we're going to look for the applicant to meet that standard, guarantee the thresholds, and come back to us. And, if you're out there with an iPad doing your testing, then that's not going to cut it. But if you have a third party, it's going to have more merit to me in making the decision going on, so it's really up to the applicant, but the threshold is coming back to us with that guarantee.
And for me, I think it's way premature where the location of the mining is now to request quote-unquote somewhat onerous or whatever, because we don't know how to even define that. To have third-party monitoring, I don't understand that there's been a problem from the last year's operation, for example. It's represented by staff. No complaints on noise, I believe. Is that correct, Mike?
Staff has not received a complaint, but the board did contact the applicants with a noise complaint. Gail can speak to that one.
Okay, the complaint had nothing to do with the normal day-to-day operations. What was going on is we were performing maintenance work last spring, planting the trees and installing the fencing around it. And then the complaint had to do with the equipment and pounding of the steel fence posts in to help protect the vegetation. So that's the only one that I'm aware of that was logged in.
So it looks like we're not going to request or require, I should say, third-party monitoring. The second one was testing from approximately 480 feet to get a sense of what would happen 10 years down the line. But since I'm running my mouth here, I'll just say I'm not sure that that's necessary now either. It's just, what we're doing is speculating about what's going to happen when we get 10 years or more as represented down the line. And for me, hey, let's get a number of years down the line with annual reviews and see what the facts are and what they're represented. Others, feedback?
I agree with that position.
Agree.
Okay. Last portion is about that Traco issue, and I think we pointedly said we'll deal with that next year and be prepared to give you a little hand-drawn slide at that time and any further analysis that you have. Cell board, we're really ready to go to our resolution, and let's make sure, before we have a motion, etc., we just clarify what we're looking at per Rachel's even direction, because there are a lot of technical pieces here, so I'll let anyone start, whomever.
I had a general question regarding this resolution moving forward. We're amending the previous approvals to allow new building equipment, but this is reviewed every year. So technically, we could take this away next year. This amendment we could take away next year in their approval next year. So in essence, because this has a re-approval every year, it's up for debate every year. I just wanted to be clear on that.
And I would add, now we have a representation, and from the presentation from the applicant, that we appear not to have exceeded thresholds on visual, dust, or noise at this point. And the Part 2B, where we talk specifics, is that in particular what you wanted to address, Rachel?
Yeah.
So I'll let you run with it, okay, if you don't mind.
Thank you. hearing the testimony and reading the reports before us, I would make a motion to approve the Elam gravel pit minor amendment to a development permit with the findings that the proposed variation to the mining method will have substantially the same or less impact when compared to a resident that resides 1,000 feet in the mining expansion area. For the portion of the amendment application, staff recommends that we also make a finding, which we do, that the visual impacts from variation 1 and 2 are no different than from the 2009 submittal. It would be a further finding that the dust impacts from variation 1 and variation 2 is modeled to be less than the 14.0, how do you pronounce that again? Micrograms of dust per cubic meter, which is the established benchmark in the 2009 submittal, and that we make a finding that the noise impacts for variation 1 and 2 should be less than 48 dBAs, which is the benchmark established in the 2009 submittal.
Good.
I'll second it.
Let's see, there was one other item, and I just want to make sure we clear up everything that's gone before us. Jody suggested that we change language concerning the north limit of the permit to 1,000. So for me, at this time, again, it's premature to have to try to go and adjust the stuff that we spent all this time on, and there's no evidence that that would mean any change and improve reduce the impacts. So I don't agree with that either. Feedback from others?
I agree with you, Jack. I cannot see trying to craft something like that now. But I will say that as we get closer, I think it's entirely appropriate, and we have the opportunity for an annual review to come up with a more detailed operational plan for that last segment. And that's to be determined, whether it's the last 200 feet or it's the last 500 feet of the operation. But I don't think we need to try to craft that today.
George, good on that too? Okay.
And that was all of Jody's requests for...
He had three specifics and then he threw that last adjustment in.
Okay.
So I don't see any further need for discussion, etc. All those in favor of the motion as suggested? Good. That's a 4-0 because I didn't get it.
And would you close the public hearing on this particular one since
Yes.
it was the one we...
On actually both of them?
Yes.
Yes. I will close that public hearing. We're done. We're going to take a break. How long would you all like to take a break? Okay, 10 minutes. And thanks for your patience in how I managed the meeting, y'all. It seemed like I...
Under the land use public hearing portion of our agenda for March 14th is the estate of Marvin Tillman site plan review and activity envelope amendment. Suzanne, introduce yourself and position and run with it, please.
Suzanne Wolf, Senior Planner for the County Community Development Department. So as you stated, what's before you today is a request for site plan approval for a single-family residence and an amendment to the previously approved activity envelope. Standard site plan review is in front of, is a staff level review unless there's an objection. There was an objection received submitted by the Stonywood Trust and Henry Lau, adjacent property owners. Therefore, this is in front of you for consideration. The board did conduct a site visit. I didn't write down that date, but I think all 5 board members were able to attend that, which was great. So everybody has been out to the site. And let's see, I'll just quickly, sorry Rob, we're going just to do a little background on, this is the, well, actually, maybe I should start. Let me start with photos, and then we'll bring it down to the actual activity on
Suzanne, would it work if we close one of the lights so we have some light on?
If you want, and then you can bring them back up. We don't need to. I don't think we need this for.
Well, I just thought if we close one light, we wouldn't have this white.
Yeah, I think if we can bring down
the light in the room.
Yeah, the front light, the room light would be.
Just one of them.
Yeah,
Is that acceptable?
Better.
We just have to remember to turn it back on.
So this just gives you the bigger perspective of the Shield O area. This you can barely see probably, but there's a blue outline that shows the subject property. So this is Snowmouse Creek Road on its way up. You've got Shield O Mesa, Shield O Terrace. But just to give you a sense of where you are in that bigger neighborhood. And then this brings it, gives you a closer up view of the actual property. Again, the blue line showing you the outline of the property. It's sandwiched in between Snowmouse Creek Road and Shield O Road to here. And then, so essentially the envelope area where the house will be built in this area. We'll refer probably, a lot to the cut bank above Snowmouse Creek Road. That's this area. I think you all remember seeing out on the site visit. So then this is just the activity envelope that was previously approved. And I think the only thing that I just wanted to point out here, since we'll be discussing it, you see these areas. I mean, essentially, this is the activity envelope encompasses this flat bench on the property. There were areas excluded from the envelope that contain slopes of over 30%. That's this little area right here, this area below Shield O Terrace Road, and this area below Shield O Terrace Road. So those are the areas that we'll be talking about in terms of amending the envelope and including those to allow development on those, on those areas. And then just last, I'll put up the site plan. So here's the site plan showing the residence here. This is just parking area, the garage. You pull in out the driveway off of Shield O Terrace Road here, come in, and there's the residence. This is the most current version, and another topic we'll be discussing is here Snowmouse Creek Road and this setback. So just to point out that area to you, and the point from which the setback is calculated. We'll discuss that a little bit more, but just to orient you.
Suzanne, a question also requested by the Shield O Homeowners Association is the potential for a trash location, et cetera, et cetera. Where would that be?
That would be going back to just the envelope plan. This shows the entire property. Somewhere down on this lower end of the property, as I understand it. and maybe Tom or
When we get...
someone here, yes, from
Okay,
here for
good.
Shield, so they can address that more specifically, but it would be down at that low end of
Thank you.
close to the intersection. So do you want to leave that up, or would you prefer to have the lights come back up?
I
Even
think
in the dark
your
one,
presentation, let's go ahead and with the lights, and if
Okay, if we
someone
need
needs
come
to
back it,
refocus.
I'll leave it up there if, because Tom may want to refer to it when we come back. So. Okay, so I think we've been through the background on the approvals on this property before. I won't go back into that. Obviously, there was a previous activity envelope approval, and now this is the site plan review step. I'll walk through some of the issues from my memo. I'll try not to. I'll try to just hit the high points for you. But first, obviously, with any review, we have to look at conformance with the applicable master plan, which in this case is the Snowmass Capitol Creek Valley Master Plan. We've had comments that the development is not compatible with the neighborhood, with the character of the neighborhood. That it would corrupt the character of the neighborhood of adversely affected views, would be highly visible. Comments along those lines saying that this is not compatible with the master plan. A suggestion coming from that, from some of the neighbors, was that this would be a more appropriate site to be determined to be severely constrained, and that TDRs should be issued in this place, given that it is not consistent with the master plan. As we'll discuss more through the site plan review, there's no question that this residence will be visible from Snowmass Creek Road, and it will break a ridge line as seen from Snowmass Creek Road. But I think we disagree that this residence specifically will fundamentally change the character of the neighborhood. The Snowmass Creek Valley itself obviously has much larger lots and more of a rural character, but when you look at the Shield-O Mesa and Shield-O Terrace, there's quite a hodgepodge of smaller parcels that have been developed, with residences on them. And I think that first map kind of gave you a sense of the different parcel sizes that are up there and areas that have been developed. This is unusual in that it is so close to Snowmass Creek Road, but I wouldn't say that it unto itself will fundamentally change the character of the neighborhood. The applicant has designed the residence to minimize its size and bulk to address concerns regarding visual impact. And I would note that the caucus has supported the application as long as the residence complies with the applicable setbacks. So that was the comment from the caucus. The Homeowners Association for Shield-O Terrace had stated that the reduction in size and bulk of the residence is more appropriate for the lot. There was a prior version of this that they had reviewed, and further revisions have been made, and the house has been made smaller, so that was in reference to that. So that's just a quick touch a little bit on the master plan issues. The slope issue, as I showed you, the activity envelope, there were 3 areas that were excluded from the envelope, and in order to comply with the code at the time, saying the activity envelope has been established to exclude these slope areas. The code does provide for development on slopes in excess of 30% if you're consistent with one of the exceptions in the code. So the code under minor slope anomaly provides for minor changes in slope with the presence of a minor natural or man-made change in the gradient of a continuous slope, provided that an engineer or geologist licensed in the state of Colorado demonstrates that the slope's ground surface is not prone to instability or failure, and that the proposed development will not cause greater instability or increase the potential for slope failure. The applicant did have Roger Neal, a professional engineer with High Country Engineers, evaluate these areas, and he asserted that they are all slope anomalies. He did recommend that when this goes to building permit, that a geotechnical engineer would verify as part of a foundation study if there are any slope stability issues due to the proximity to the steeper bank. I think Tom will address this further. He does have some additional information from High Country engineer regarding the impact on that cut bank, and I'll let him further address that. But in terms of these areas of anomalies, staff definitely agrees that these slopes in excess of 30% within the activity envelope are due to the presence of minor man-made changes in the grade of an otherwise continuous slope of less than 30%. These areas, the two areas adjacent to the road, clearly are the result of the construction of Shieldo Terrace Road and probably continual maintenance of the road. And then the one sort of strange little area in the middle of the envelope was, maybe a pit was dug at some point. There was some activity took place there that created that slope anomaly. So we definitely agree that these are anomalies and that it is appropriate to include them within the envelope. Given that an engineer has asserted the slopes are not prone to instability and that development within these areas will not cause greater instability. So we've supported including those areas within the envelope, and that would be the amendment to that previously approved activity envelope. Under the Scenic View Protection Review, as I've stated, the house obviously will be visible from Snowmass Creek Road and will break a ridgeline as viewed from Snowmass Creek Road. When this was originally considered under the activity envelope, the board did limit the floor area at that time to 4,500 square feet of floor area and the maximum height of structures to 20 feet. At this point, the proposed residence contains 3,241 square feet of floor area, of which 1,135 square feet is below grade on the lower level. And the height of the residence is below that maximum allowed height of 20 feet. So again, it is visible and it will break the ridge line. I think the important thing to read in the criteria regarding the ridge line, it states that the proposed structure shall be placed so it does not project above a ridge line, such that the structure silhouettes against the sky when viewed from those corridors listed, unless there are no alternate building sites on the lot or parcel. In this case, I think given the various constraints, it's obviously a small lot to start with. They have a 30-foot easement on the Shieldo Terrace side of the road. I know we discussed that out on the site visit. So there's an easement for that road. They cannot develop within that. So when they comply with that 30-foot easement, there is a limited area. There is no place else where they can go on the lot that they would not break a ridge line. And the code provides for development that breaks a ridge line if there is no alternative. The applicant has definitely worked with the site to try and minimize that encroachment of the house above the ridge line, but there are certain points along Snowmass Creek Road when it will project above. There are certain points when you're below it where it does not, but I think you all walked the road and I think had a sense of that with the height poles up as to the extent of the area where it would break that skyline of the ridge above. Let's see. I don't think I need to touch on any of those other criteria under the scenic view. Questions about utilities. There was a representation in the application that utilities would come directly from across Snowmass Creek Road and look like under the cut bank to get to this, and staff has recommended that utilities would have to be brought up of Shieldo Terrace Road to access the property, that they could not cut through that cut bank. So we've addressed that issue. For the on-site wastewater treatment system, there had been an initial design prepared that Carla Osberg with Environmental Health had expressed some concerns about the setbacks from the cut bank. There has been further work done on that, and Tom does have some additional information from Tim and Richard Petz on that issue, so I'll let him address that also with you. But they have basically found that they can design a system for this house. They did reduce the number of bedrooms from 4 to 3, which impacts the sizing of the septic system, and they can line the system to address the issue of the cut bank. So again, I think Tom can further address that. And then I think finally to talk a little bit about the setback issue from Snowmass Creek Road. There are yard setbacks required on the lot, so it's a 30-foot front yard setback, and the front yard being the Shield O roadside, 30 feet rear yard, which is the Snowmass Creek roadside, and 20 feet on the side yard, which is the southern end of the property here. And if you, the front yard is always determined by where you take access. So whereas you may feel like Snowmass Creek Road is a more traveled road, and that would define the front, we actually define the front based on where you access. So those aren't at issue. The question here deals with there's a 50-foot collector road setback from Snowmass Creek Road. The code states that the road setback is measured horizontally from edge of right-of-way. And then we define right-of-way in Chapter 11 in the code as the land on which facilities such as roads, railroads, canals, utilities, and other similar uses exist or may be constructed. Joanna Schaffner and I met with Tom and discussed this issue, and we agreed that there is, and we confirmed with G.R. Fielding and Burt Pierce, there is no defined right-of-way. There is no dedicated right-of-way or dedicated easement for Snowmass Creek Road as it passes through this property. So there is just the road in the area where it exists. When we initially met with Tom, we had agreed that it would be appropriate to measure the road setback from the edge of the existing road. We've had further discussions, and I guess also just to note that at this point, below the house, Snowmass Creek Road is no longer paved. If you remember, we were out there on the dirt, and right in this area it changes. So anyway, there isn't an edge of pavement to look to. We sort of, we're trying to figure out an edge of the road. There's been further discussion. There is a small ditch that runs along that side of the road at the bottom of the cut bank, and GR did confirm that that would be part of the area that the county does maintain. If rocks roll off of that cut bank, part of when they go out to grade the road, they would also be clearing that ditch, so that ditch should be considered part of the land on which the road exists. So actually, whereas the setback that's shown up here right now, the 50 feet, is coming from, this is essentially what we were talking about, the edge of the road. This further line is more representative of the edge, including that ditch. So the ditch sits in this area. So Tom, what do you think? That's maybe
2 or 3 feet, maybe 4 feet at the most.
Okay. Feet in here. So actually, rather than measuring from this point, we would be measuring from this point, which would affect the envelope, push the envelope back slightly in order to comply with that setback, and would affect where the house is currently shown on the site plan.
Excuse me, Suzanne,
I
George?
have to wrap up the question. So does that setback, would that be 30 feet or 50 feet?
This is the collector road setback from Snowmass Creek Road is required to be 50 feet. The rear yard setback on this side is 30 feet, so is a lesser setback, but they also have to comply with the 50-foot road setback.
So the 50-foot road setback then actually obviously includes over the bank going down the Snowmass Creek Road.
The bank is within the setback. Is that?
Yes, so 50 feet is what we're saying.
Right.
Okay.
So 50 feet from this point, so from the edge of that ditch to the envelope and structure.
Okay.
Or really to the structure, because obviously you can have an envelope in a setback. It's the question of what form of development then occurs within the envelope, whether it's allowed in the setback or not. So it's just, I think, to make a point of that, again, just using this representation, which is slightly off, but you can see down here, the parking area is within the 50-foot setback. But that's allowed by the code. We allow a change in grade of up to 30 inches, et cetera. So there's certain things that are allowed in the setback. Leach field areas can be within the setback. So really we're talking about the 50-foot setback really pertaining to the structure.
So Suzanne, a clarification on on whatever would be determined as grade relative to where the home is, where the foundation is going to be built, level out towards the parking, that's 30 or less inches? That elevation, therefore, the 50-foot setback doesn't play?
Where the parking area sits, so
Where's the 30 inches relate to?
the grade, the existing or finished grade, which at the point where you are, it has to meet it all the way across the site. I mean, it's not, if you're digging a foundation, that's different. I mean, we allow you to go farther subgrade than 30 inches. But at that point, you're not in a setback.
But at the end of the day, there'll be an established point that's called grade for the home. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, because, we saw the site and it's obviously natural now, and it gets way narrow where the parking is. So how did that parking get exempted from that 50 feet? Because I really have no sense of what the pitch of that, is it 30 inches? Yeah, where grade is at the house, let me do this. Okay, grade is going to be somewhere where the house is, right? Mm-hmm. From that point, level to where the parking ends up, that's 30 inches or less.
That's not how we define it. We basically define it, if you're building your parking area here where I'm standing, there's whatever the grade is today. Are you changing it going up or down more than 30 inches?
Okay, so that's...
So, and if I go over there, it's the same calculation.
Yeah.
It's 30 inches at that point.
So each point has a different grade.
And it's the same way we measure height for the building. It's 20 feet at each point.
Yeah, it's not consistent grade for the site, and then...
Right.
Good, thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions on the setback? The only other issue at the end of my memo, and Jack just asked, about the location for the community building for mail, UPS delivery, trash, and recycling. I think Tom can show you, where they're looking. It's farther down towards where Shieldo Terrace and Snowmass Creek Roads intersect. It appeared the activity envelope does extend down into that area, so it would be within the envelope. But obviously, at this point, we don't have a facility in front of us to look at to see what that looks like, how big it is, how that. So it's something that would need further review potentially, but I guess the idea here is to at least discuss if it seems like a reasonable idea or not.
Right. George, did you have
Yeah, thanks. Again, back on the setback, for me, this is one of the key issues for me anyway. The 50 feet that's by code, do you take into account ever in terms of the stability of a bank, of the road bank, and if it looks like it's fairly unstable or is prone after saturation in the spring to erode further? I mean, because we have a moving, somewhat of an unstable bank, I would say, there.
These setbacks aren't intended to address that, or do not address that. These are just basic standard setbacks in the code. If your lot is X size, you have these setbacks. If you're on a certain road, you have a 50-foot or 100-foot setback. They're not addressing that type of issue. That's something we'd look at in terms of the engineering, the foundation design. Again, Tom does have some additional information from the engineer about that cut bank and whether construction in this location would have any impact on that. So I think he can further address that. But definitely the setback itself is not addressing that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Suzanne, is that...
That's it.
Kind of a
Staff has
wrap-up?
recommended approval. I can answer any further questions.
Okay. Board, any other members of the board? Rachel?
Yeah. I'm going to ask, this is maybe more for John Ely or you, Suzanne, Lance. Process-wise, We know we have the appeals case going forward. Is that?
The appeals has been.
It has been?
It's over. It's overrated.
Okay. Is that recent, since the last?
End of last year.
Okay.
Tom Smith for the
And is it being appealed any higher, though?
No.
No. It's not. Okay. And the hearing officer has determined there's an appropriate building envelope, activity envelope on the site. Is that correct?
Right, and the board actually finally approved that through the appeal.
Okay, the appeal, the hearing officer's decision.
Right.
I'm sorry, it's been a long day, I'm trying to get the
Yeah,
sequence. But has there been or not a commitment to the floor area size? I know there's been some reductions, but given that there is an activity envelope, and we're looking at this with these various constraints on the lot now, is there an ability at this table at this time to reduce the building size?
Building size is something that can be considered. I'm not sure what the applicant has represented.
Well, again, it was, the original condition of approval limited it to 4,500 square feet, so less than the 5,750 that they would, have by right. The actual design of this is about 3,200 square feet, so in your conditions of approval based on that, I suggested a limit of 3,500 square feet, which would give them, some flexibility in the future if they needed to, tweak something or add a little bit of floor area. But I was looking at a further limit to that floor area based on this site plan that would further limit that floor area.
Rachel, may I clarify something?
Yeah.
Suzanne, you mentioned 4,500 square feet with that previous approval. Well, that's not based on any objective analysis. That was just based on the desire of the board, when we had the takings hearing and then the remediation, right?
It wasn't a takings in this case, there was an appeal in front of you on the activity.
That's the first, even that was the first generation, okay.
Right, so it wasn't through a takings, but I think it was, it was an acknowledgement of that this is a small lot and that it, sort of recognizing that the thought of even trying to put 5750 on here didn't make any sense. And it was a start at saying, let's limit it here and see what comes forward in the site plan review.
And I apologize for mumbling, interrupting, but, so basically that 4,500, that was not a use by right or anything, it's simply a number to begin working with because we recognize it was a constraint, a small site, problematic site, whatever. Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
And that's kind of where I'm going, so thanks for clarifying. But because we are now at site plan review, is there an opportunity, if the board so deems when it takes into considerations like breaking the ridge line and so on, to reduce further the size of the home? Yes. I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Any other feedback? Okay. Tom, please introduce yourself.
Tom Newland Project Resources, representing the property owner. And Tom Smith is also here, and he'd like to say a few words first here before I make a couple of comments.
Do you have any other parties to this?
Oh, yes. Alan Moore is here, too. He's the personal representative of the Tillman Estate.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tom.
Hi, I'm Tom Smith, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'll stand up so everybody can see me and hear me. Just to set the stage, Tom Newland will address the details of the site plan that's before you for consideration, but I'd like to sort of set the stage on where we are and provide a little more detail in terms of the points that Rachel was raising in her questions. While it's not ordinarily the case, the property owner here decided to submit separate applications for activity envelope approval and site plan approval rather than combining them. The reason was that we wanted to know if, as a practical matter, if we had a potentially buildable site here. The hearing officer, the staff recommended approval of the activity envelope. It was approved by the hearing officer. On appeal, this board upheld the decision of the hearing officer. It went to district court. The district court upheld your decision. It went to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals upheld the district court's decision. So we've been through many rounds of review on the fundamental question of whether we have a buildable site. And we believe that the approval of the activity envelope through all those stages of review means that we have a buildable site. It doesn't mean that we can do anything we want, and that's why we're here. But if we can satisfy the requirements of site plan review and the conditions of the activity envelope approval, we have a right to do something on this property. So that's why we're here. Some of the neighbors don't want to see anything happen on this lot. That's apparent. When they suggest that you ought to deny us and give us a TDR, that's what that means. But I would contend that the approval of the activity envelope means that that issue's already been resolved, that we do have a buildable site. A couple other points I'd like to address. As has been referred to, by code, we have 5750 FAR here. Your activity envelope approval limited at 4,500. The current design is slightly over 3,200, which is a substantial voluntary reduction below the 4,500 that was in the activity envelope approval. And the design of the current house is such that only about 2,100 square feet of this house will be above grade. It's our position that this is a very reasonable proposal in terms of addressing the visual, the scenic overlay requirements that apply here and the impacts on the neighborhood and other neighboring properties. And related to that, we've come substantially down in the height, and it's limited to this design is limited to 20 feet. So we think this is a very reasonable proposal relative to what would otherwise be allowed by code. The setback issue relates to the right-of-way. As Suzanne has indicated, there is no deeded or dedicated right-of-way for Snowmass Creek Road. I'm sure John has a well-established position on the extent of the county's interest in situations like this. It's our view that what the county holds by virtue of prescriptive rights over the private property is what you've used, what you've occupied and what you've used, which is the traveled road surface, which was the basis for the original measurement of the setback. Now it's being proposed that there's a ditch that the county maintains. We can acknowledge that and still satisfy the setback requirements by reducing the size of the building envelope, and Tom Newland will get into that in more detail. So as far as we're concerned, we're prepared to comply with setback requirements, and that's not fatal by any means to what we're asking you to approve here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom, unless you have questions of me.
Thank you. Thank you. Tom, hold on one second. John, I'd like to ask you a question just to clarify relative to a comment that Tom Smith made. Did the district court and the Court of Appeals determine that the activity envelope is valid and therefore we have a buildable site, or was it really a process question that was being asked? I didn't read the brief.
Well, the court upheld the action of the board, so it's...
and therefore, and we determined that there was a...
both of that in there, but the action of the board on review was upheld.
And so the action of the board was to say that there was an activity envelope which leads one to believe that there's a buildable site.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks for that clarification.
All right, thank you, Jack. Yeah, a lot of the points have already been addressed here both by Suzanne and Tom, so I'll be kind of brief. We did get back from the Shieldo Road Terrace, Shieldo Road easement. In fact, we're back, well, I guess fronted up, right up to it on the front yard setback. And there is adequate parking outside of the 30-foot setback, or I'm sorry, the 30-foot easement. Something else that the homeowners association did have concerns about. They didn't want us parking in that easement for snow removal purposes. The bulk and size of the structure did go through a pretty good reduction. We reduced the bulk of the building by about 30%, And we also reduced the height below the 20-foot height limit down to anywhere from 14 to 16 feet, as you saw on the site. As far as the septic system goes, I do have a letter from Tim Petz, my septic engineer, that talks about how the septic system can be modified from what was originally proposed by reducing the number of bedrooms and placing a PVC liner on the lower end, if you will, or the cut bank side of the septic field. I get you one too, I'm sorry, Lady. So that's not a fatal flaw by any means. The septic system I think I showed it to you guys out on the site, but it's just to the north of the point of the setbacks there and kind of runs along parallel to the northeast along the property. So that's all right. As far as the ridge line goes, it does break the ridge line for about 200 feet as you're walking or driving along Snowmass Creek Road. And there is really no other alternative on the property. We really couldn't find any place else to put it. So that's kind of where we're at there. So construction next to steep slopes. I have another letter from Roger Neal, our engineer, talking about the steep slope, and boy, are you too close to it or not with this particular site plan. And what he says is that the kind of natural recline or repose of a slope is about 1.5 to 1. And right now the natural slope there, and if you look on the back of this, you can kind of get a visual of this, but the actual slope is at about 1.26 to 1. So essentially what he's saying is that we've got plenty of room in that 50-foot setback. You could go right up to that edge of that setback and do a minimum slope and still be okay. So he really doesn't think that there's any problems with building, as we're showing on the site plan, of course, in that location next to the steep slope. But he does recommend, when you're about to build, be sure to get a structural engineer in there so you can design your foundation correctly when building in this area. But he doesn't think it's going to be an issue as far as construction goes. As far as the conditions of approval go, and I guess this gets a little bit to the idea that the homeowners brought forward to us about a trash and mail structure on the property. It makes a lot of sense because of the bears in the neighborhood. And it also makes sense because it's kind of flat down in that area and it could conceivably work. There are some issues. It would be within, you would pretty much have to put it within the easement that the homeowners have for the road, which means you're within the setbacks. And also, if we're limited to 3,500 square feet, an additional 150 or 200 square feet would likely put us over that mark. So I guess the floor area for that structure, I would ask would be exempted from that 3,500 square foot cap, maybe as a community facility. But anyways, and there has been a design for it that the homeowners has done. It's a very basic structure, very small. But we really haven't gotten to the point of exactly where it would be on the site. And that's why it's really not a part of this program, although, we'd certainly be willing to work with the homeowners on placement if they wanted to move forward with building such a structure. As far as the conditions of approval go, 5B talks about elimination eliminating the deck, which you can see down there. It does encroach somewhat on the 50-foot setback. I don't have any problem with that, as long as maybe we could change that language to say eliminate encroachment of any deck on the setback. In other words, you could still have a deck in there, as you can see. It would be a kind of a triangular little deck, and you can be within the setback, you know what I mean? We wouldn't want to preclude the possibility of having a deck on that side. So I'd like the language to be more specific to saying the deck couldn't be within the setback. And then as far as that setback goes, we would have to push that setback line 3 or 4 feet to be with the ditch. And that would just cause the building to be that much smaller, really. I would just look at it as kind of shrinking the building enough to fit within the setbacks, given that new parameter that we're measuring off of. It's really a pretty simple procedure. We could just, say the building envelope itself gets reduced by 10%. We reduce the building by 10% to just shrink it down to fit in there. It's really kind of how I've seen it go. And that's all I really have to say. Be happy to answer any questions you have. Oh, and I've got my affidavit here, Suzanne.
And is that what, a public notice? Or?
Yes, that's for the public noticing and the signage.
Good. Board, any questions of Tom?
Yes, I'm wondering if you can use your pointer to show where you're talking about the potential of the deck.
Oh, yeah, sure. You have that cool pointer there, Jen? All right, thanks. So you can kind of, no, I'm not doing it there, so you can see the deck right here, and you can see the dash lines, which are the setback. So you could have a little triangular deck that's within the setback.
Outside the setback.
Or outside the setback, I'm sorry, and eliminate...
Where that dash line is?
Yeah, and eliminate the rest of the deck that's inside the setback. And the wording, as I see on 5B, kind of talks about doing away with a deck more than making sure it's not in the setback.
Let me ask, because I was trying to clarify, is it something that you also may do a deck in this triangle?
Yeah, that's an outside terrace right
It's an
there.
outside terrace. But that currently is just a ground level outside
Right.
terrace, but you could, if you had egress,
Yep.
put a deck on that side as well and be outside the...
Yeah, that would be a ground level one. This one's on above ground with the lower level kind of below it. But, I mean, this one goes into the setback because it's allowed within setbacks being flat and
Right.
on the surface. Less than 30 inches and up or down.
Okay, again, because I was just thinking that if the building shrinks and they're looking at different options, they may create a sliding glass door on that level and then have another small deck that faces more of the views.
Yeah, I mean, the deck's not a deal killer by any means. It's just, I just want to keep the options open. You really get killer views of the Snowmass ski area from that side of the house.
George?
Yeah, on the setback off of Shield O Terrace Road, is that 30 feet, is that taken from the widest spot, the narrowest spot?
It's taken from the property line, which goes right along here, and it kind of skirts across the actual road and then comes back again.
So if you were to move that arrow that you have either left or right, it would still be at least 30 feet for variance?
Yes, this dash line is parallel 30 feet with the property line.
Okay. My other question is, with the liner for the septic, how impervious is that? I mean, how susceptible would that be to rock movement?
Actually, it's pretty well stabilized and compacted in there, and I don't have Tim to talk to about this, but he did explain to me how that's actually put in there. And it's pretty solid, and it is approved under the regulations from the state that you can do that to mitigate the steep slopes adjacent to that. So it's quite effective, but it does have to be engineered correctly.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm up to bat for a few moments here. Appreciate the memo from the engineer, and we certainly respect the technical knowledge that's over and above, at least I'll speak for myself here, what I have on engineering. But it's an amazing site with, looks like history of both sloughing and erosion, and I don't know exactly what you'd call the big, some of these pictures. And I see you have been given these pictures?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have.
And you guys have reviewed them? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's one picture here that shows, and I don't know if it's by water, erosion, whatever, or just plain, slumping of the ground and stability. I'm still very concerned, even though, for the record, you've put the engineer's memo in the record. I'm concerned. So, question to John Ely: can we, if we are concerned as a group, can we require a bond or something? I mean, I don't know if that's, I'm just really insecure about this property's soil stability. And
So what would be the financial security would be
to rebuild the road, or, you know, if things self-destructed here, I don't know. I'm searching for a way to get comfortable with the soils issue. And I reached way out there about the bond, so, you know, might not be able to reel it in, certainly, because we want to do things right. How do we, okay, better way to put this, how do we ensure that we are going to have a site that's stable in order to build on at the end of the day? Is that the homeowners, not only the application process, and they'll give us engineering and, you know, all of that necessary data, but at the end of the day, if the home is built and we have a blowout of the slope or something, well, what happens? Is that a homeowner's insurance issue?
I haven't really thought about it in the past. I mean, it's this individual's seal is how it is affected. Once the engineer has stamped the plan, in the past that's been sufficient. If there's something particular, the reason I guess I'm stumbling around is I'm trying to think of how I would structure something like that, because with shifting profiles of soil and subsurface geology, I mean, it might be a while before something turns up, or, you know, I mean, what would be an appropriate interval, you know, or appropriate climatological event that, you know, you'd satisfy them.
Like I said,
but you know, as I said, typically it's the engineer's approval.
Yeah, I just don't know, for example, what this evidence is. Is it just runoff, and you know, we can subjectively say this, that, but I think relative to that issue, we've got to rely on the civil engineer, I guess. And that's what I'm hearing.
Can I address that?
Tom.
Yeah, briefly to address that. Yeah, I think you mentioned the first thing I was going to say, which is that we do have an engineer who said that the property is stable for purpose of construction. What you're looking at is we're not going to build there, and we're not going to do anything to make that existing condition any worse. And the other thing to remember is that in the letter you have from High Country Engineering, they're recommending at the time of building permit that another geotechnical review occur to address slope stability as part of the foundation design. So I think there's not only what we have now, and the fact that we're not going to build in that particular area that you're concerned about in the picture, there's going to be more engineering at the time of building permit.
Okay, good. Thanks for that feedback. Let's kind of go through. I'm very concerned about Ridgeline. You know, we've been consistent with the county. I think Ridgeline came in either end of 80s or 90s. Mm-hmm. And, you know, and you mentioned this at the site when we visited, and you said, well, it's only for 3 seconds, or honestly, I'm not quoting you, but in effect.
I think it was 5 seconds and 25 miles an hour.
But that's not the point. The point is, does it or does it not break ridgeline?
Right.
So in looking at this, and then I understand the language about alternative sites, and I think you've done a very good job in attempting to figure out where, if a structure would go, where it would go. And I agree with the analysis about 30% slopes, and it's not a problem. But the view plane issue and the ridge line is important, and I believe at the end of the day that the home, though you've reduced the size, and I think we established that the 4,500 was just a direction, I think at the end of the day, further work has to be done, and you might have to reduce. because I just see no reason to break the ridge line. I disagree with both staff's opinion and I would assume the applicants about the character. I think this is a game changer in the neighborhood because of the site and how prominent it is. And really, homes are over here, and there's a home back up here. That one, when you go on Shield, is over here. And then you don't see any other homes except then way out here. So this is a character changer for me, and that's just part of what I think we're all about in conjunction with respecting property rights. So is this a TDR constrained site? It's a constrained site, but I don't know if I would go so far as to talk about a constrained TDR. But I think at the end of the day, there's no reason for us to violate or look the other way because there's no other site. The home could be reduced, and I think you could meet the ridgeline review issue. So I guess let's take these one at a time so we don't have 19 things at once, or maybe 3 or whatever. Tom, it sounds like you disagree.
I just disagree that you can't build anything on there without breaking the ridge line. You can't even go 3 feet tall without breaking the ridge line. And you saw that with the stake I had right out in front that I painted pink all the way up and down it. You could see all the way down to the bottom of that stake from the road. No matter what you do, you're going to break the ridge line.
Yeah, and I'm trying to picture what I saw with the story poles, and I thought and draw a line. We had a home like this, and story poles kind of showing this piece and this piece, and I thought that, and I can't tell you exactly how much because it's all according to where you even stood in the road. I thought the very top of that was clearly above the ridge line, but not all of it, unless you got up to the foreground, and so. Yeah. So this is subjective,
right?
And that's my opinion.
It does break the ridge line because.
Yeah, and I disagree that you can't adjust this. So, we'll leave it as a difference of an opinion.
Would you like to? Tom had provided this, which is photos of. I think that's worthwhile if you just want to pass that around just to refresh your.
Yeah. Well, and I'll look at this when we have some other comments, so I don't hold everyone up here. And I'm really certainly okay because, again, the technicals on septic, the liner's going to work. I think both Carla and your engineer have approved that, so that's okay. As far as the deck issue, and I think Rachel suggested possibilities, and we're not going to plan your site, so I assure you. So there are possibilities about a deck, but I can't imagine having a home without deck. Some decks in this site. It's, if the home does exist. I mean, my wife and I have built a home, and we took advantage within the rules and regs of building decks because of views. And I could understand others have similar need, but there's got to be, again, no encroachments. So how that works is going to be up to an applicant if we give this an approval. As far as what I see as a contradiction, we have in a recommendation of approval under the condition of no encroachment into setbacks by the caucus. And the contradiction for me is when you have the homeowners association saying we want to build a little structure for public purposes in setbacks. And somehow it can't be both ways.
Yeah, the caucus actually said the Snowmass Creek Road setback. That's the one they were concerned about.
Okay. Well, and then we don't have a location, so I guess you can, if this gets an approval, there's further site planning for that piece, et cetera. So
I think that whole lower portion of the property would be within the Snowmass Creek Road setback.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
That's true.
Yeah.
So therefore,
yeah.
So there's a contradiction, and I certainly, several of my comments, I want to hear other board members' feedback on things like this. But That's it for the moment, and I would like the opportunity to look at this and let others give have their questions and feedback.
I really don't have any more questions until I want to hear public comment and look at those as well.
Yeah, okay.
I'll wait for public comment.
Okay, good. So we will open the public hearing for the Tillman Site Plan Review and Activity Envelope Amendment. Who would like to speak?
I don't think I go first.
Please introduce yourself, Bart.
I'm Bart Johnson. I'm here on behalf of two different neighboring property owners. One is the Stonywood Trust, which owns the property immediately to the south of this property, and then Henry Lau Sr., who owns a home up in Shieldo Terrace up above this house. I'd like to make a few points, but what I'd like to start with, and my main point, really focuses on this setback from Snowmass Creek Road question. And I've listened to the discussions and have a few observations to make, plus I'd like to provide you all with some research that I've unearthed this afternoon. Let me just put this aside for a second. I think as everyone realizes, Snowmass Creek Road is one of those oddities of public right-of-ways that doesn't have an official dedication. And normally what happens, as you probably know in the ordinary course, is that at some point someone dedicates a road by giving a piece of paper to the county. And that can be a deed, it can be on a subdivision plat where a whole area is platted, but usually there's something that says, here's the right-of-way, it gives it in meets and bounds or a legal description. In this case, that didn't happen with Snowmass Creek Road. And I think what John Ely could tell you is there are a couple different ways that the county can say it's got a right-of-way. One is through the same means that private property owners use, which is we've got a prescriptive easement for it established by historic use over time. The prescriptive easement period is 18 years. There's an alternative theory called implied dedication, which basically means that a landowner, through his actions or her actions, signals that there's an intent to dedicate, though no piece of paper is given, and the county accepts that dedication impliedly by starting to maintain the road and treating it like a county road. And prescriptive easement and implied dedication are kind of, they're fun to talk about in law school, but what they really come down to is, with implied dedication, the owner is saying, here, have this property through some actions, whereas through prescriptive easement, the county is saying, we don't care whether you like it or not, we're using this as a public right-of-way, and we've been doing it for 18 years, so whether you're signaling you want us to have it or not, we're taking it. It is public right-of-way. I'm not sure what happened with Snowmass Creek Road, but I think it's clear it is a public right-of-way. And then the question comes, what are the dimensions of this right-of-way? And Tom Smith mentioned, and I think he's correct, that basically when a right-of-way isn't specifically defined in a written instrument, you have to look to the use of the road over time and how that defines how you would measure the right-of-way. So the scope of the use kind of defines it by how it's happened. And with Snowmass Creek Road, I don't think you can look just at the width of the gravel surface or even the ditches, because those cut and fill slopes are an integral part of the structure of that road. You've got, a cut, and actually Sue took a picture that I found very helpful that I'm going to put up here for a second if you don't mind, and she's going to, I think, talk about this for her own purposes. But this provides a nice cross-section of Snowmass Creek Road right below the property. The property's right on the right. There's that fence that you can see.
Turn the light off for a second, it just makes it a little sharper.
So what you see on the right is the slope going up to this site, to the property we're talking about. You've got an angle of repose there that obviously is not natural. That was established by the construction of this road, and it's been maintained as part of this road. On the downhill side, you have the same thing. You have a fill slope on the downhill side that provides subjacent and sublateral support for Snowmass Creek Road. And all of that is part of the same road structure. Without the slope above and the slope below, the cut and fill slopes, that road, as you know it, does not exist. It becomes unstable. You can't maintain it. So I think that has to be considered part of the road. And the stuff that I mentioned earlier kind of corroborates this in the most, I think, clear way you can imagine. I was thinking about this afternoon, and I thought, well, geez, there's got to be places around Snowmass Creek where this issue's been addressed by the county and it's put on record what it thinks its right-of-way is. And lo and behold, there's a subdivision directly across the street called the Christensen Lot Split that was approved in 1980. And I'd like to show you a picture of it, and I've got copies of this for the record, but the full-size copy is the one that is the only one that's really legible because it's so old. So I'll make a copy for you. There's a copy for you, and I'm going to show a picture of this. And I'm not sure the best way to do this, but Tom, I don't want to. So this is the Christensen Lot Split. It's a 2-lot subdivision, parcels 2 and 1. Oops. Shield O is right here. Okay? This is Snowmass Creek Road coming down here. This is a county-approved subdivision. County, in this plat, basically said that we have a 30-foot easement on the Christensen side of the center line of Snowmass Creek Road, and it shows the same 30 feet on the other side, on this side, on the applicant side of Snowmass Creek Road, showing a 60-foot right-of-way through this entire area. And so what I submit to you is for 32 years, the county's been deeming itself to have a 60-foot right-of-way through here. Why would you want to be inconsistent with that now? Wouldn't you want to say, wait, we've been saying this for all along. This has been a record for 32 years. Obviously, this owner hasn't objected to it. Wouldn't we want to keep that? Because if you tell them now that your right-of-way ends where that ditch is, you just gave away 10 to 15 feet of right-of-way you thought you've had. And one other thing I'd say, if you scale off on this site plan, this is very interesting. This site plan, it shows a fence that parallels Snowmass Creek Road on the applicant's property. If you scale off the distance of that fence from the center line of Snowmass Creek Road, you get exactly 30 feet. 30 feet. And I think that fence is there not by accident. I think it's there because either the county or the applicant put it there because they knew that's where the boundary of the right-of-way was. And if you measure, and I think from that fence, which is basically the top of that fill slope, or the cut slope rather, on the uphill side, you should consider, I think you've already decided 32 years ago that it was the boundary of your right-of-way. I don't see any reason to give it up now. And obviously that creates problems for their 50-foot setback issue, but it kind of is what it is. And I'd like to offer one other thing, and that's in case someone thought the Christensen plat was an aberration. You've got the Hidden Meadows plat for another subdivision right downstream from here from 1977. Another county-approved subdivision, Hidden Meadows, a series of lots. Again, it shows Snowmass Creek Road here, and I'd like to read the note on the Hidden Meadows plat. It describes the parcel of land being subdivided, and then it says, accepting from the above described parcel a right-of-way 30 feet each side of the center line of Snowmass Creek Road and existing Pickens County Road. That was from 1977. Again, 60-foot right-of-way. And I don't see any reason for the county to take a different position now. I think it's against your self-interest to take a different position. And it goes to your question, Jack, about what happens if this slope becomes unstable and somebody has to maintain it. I'm not sure the county should take responsibility for doing it if someone else causes the instability, but it sure would be nice to know that you have the legal authority to go up there and do it yourself if you have to. And the reason you get that legal authority is because it's part of your public right-of-way. If it isn't part of your public right-of-way, you're left to someone else having to do it and hoping that they had enough money or they bonded enough or whatever it is. On a couple of unrelated topics, I agree with Jack that this is fundamentally a character changer for the neighborhood. When you drive up and down that valley, there aren't homes looming over Snowmass Creek Road like this. and this one will be. It will pierce the ridge line. I stood in the middle of Snowmass Creek Road on the site visit. Admittedly, the ridge line piercings are not huge, but they are there, and it's my sense that the home could be redesigned in a way that, and it might require even lessening the heights more, breaking up the mass in different ways, but I think you could have a house there that didn't pierce that ridge line. And I think that concludes my remarks. Again, back to the right-of-way issue, I think it's something that hasn't been vetted carefully enough, and it should be given more thought. And I think the county should really go back and look and see if it's willing to give up what it's always considered a 60-foot right-of-way through here.
Thank you.
Can I address that issue now, or?
Okay, well, let's...
I mean, since we're on it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Let's be somewhat efficient.
I strongly disagree with what Bart's saying here. First of all, this is new information to us. And I have a copy of what he's just handed me on Christensen.
I can get a copy of Meadows, too.
But I haven't seen the other one. I haven't been given a copy of that. We obviously haven't had a chance to research these. But what's happening with this Christensen is there's a certificate of dedication and ownership on this. Okay? The road is being dedicated in connection with this land use approval to the county. And the county asked for 60 feet. And guess what? They got it. You got it. That's not the situation we're faced with here. We're faced with a situation where there is no dedication. This plat dedicates it. It's a certificate of dedication ownership on it. So that's apples and oranges. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're dealing with. I take it that the same thing occurred with Hidden Meadows. The county's approving the subdivision. Snowmass Creek Road is providing access to the development. The county says, you got to dedicate 60 feet to the county. That's SOP. That's what you always do. But what we know is that on a lot of these old county roads, they didn't get developed that way, because there are substantial portions of those roads that got built and continue to be maintained by the county, where there was no subdivision approval, whereby the county could come in and say, hey, give us the road. So for Bart to say that based on these county-approved plats, you're talking about, which dedicate those roads to the county, that you're faced with a prescriptive easement situation like you are here with what we're dealing with, is simply wrong. Now, John could comment on this. He's your county attorney. But I don't think these situations bear any comparison. Now, as far as what the county can claim prescriptively, it's obvious that in building that road, the county had to go outside of the traveled surface of the road in order to do the work. Well, what's typically done in those situations where you do deal with easements and dedications is you have a construction license that precedes the easement, and the construction license is over the area that has to be occupied for the purpose of building the road, but thereafter you don't need it anymore. It's pretty obvious here that the county used that portion of this property to cut back the slope in order to be able to build the road. But there is simply no evidence, and staff isn't asserting, that that's maintained by the county or has been maintained by the county at all since the road was built, unlike the traveled surface of the road in the ditch. So it's our view that it doesn't have anything to do with the prescriptive easement of the county. And the fence line, I mean, Bart's offering conjecture on what the fence is doing there. We don't know. But it could very easily have been put there because that's at the top of the slope, and it separates the flatter portion of the property from the other portion of the property. It's not a boundary fence. And unless someone can produce evidence that it was built with the purpose of identifying some property boundary, I don't know how you can make that assumption.
Good. Thank you, Tom. Any further public comment? Sue, please introduce yourself.
I'll go next if I might. I'm Sue Helm, and I live at the end of Snowmass Creek Road. And I speak today as a resident of the Snowmass Creek Valley and not for the caucus, which I've often spoken in terms of caucus for water issues, but I'm here today as a resident of the valley, not for the caucus. My concern is for the impacts from trying to put development on a very constrained lot in a subdivision that would not be allowed today. I agree with all of the issues of concern, such as sight lines, ridge lines, view from the road, and I do not feel this is an appropriate place for a house. However, what I'd like to express today is a concern for the impacts to a road cut that has continued to erode over the years. And this is what I was trying to figure out, how to try and make that point. And of course, I drive by this. I have for 20 years, for not every day, but often enough. And I've see this fence that's hanging down, and Tom was just talking about the fence line, and I'm not sure if it might be a property line, or as he represented, maybe it was the top of the slope. But if you take a look at this first picture, if that was the top of the slope, it sure is no longer there, and it's slid down, and that's, needless to say, got to be erosion. I'm sure they didn't put the fence in that way when they put it in. Again, as you've been talking about the house and the view of the house, if you take a look at this first one, I walked up there this morning. This dark area down here is that little slide area that Jack was referring to, and I have a couple pictures that show that better. But the stakes that I saw this morning were not directly above that, but very close to being above that, and the stakes went over into the area all the way on this side, which I gather is where the parking would be. And that, of course, is one of my big problems, too, as you look at where the parking is, and I'm not sure how that relates exactly to the bank, and I don't know if there's a survey to show how that bank relates to the 50-foot setback. I'm not that good on distances. But I can see that parking lot being plowed in the wintertime, and where are they going to plow it? It's going to go over the hill. And what's that going to do to the erosion of this bank? On this picture, you can see one thing here, which is one of the markers. Somebody else could give you a better description of where that is in terms of the house, but that is one of the markers out there. The next picture is simply this.
Would you show us so we refer?
Yeah, okay. This is the one that Jack was referring to with the slide area there, and that comes down, and you can see a little debris at the bottom of the road, and in all these pictures you can see some rocks at the bottom of the road, and that's cleared every year, if not at least twice a year, because these slopes do continue to slough the rocks. And this is one that's a very definite. If you look at the next picture, that's a close-up of that, and you can see that
and
the
show
fence
everyone
there,
so we know.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
this
you.
one. And you can see that the fence is several feet above the ground at that point. Enough of it is sloughed off and come down that the fence is up, and I did not measure it, but it's up a bit. One of the reasons for the concern, we get into this picture, and this is not on the site. This is simply the picture of one of the little slide areas that has come down within the last, and I don't remember, it seems like it's just a couple years ago. It could have been up to 5. That continues to slough off at times. That's down closer to my house and down definitely in a very different way, in a different area, but it's still what's happening all along that road. And I've come to the last picture, which has been put up for you, and this one, and the reason for this other slide area, and of course this is Connie Harvey's slide, And of course, very man-made. We all know that there was water that ran up there, and that's what happened to the bank. But it's my concern that as you're going down, and it's my understanding that this is going to have a full basement, that there's the whole area is going to be excavated. Once you excavate that, then what's that going to do to the stability of the ground? And I understand that you do have a report from an engineer at this point, but I guess my question would be, has that engineer been on the property and actually done any work on it? When I was out there, I didn't see that there had been any work that looked into what the soil really is, and whether that's just an opinion because of the slope and what they see, or if there is some actual work that was done to back that up. I don't know. Anyhow, there are a couple things before I finish up. If this bank sloughs down, it will end up being probably not your problem, but the next council's or whatever. That road is the only access in the wintertime to quite a few houses back there. If the bank goes out, and of course the one slide I showed you, and there have been a couple that have just put mud across the road so it's impassable. The county has to come out and clean that road because there's no way to get in and out if they don't. You're not going to be going to court to get a homeowner to come and decide who's going to do that, because it's going to have to happen right away. Okay, the other one here was the engineer's report. So I'm here today and put this effort in because many of us could see a problem several years ago with a house that was proposed at the fork of Snowmass Creek Road and Capitol Creek Road. I don't know if many of you are aware of that, but a lot of us said, it shouldn't go there. Maybe should try and get together to buy the lot, but we never did come up with anything, and the house went in, and now we all look at this house blocking the view of what was a beautiful view of the valleys opened up as you're coming up Snowmass Creek Road. So I put the time in today to come and to say to you that, this piece was picked up by someone who really has no interest in the valley, and this development for someone with no concerns for the impact of the valley. And we hope that you will all help the homeowners in this area to work with the developers to see if an equitable solution can be found. Thanks for your time.
Did you give the board a copy of the letter from Ingrid?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I also have a copy, and you all did get that. My neighbor was going to come with me. She's one of the other of us that live there full-time and drive that road on a regular basis. And this has my name on the top simply because she emailed that to me. She was going to come today, but was called last night with a family emergency, and so could not. And so I asked if she'd just write a few sentences anyhow to express her feelings. And so this is quickly scribbled as she was running out the door this morning, but she had wanted to be here to also express, and she expressed her basic concern.
Did you give them a copy?
Yes.
And what is her name for the record?
Ingrid Antony.
Good, thank you. Further public comment? Please introduce yourself.
My name is David Nixa. I live on Shieldo Road. I'm here representing myself today. Just for the record, I'm also on the HOA board and on the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus board. I'm not representing them, I'm representing myself. For the most part, first of all, I wanted to acknowledge the work that Tom and the estate have done to try to make this property somewhat usable. I think, considering the original plan, it's been a significant improvement. But I still think there are issues. I certainly believe that it is going to change the character. If you drive from anywhere on Snowmass Creek Road in either direction, you won't find a home that's going to be as close to the road as this particular home is. I'd also like to note that despite the fact that the caucus did approve this site, during the discussion there was quite a lengthy exchange with respect to the most appropriate use of this property. And it was the belief of many in that discussion that the best use of this property was for it not to be developed. That being said, it was approved because I believe it falls within the confines of the overall plan. That said, I think the belief is that either an adjacent homeowner or some coalition of homeowners purchase this property and turn it into a permanent conservation easement, which I support and have been actively working to make happen. So I just need you to be aware that I think that discussion occurred and that the land use folks that are on the caucus believe that that's the best use of this property. We certainly would like to see the estate compensated for their investment, but I don't think we want to see a home built on it. I had the same issues with the setback. I thought Bart articulated them quite well. I'm concerned that there isn't an actual official determination of what the appropriate setback is. I know that staff has presented their views, and it seems that that's actually changed from what I originally heard. So I'm just confused about what's the appropriate setback. Is what is being presented by staff appropriate? Is what being presented by developer appropriate? Is what Bart suggested appropriate? I don't know. If in fact what Bart had to say is accurate, or if there is some merit to it, then obviously this size of this home would have to be significantly reduced in order to be able to fit. The parking area concerns me primarily because in the wintertime, and I'm not sure how it's ultimately going to be structured, but if snow is pushed off of that, it's going to go down this bank that Sue just showed you the photos of, and that's going to significantly contribute to the rock slides and to the mud that comes down that road. I drive on that road every single day, down past Sue's house in the wintertime, and I'm picking up rocks every day that are big enough to damage a vehicle. Every single day in the wintertime. And I could take in a photo, and if Sue had gone another 100 yards down the road to show you the slides that happen just past where this property is. The angle is a little bit more severe, but the number of rocks that come off of that, and that was shown in these photos, is there. So I'm really concerned about both the safety issues associated and what's going to happen when we put a structure in there, and we're going to change the underlying water tables and all of the issues associated with that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Further public comment? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Kevin Michelson. I also live on Shieldo Road, and I'm on the Homeowners Association for Shield Terrace. I just wanted to also acknowledge the applicant and their fine effort here to figure out how a house could fit on this property. One thing, there was a mention about our trash mail building or whatever, and I just wanted to kind of clarify some options for where that could exist on the property. If you don't mind, I'll point it out on the map here, but an option that...
yeah, okay, fine. I was worried that you were going to get in the way of something, but get my comment.
Be careful, Kevin. We trust him, Jim.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he was going to go just around, and I apologize.
No, all good.
That was my supposition.
This particular area right in here, this is an existing gable oak stand, and just on the opposite side of it is an appropriate place to put this building. If it's in this area, it would potentially lie within the setback from Snowmass Creek Road. There may be an opportunity to put it right off the road so that it wouldn't lie within that setback. Also, as Suzanne mentioned, it could exist way down by the intersection of Snowmass Creek Road and Shieldo Road, but it would be very visible there, and I think it'd be less desirable. So to put it further up Shieldo Road might make more sense for the neighborhood and accessibility and such. Another comment is I had designed a small shed to go there and circulate it. People have seen it. What I had designed was slightly greater than 200 square feet, and the letter that the HOA wrote to the board specified 200 square feet. So Tom's suggestion to have this shed, if it could be on this property, to have the square footage exempt from the total square footage of the property, I think that would be great. It would help. It would, maybe you reduce the size to 250 as opposed to 200. The other question I have is, I don't understand how you would allow such a community building. If you can add it as a condition of approval, or how you do it, it's kind of a question that I'm asking. And if you can figure that out, would it be possible to allow the HOA to submit for a building permit prior to the residence? Could you have this community building prior to the residence going up? Because that would be desirable. Listening to all the question of the slope stability, I had a thought that you could add as a condition of approval to have a geotechnical engineer provide a stability analysis as part of the building permit application. Also, another suggestion as a condition of approval may be to have the applicant revegetate that slope for some more stability. Seeding, grass, trees, whatever the case may be. Another question that I had is with regards to the setback. If the Board of County Commissioners is willing to go with Bart's argument that the right-of-way is from the, like the fence line approximately, and you project that 50-foot setback from the fence line and you determine that there's nothing left or just a widget, is a takings proceedings possible? And can you do a TDR at that point, so on and so forth? What were the options at that point? It's a question that I've had listening to the conversation. And then to follow up on that, if that's the decision of the commissioners, can the HOA still have their community building somehow? So, those are my comments in full.
Well, thanks.
Can I ask you a question? I'm having a sense whether you support this approval or oppose it.
Me personally?
Yeah.
I would agree with what David Nixa was saying and preferred use of this property. I don't think a house is appropriate here. I think open space is more appropriate. And I'm very interested in a community building for our neighborhood. This is a opportunity. It's not necessarily the end-all, be-all. I don't want to prevent the applicant from having a home if it's well within their rights.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Further comments? Okay, we're going to close. We're going to close the public hearing,
Before you do that, can I
and you can be part of the applicant's
Oh, I
thing. When
didn't
we
know
get-
if you wanted to do that before you close it.
No, we'll take. Sue, are we part of this meeting?
This is something that I've heard. I don't have anything official. I certainly don't represent anybody but myself on this, but I have heard some discussion that the property owners, the homeowners association, the property owners that are adjacent, and there's another one I think you have a letter from that's just down valley from this site, who's interested in trying to work with the developers on coming up with some solution. And I might suggest, and I don't know if this falls within anything, again, I've been given no authority to say so, but if they would agree that the groups could work together to try to come up with a solution to find some equitable way to purchase the property or do something so it could be, would compensate the owners for their work put in and be made open space, and I'd like you all to consider that as one option.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. No, Bart, hold on, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I was trying to find in my packet, because I read some comments alluding to a cooperative effort. I was going to bring that up, but it has, so at least it's on the table for whatever it means, because there is a property right here associated too, so without question. Bart, did you have feedback on this particular item?
No, I just had one final comment while the public...
And I never finished closing it because I got interrupted, but...
It'll be very brief.
I will. Go ahead.
Tom Smith had said that, or I guess speculated that the two plats I mentioned included dedications of Snowmass Creek Road and therefore weren't in evidence for what the county thought it already had. And I would point out that the Hidden Meadows plat in particular from 1977 accepts Snowmass Creek Road from the property owned by the applicant and describes it as an existing county road 60 feet wide. And that was in 1977. It is not a dedication of the road. It's an acknowledgement that it already exists.
Okay, thank you, and we are closing the public hearing, so there are no further comments in that sense. Rachel?
Yes, thank you, and thank you all for taking your time to be here throughout a kind of lengthy meeting day. I would say I have seen enough issues here today that I cannot vote to approve. So that is a flat-out statement. I would like to suggest that we continue the item so that our staff and legal attorney can investigate the road issue further, and we can have a more definitive opinion on that as we go to shape our decision. I would say that there's nothing that we can do to compel the parties to work together, but there's certainly nothing we're doing to prohibit the parties from working together within the neighborhood or other landowners in that area. Should this come back, or as it comes back, if it's continued, I would say that I will really need to see a much smaller home design. I do not think that we are obligated or committed to approve as large a design as you may desire. And I'm concerned about issues such as the snow plowing and the snow melting, not just the road sloughing, but how that would affect the on-site wastewater treatment center. Because if the snow loading ends up in that septic zone, that could be a very serious problem throughout the season. So, you know, I don't have the right answers. You know, you can toy with should it be 18 feet instead of 20 feet? Would that 2 feet make a difference? Should there be a 16-foot height limit? I don't know. I mean, I personally could look at a site like this and see some of the kind of rustic cabins we used to have in this community where people lived in 1,200 or 1,600 square feet fairly happily. But that's not what we have in front of us. And I don't know what the right number is, given these other constraints. So I would like, I don't think necessarily, you know, unless procedurally I'm wrong, that a outright denial is the appropriate move and let you work again as much as a continuance. See if you can come back with something that would pass muster and be supported. Give the neighbors and parties a time to work on whether they, you know, can find a way to purchase this, and you know, us to have further conversations with our attorney. But the hour's getting a little late, and I'm not sure we're going to resolve much more than that. That's my summation.
Further board comments? George.
I've got a couple. John, my question is, I'm sure it's all of ours, is regarding the setback of the road. And is that something you can answer now, or is that something you need time for?
Well, I'm certainly willing to take a run if the board wants to continue this item and resolve it, try to resolve it today. But the one particular subdivision plat I'm unaware of. In fact, I've never heard the term subdivision plat and Jan Christensen mentioned together in the same sentence. That's kind of.
I was wondering.
So And there's a lot of supposition that's going along with the reference to those particular subdivision plats that, to be honest with you, I don't know I would buy. I know that the county has only used or occupied that stretch of road up to the toe of that hill, and there's no throw, there's nothing up the hill. And I also know that even if we were to recognize the county right-of-way at that point as something greater than what was called out by staff, then we're almost into an automatic variance situation. The case law is pretty solid on the fact that setbacks will not eliminate a building right. So even after we dance on the head of that particular subdivision pin, we most likely will be right back where we started.
So I understand, so the argument that what was allowed down this road would use a 60-foot setback. If we were to use current code or current code at 50-foot setback, that would not negatively affect what was previously approved. We would not be losing part of that easement, road easement, as Bart alluded to.
I'm not sure I follow.
Using setback and the road right-of-way.
Road right-of-way, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Road right-of-way.
Okay. Again, I'm not familiar enough with the plats to know what the significance is.
So you would need time.
To look at that, but
Okay.
assuming, that what it is reflecting something that we were unaware of, that there's a claim for 60 feet on a right-of-way, then you'd run your road right-of-way up the hill into, not quite where that building is. In the situation you would present is, like I said, a situation where a variance would, I think, be forthcoming.
So it sounds like we should allow you some more time to do, staff to do some research. I would support the continuation, but just a couple other questions, though. Even at that, or at this point, it seems like we have three options. If we were to deny this, that would be considered a takings.
Well, you certainly would be flirting with that term, but I'm not sure I would jump directly to that at this point, but that is something to consider if you're leaning in that direction.
Then one other option is we could approve it as presented, and perhaps a third option would be to approve it with a smaller footprint.
The justification of the footprint would be, as a necessity, need to relate to something within the land use code that would dictate a smaller size structure due to some limitation. And the limitation that I don't think that is going to be presented for us to rely upon is the setback. I think the setback is not going to be set at 50 feet and therefore pinch the site to such an extent that the buildings, the structure of the building that would be allowed there would be dramatically reduced in size. If you get what I'm not saying in between the lines.
Well, we're going to continue this before we get a second back. My last question is, do we have the ability, if we were to approve this as part of the approval process, to make a condition that the homeowner would be responsible for any damage done to the road due to construction or due to excessive water use or et cetera?
We can, and that would be the case anyway.
And my last comment then is, I'm glad to hear that neighbors are interested in conserving this. I'm not sure we're going to come up with all the money to do that. Sue, your neighbor, would like to see money spent on paving the rest of your road, and he's not willing to come up with any money. So I'm not sure the reality in that. I think it's a great idea, but I think when push comes to shove, who's going to actually come up with whatever that appraised value will be, which I'm sure is not going to be a giveaway. Anyway, those are my comments. But I would support continuation so staff and attorney can take a closer look at some of these road issues.
Rob, further comments?
Yeah, I'd support continuation as well, but just some quick comments. The continuation really is about getting to the bottom of this road right-of-way and what that would mean in terms of moving that setback and what our action as a board would be in making that determination moving forward. The slope erosion issue, I think that the need for an engineer down the road is clearly stated in the applicant's letter of their existing engineer, and I think we should have it in our approvals if it does move forward, that additional studies be done on that level. I think those studies should include snow removal and water drainage on the entire property, which I think are crucial to this regarding what happens with snow plowing. I think that was brought up with a couple of the neighbors regarding the protection of the existing roads that are there. When you start moving snow around and putting hard surfaces, you change the flow of water, and I think that changes whether or not the slope is stable versus where the roofs are, the aspects of the roof and how they're draining water into drainage ditches or whatnot. I think that's a crucial part of it. The other topic is the ridge line. Fundamentally, I've got some issues about the ridge line. Going from 4,500 square feet to 3,200 square feet, I think, there's potentially some more work, a little bit more work to be done to minimize. I think the applicant has already started to minimize by having that ridge line of the house be 18 feet, not the full. 20. It's at 20, but you're allowed more. Anyway, I'd like to see if there's anything that can be done to even further minimize those ridge lines to the best extent that the applicant can. I do understand that it's kind of constrained in totally eliminating it completely, and the code does allow us to kind of waive that when it's not an option to only be above the ridge line. So those are my comments, but I'm in favor of continuing it primarily because of getting to the bottom of the roadage issue and how that affects our actions moving forward.
Yeah, several quick comments. Tom, please make it brief because I
2 points, Jack. Thank you.
think we're at the end.
First, the applicant's willingness to negotiate a sale of the property has been well known for years. So that's not coming up here for the first time, and I don't think ought to factor into your decision in any way because it's simply not. I wouldn't want you to have the impression that it's a new idea. The second point is as much a question as a comment. With respect to the size of the building, if you decide that that's important, I'm worried about how many times we've got to come back to address that. I mean, we can get in a situation where if we don't get some direction, let's say next time we come back and reduce it by 500 square feet just for the sake of argument. And then you say, no, that's not enough, and then we've got to come back again, and it's another 500. If it's possible, and it may not be, for you to give us some direction as to your thinking on that issue so that we know what we're dealing with and don't have to get involved in endless back and forth on that, it would be helpful. That's simply a request. If you can accommodate it, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. For me, as presented before us, I could not vote for this application. I stated earlier and will repeat my concern about ridgeline review. I appreciate Suzanne letting us check out the story pole and the documentation, and I was mostly right on my comment, but the side elevation, you can't avoid ridgeline at all. So I guess I'm mostly right, but we're both right, so we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
But I think the home can be designed to be smaller. I actually think the home right now is shoehorned into the lot, and it really doesn't work. For me, I'm not going to repeat the things we've heard about various problems with it. I'm going to just say that I'm going to support the continuance and would like John to look at that, because that's an interesting concept that is important in how we deal with our assets, per se. We're certainly open for a motion here to move this along. I'll make the motion to continue. Do we need a date certain?
Yes, this is a public hearing.
Yeah, and would you give us some suggestions? 2 weeks, a month?
A month.
What would that be?
What is this date?
April 11th meeting, or then there's the
April
next one,
25th.
25th.
Yeah, and I'll be gone a little bit before that.
So the 25th?
April?
Okay, date certain is the 25th. My motion includes that. Is there a second to continuing?
Second.
Any further looks at what we need to look at further, board?
I can't answer your question, Tom, in terms of a pure, I got two Toms there,
Yeah.
pure square footage number. But I think that the concerns you've heard from the neighbors are what really needs to be addressed by the size reduction. And, you know, the ridge line, as others have said, and just, you know, it's too hard in here. I can only think back to some of the earlier affordable housing, not that this is affordable housing, but, you know, it was determined that a three-bedroom family unit would be 1,500 square feet. And now I realize that larger units have been built since then, that's desirable. But I do not want to see in the next resolution, or whatever comes forward, it's X many square feet, but will allow you 300 more square feet for some sort of expansion potential in the future. I think this is a one and done, and the neighbors should know what the design is and be able to expect it, and not have somebody come back in later to add a bedroom to an already fairly tight size.
Yeah, and I think Tom Smith's comments were very on point relative to the opportunity of the neighbors and the association, and if in fact they are interested, now is the time to be a player in whatever, because that's not going to affect our decision in any way. There might be a solution there, but we have our own code to follow, etc. So all those in favor of the motion to continue to April? Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Just a 4-minute break.
Yeah. How long do we need here? Because the next one's...
That letter I sent to you, I don't know.
And there were some particular issues with this lot and its topography where Mr. Bellick came before you with a specific design that didn't exceed the gross floor area allowed, but because some of the subgrade space would be exposed, it would be counted as FAR. And so in 2004, the board accepted this proposal that the gross floor area would still be limited to 11,250 feet, but in reality, what we count as floor area would be 8,600 feet instead of 6,500 square feet. So that permit stayed alive, and actually, Mr. Bellick actually submitted building permits for that, but the timing from the economy standpoint did just not work correctly for him, so those building permits got pulled, and he came in 2009 to redo the approval, to actually come in for major plat amendment again, talking about the same issue. However, that approval in 2009 reduced the floor area, where the gross floor area that's allowed is 11,250. It was agreed in that approval in 2009 that it would be reduced to 10,250, and what we actually count as exposed floor area would be 7,600 feet instead of 8,600 feet. Now 3 years more have passed, and Mr. Bellick is asking for an extension of vested rights on that 2009 approval, requesting a 3-year extension of vested rights that would allow that 2009 approval to exist as is. It is a good approval from the standpoint of the land use code. It's a 2009 approval. As you know, the land use code was adopted in 2006. There is nothing that has changed since this 2009 approval that would require staff to think that the approval needed to be changed in any way. In terms of the criteria for an extension of vested rights, they primarily have to do with what has the applicant done to pursue this project. There have been some meaningful things that have happened. The approval had an original requirement with the 1994 approval to build an on-site EDU, and most of the people out there have bought out of that by paying a cash-in-lieu fee. Mr. Bellick did that. He paid a cash-in-lieu fee of $220,000. That's already done, paid in our cash-in-lieu fee in the county. He did submit a complete set of building plans, was actually issued a permit, but withdrew that permit, and he will have to start all over again. Most of those permit fees that were paid are lost. Some can be applied to a new application, but most of them not. So there have been significant efforts to move the project forward, but as Mr. Bellick can tell you, he simply is not at this time ready to move forward, and that's why he's asking for an extension of vested rights.
Thank you, Lance. Questions of Lance? George.
I'm trying to get a better idea of this timeline, because I read through this and I just heard you talk about, if you can go back, when was the original approval?
One of the problems is there's a typo in my memo.
Okay.
In that first paragraph under background, when I talked about the original amendment to the 1994 subdivision approval, was resolution number 124-2009. That was 124-2004. So in 2004 was when he first came before the Board of County Commissioners and said, here's the house I would like to build. It doesn't quite fit within the parameters of the 1994 subdivision approval. And the board said, okay, we agree that this is a different kind of lot, and what you're doing by exposing a certain amount of the subgrade space without going over the limit of the gross floor area, we're okay with that. So that was 2000.
So 2004, and then I'm assuming he got a vesting right then for 3 years.
Correct.
So the vesting right then expired.
Was it 5 year? It was originally
It was a 5 year. Okay, so that's why in 2009 it was going to expire, but the applicant came before ComDev, to further reduce the house size, and at that point, receive a 3-year vesting, which is now subject to expiration in 2012.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Vance, I'm trying to understand this as well because and you've done a great job in presenting the criteria for vesting, and yet an extension of vesting, and yet at other times we've talked about it that vesting is only extended when there is some new community benefit conferred by the project. And does that just kind of become a bit of a tradition, or is that, is that is that an invented memory? Or is it more just when someone's asking for 10 years worth of vesting, or this sort of thing?
Correct. What you're looking at are the criteria.
Okay. And so it's when someone is looking for something beyond the 3 years.
That's correct.
Okay. The other question I have is, should this vesting not be granted, this lot would have the ability to go back to that larger original square footage through the use of TDRs?
Well, it'd have to go through a complete land use approval because the subdivision approval has a 6,500 square foot FAR limit. That can't be exceeded without a plat amendment, and that's what was done. So what was done twice. In 2004 and again in 2009, there were major plat amendments. So if this were to expire, to build a house that's desired, he'd have to go through that process again. But he would not have to do TDRs because the growth management exemption in the code from having to buy TDRs is for any board-approved subdivision that specifies the floor area in the approval.
Okay, but I'm still just getting a little confused because 6,500 is the subdivision square footage approved, and yet this extension of vested rights exceeds that.
That's right. He got an amendment for Lot 4, Stillwater subdivision, to increase that 6,500 square feet.
Okay, no, I'm just kind of trying to pick a pace on it because on the one hand, it's the house I desire, and on the other hand, it's because the economic conditions are bad. It has a sense of sounding like a spec home as opposed to a personal home. And then to have been an amended plat to allow more, maybe it could be the house you desire but designed differently to only be 6,500 square feet. It just seems very unusual to me to be going to a larger size home.
The key, though, is, maybe I didn't make clear, the gross floor area is actually less than allowed in the subdivision approval. What this approval allows is 10,250 square foot gross. That's with the exempt subgrade space and the exempt garage. Subdivision approval in 1994 allowed 11,250, if that's meaningful.
Okay, again, that's where I'm just trying to go and understand this, but if the vesting was allowed to expire, they could go back to the 11,000 that is within that neighborhood?
Yes.
And because it is a approved subdivision with a specified FAR, there would be no TDRs required to accomplish that.
It would be a different house, though, because 6,500
More of it
FAR.
would be above grade, and less of it would be below grade.
Correct.
Okay, so and that is probably primarily why staff is recommending approval of the extension?
Well, we're recommending approval because the overall reduction and the fact that twice the board has approved this and didn't see any great benefit in going through it again and having them apply again for a major
plat amendment
to go through the same thing.
Thank you.
Comments? Well, I think as far as I've always questioned extension of vested rights This is, to me, a rather unique situation, and there are benefits here. I think we could end up, if we didn't extend, to be in a worse position. My opinion, how I articulated that, meaning more square footage, would end up not being as good as what we have here. Plus, there's been, I think, a significant investment made, $220,000 plus for the cash in lieu. Paid fees for complete building plans and a permit. Water and sewer tap fees, and they're rather expensive. And, city water and gas easements and all, and that. But I think significant most is the investment in time we've all made. We have moved this forward. And I'm not going to question the applicant's reason why they're requesting. I think the economy has affected the ability to invest in these kind of projects. And so I'm willing to be flexible. But in 3 years, we ought to really get down the road here and not ask for another extension. So unless I hear something out of the ordinary here, I'm supportive. I don't see any, Rachel?
Well, I would just say that if by allowing them to expire and the new code came into play on this property, it would create an opportunity to either use up TDRs to accomplish your current design, then that's where I would be, but it's not. And that kind of makes the decision.
Yeah, I'm not going to support at least a 3-year vesting. The benefits that have already occurred were based on the previous permit. The housing, that probably came back from either the 2004 or the 2009. So, and we've had this discussion before, as Rachel said, for an extension of vesting, you can't bring what you've done as a community benefit forward because that was due to the original approval. The difference is what that was reduced from 2004 to 2009 was 1,000 square feet. It's not a small amount, but when you're looking at a house size over 10,000 feet anyway, that's still very, very large. The economy, financing has been hard. I just wonder if you had built a reasonable 5750, whether the applicant would have the same problem. So at this point, I'm not going to be supportive of an extending of 3-year vesting.
Thanks, George. Mr. Belk, would you like to give us your take on all of this?
Sure. I know it's a late hour and everybody would like to leave, so I'll make it brief as I can. First thing I wanted to make clear is that none of the other houses have been built at anything less than their full capacity size allowed. So they all were built with the 6,500 and the 4,000 in the garage and all of that. In addition to that, on Lot 5, you had now the Burgess residence. Previously, it was still Silver Lining Ranch at 18,000 feet. And this original approval by the Benedicts created a fairly significant opportunity for below-grade space, and it was only because when they laid out this original approval, our house was immediately next to Lot 3 and on top of the hill. It's not a ridge, but it's a hill. And so we moved the house lower down on the slope, took it out of sight line, and in that process, to accommodate the house on that portion of the lot, there was some placer mining done on this site. So the grade changes fairly significantly through there. And so it daylights. And because it daylights, the footage issue was created. So when we asked for an increase in FAR, we also decreased the size of the house. So I want to make sure everybody understands that. The second thing is we've lived in houses, we've had houses in Aspen. I moved here in 1970. Moved back and forth, but we've had houses in Aspen for the last 20 years. When we found the chance to buy this lot, we did. And when we were ready to move forward, the economy turned. That's why I had a full set of plans ready to go. My wife said, do what you need to do, but there's only one rule. We can't sell the house we're in and not be able to build a new one. So we have been unable to sell the house we're in. So, so the hardship is that we're waiting for, I think the market's improved. We're very optimistic about it now. And as soon as we sell the house we're in, we will start construction of this house. So we will apply for a permit. We will do all of that. We have invested a significant amount of money, not only in the water, the sewer, and the affordable housing fees, but keep in mind, we're the only ones that have paid an affordable housing fee in the subdivision. The other houses were built without any fee being charged, and of course the Benedicts donated the site that created 13 affordable housing units right on our road. So I just wanted to give you a little color that not a spec house. We intend to build, and there's been an economic reason, is the only reason why we have not moved forward yet. And I understand and appreciate that benefits should be measured on some level, I think appropriately, because this is the same plan we've been trying to do when we came before you before. I will also add, I don't know if this is significant, but the prior two approvals were unanimous. So I don't think there's ever been an issue really about the plan, about the site, about what we're asking for. And I understand there are time limits, but I hope you'll recognize that this is only because of a hard financial condition that we have not built our home so far.
George. I want to thank you for your honesty. It just strengthens my case, unfortunately, in my mind. If we start to allow additional vesting based on someone's ability or waiting to sell a home, we're going to have a line of people outside the door. And that's really not, for me, that doesn't work. But I appreciate the situation you're in. I appreciate your honesty in that. But that doesn't work for me.
You know, and I respect your position, George. You know, I'd normally be with you, but as I evaluate this, I don't see any community gain or community benefit by denying. And, you know, we have relatively short write-ups on all these, and so, you know, certainly didn't need to say whether it's a spec home or not in a derogatory way as much as what is being asked of us and why. And there we are.
Rob, any comments?
Yeah, I stand with Rachel. I think we lose, the reduction of the 1,000 square feet that it's at right now from if a new applicant came in and did something in this lot. I don't see any reason why not to continue vested rights.
Further comments? Seeing none, I'd like to call for, this is not a public hearing, I'd like to call for a motion.
I would move.
George?
I'll make one comment. I just wonder whether the board would consider just a 2-year vesting.
You know, I think 3 years is kind of the common period. I would make a motion to approve the BOCC extension of vested rights.
Second.
Hearing no desire to further discuss this, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And nay? 3-1.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, and
Thanks for
good
hanging
luck
out.
with the challenge.
I thank you and my wife, thanks.
No, me first.
Thanks for hanging
John
out.
gave me a whole list, so I told him that.
Oh, good. Jack, would you accept the motion to adjourn?
Well, I just want to make sure, John, anything pressing?
No.
I will. Is there a second?
Second.
You know, I just wanted, I know it's late, but we can do this on Tuesday, but I want to bring back my comments from this morning. The board will look to approve a supported resolution that we would put forward to the ACRA.
Oh, that's right.
Stating our, asking for our wanted to withdraw from the chamber based on the stances regarding climate change legislation. And we could do that on Tuesday, but I don't want to lose that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I personally have been tossing out a little bit of process related to that question. I do not know if Michael had attended the meeting where they declined to withdraw from the chamber, the U.S. Chamber, and I wasn't sure what the logic was on that. And I don't know, so I'm happy to have a resolution, but I'm not sure if that invites a public work session with the chamber chair here to discuss, for them to discuss what they weighed and what their pros and cons were of why they wanted to maintain their membership, or whether we just, send them a resolution and go from there. So we can have a larger discussion on Tuesday, but I certainly endorse some action in some form to create more accountability and understanding about it.
Comment, Rob?
Yeah, I certainly would like to weigh the pros and cons presented by different people and make a decision that's informed.
Yeah, and I support George's request. I have to admit, most of my information comes from reading multiple articles in the paper, so I certainly want to hear from Michael on Tuesday, but I would like to at least plant the seed with staff that this is going to be a discussion and a possible resolution.
I agree with that.
That's
And
exactly what you're saying.
if the hour's late and I didn't say it as clearly, I've had a terrible headache all day. But I want to move a resolution forward, but I'm also not sure how that is appropriately done.
That's important
Given
to
that we're a
have
member of
Michael.
that organization as well as, and have a representative on that board. I don't know what the last dialogue was, period. But I think it's well worth raising, and I would support it.
Well, and I think
And
it's...
maybe the directions to staff to start crafting that resolution so we can discuss it then further.
Yeah, and I think this is completely consistent with our value system, and sometimes you just got to take a dang tough stance, and I'm willing to do it with further discussion. So, all those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody, and your patience. It's later than usual.
Yeah, well, Jack, we're sorry you're going to have to drive to Denver.